What's up? Hello. Hello. How are we? How are you? How am I? I am in the dark. Oh my gosh, the lighting is harsh. We're going to keep it like that for now. We're going to slightly dim it. It's almost mood lighting. Hello, this is Critical Eyes. My name is Mega, episode 97. If you don't know what we're doing here, we watch Critical Role Campaign 1 Vox Machina, and we talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful. I've never seen it before, so this is all blind reactions, but whoa! And we're clapping. Hello! But I am a longtime DM, and I am going to chat about it a little bit. Thank you for the membership, Dr. Hoovy. I appreciate it, and apparently I have a sound effect set up that also appreciates it. I don't know what that was. It's probably something I set up quite a while ago and then forgot about. There's a lot of spaghetti code currently that I am trying to work through. Oh, and okay, we're gonna do a bit more. All right, thank you for the 14 months negative review, Daniel. Hello. Megaphone Man is streamed in front of a live studio audience. I think I know why it is happening. I have a decent theory as to why it is happening. I'm going to turn it down slightly. Oh no, we can go forever. Yeah, as everyone sends in their notifications. I remember that from the early episodes. Yeah, and then I could never make it work consistently. It's something that I'd love to have. I think it's fun. But I could never make it work. Okay. All right. It's 97. Sorry about the mix-up last week. Literally in my calendar, I was like, I've got this thing on Saturday. And then we get to Friday morning, and me and Paige are both like, that's today? Because someone sent out a reminder about, reminder, they come in this door or whatever. And so I had to very quickly reorganize things. Hopefully Wednesday is good for folks. Okay. What should we talk about first? Should we talk about last episode? Should we talk about C4? I'm going to do C4 so that people aren't asking about it later. I'll be real, I've hit a wall. Which is episode 4 in particular. I've been on episode 4 for like a week. And I've watched it like in 3 different sessions. I am really not into the combat at the start of that episode. I don't know how long it goes. Can you do a spoiler ending bit as I'm so far behind? I'll be pretty generic. I don't need to talk about anything too specific. Yeah, I'm just really not into that combat. And for like reasons that I think are probably somewhat obvious if you've watched it, but are going to bother people to varying degrees. You didn't have a reaction to the end of Ep 3? I'll be completely honest with you. I don't even really remember what happened at the end of episode 3. Was there something super standout? Critical Role Campaign 4, Episode 3. I remember something big happening in Episode 3, but it was relatively, I wouldn't say it's quite at the end. The door suddenly creaks open.
Stops creaking.
Oh! I mean, okay. The end of episode 3. Yeah. It was the setup for the fight. I mean, it's sort of, I would say, tied into my overall dislike of the combat. It is not like the balance of the combat or anything. Like, well, it sort of is. I don't know. The whole thing to me seems like, I mean, in the fiction, it's explicitly like, a planned thing to happen. So saying that it feels scripted is kind of a no-duh, because it's literally a planned attack. But it just, with how challenging it is and with how unavoidable it seems, just given the kind of structure of the campaign so far, I don't know. Something just really turns me off about it. I am trying to get through it so I can see how it resolves, because I think that how it resolves, will be pretty important towards my overall evaluation. But so far, I am not into it at all. So I'm really trying to just like break through that wall. I will say I'm sort of, I won't say I'm sad, but it's a little bit ironic that the two people that I'm most interested in, Wit and Tyranny, are at the same table as the character I am by far the least interested in, which is Cadigan. That's gonna be interesting for me. If it isn't the guy who believes the Trickfoots. It helps to remember that this is an overture and they have beats to hit for these 4 eps. No, I think that's kind of my problem. That hurts for me. Which is like, that's part of why I want to get through it, because I want to see how they resolve Octus. I don't know how resurrection magic works. I don't know how impactful what has happened so far is. Which, I guess that's a little bit of a spoiler, because I mentioned resurrection magic. I don't know how important it is that someone died. Like, one of the characters died. So I don't necessarily understand the stakes here. But man, oh man, the fact that there are beats to hit and that the players are very clearly like buying in and kind of just going wherever Brennan directs them, which I think is good behavior overall, makes the extremely mismatched level of planning feel just like, oh, like, I don't know. I'm not into scripted defeats and scripted deaths. I would have, at the very least, like, I'm cool with, I should actually specify. I'm cool with scripted defeats that result in the players retreating. I'm generally not as cool with scripted defeats where they totally, unabashedly, 100% lose and like go down and then are resurrected by like or rescued by NPCs. I'm very rarely into that. So I'm fine with beats to hit. I'm less fine with the way in which that beat has been hit so far. Get through it, and if you can, watch the cooldown. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I just need to get through it, because I would have loved to post a talking head about this when the episode was current. But now it's, a little bit behind, so I don't want to as much. I just need to get back up to current. It's so hard to catch up. It's why I'm glad I'm not, I didn't commit to anything too regular. because catching up is so difficult. Staying current isn't that hard once you're there, but catching up is really tough, especially if I run into an episode that I'm not as into. Yeah. If I hadn't watched live, I'd probably have a similar reaction. Yeah. The rail is very easy to see, and that disappoints me. I mean, like Delphi said, there are beats that they have to hit. I am pretty fully expecting the rails to start disappearing as we go. We'll see if that happens. But I'm definitely, I will say, if with what I've seen so far, part of the way through episode 4, if the sort of rails are still as visible by episode 10, I will probably be disappointed as well. But I'm expecting there to be rails probably through, I think 5 is the soldiers table, and then 6 and 7 are going to be the other 2 tables, So I'm expecting by the end of each individual table's second episode for the rails to start substantially disappearing. But in the beginning, when we're in kind of a prologue, I mean, even at a home table, I think the majority of tables are going to have pretty visible rails until the first 3 or 4 sessions are done. And I'm basically just having to, I don't want to say wipe, but kind of ignore the first 4 overture sessions because they're setting up the world rather than the individual plot lines. I mean, they're also setting up the individual plot lines, but I'm sort of taking them as like a half episode in terms of how quickly I'm expecting the rails to disappear, if that makes sense. Oh boy, no further context given. As the Aramon channel in Discord about what was revealed in the cooldown, it'll answer some things for you. Yeah. I mean, we will, and that's what I'm saying. I don't want this to be a too strong of an opinion because I haven't seen it yet, so I don't understand the stakes of what is happening. But with me currently not understanding the stakes, big turnoff. I really feel like the overture is like a long session 0. Yeah, that's kind of why that, that's kind of why I'm kind of like not taking it too seriously that the rails are there, because I feel like this is more of an introduction to Aramon than it is necessarily even the campaign. Yeah. It's been the soldiers table since at 5 second half. It hasn't switched tables yet. I see. Well, we'll see. I don't know. I'm holding out full judgment and opinion until I've seen more. I don't feel like I can quite judge it yet. But what I can judge, the transition. What do you make of the cold open at the start of Ep 4 with Bolaire? I love Bolaire. Bolaire is the creepy freak that I know that I feel like Taliesin was born to play. Oh, this is me drawing stuff for Paige. I was explaining the way that I do prep to Paige because she's preparing to GM for the first time. Oh, longtime people might recognize what we were talking about. But yeah, I'm into Bolaire. I'm into Bolaire because I'm also kind of a creepy freak. If I had grown up in LA as opposed to Kansas City, Kansas, where the goth scene is about 3 kids that hang out outside of Hot Topic at the mall. If the goth scene had been a little bit bigger, you could expect me to have turned out much more like Alex Hall in terms of my overall presentation. I'll put it that way. So Octus and Bolaire, they speak to a teenage Mega quite a lot. I'm a little bit more how I am because I grew up less around goth Vampire the Masquerade nerds. Alex Ward. Sorry, not Alex Hall. Who's Alex Hall? That's someone. Alex Ward. I grew up more around Warhammer Number Crunch nerds and less around Vampire the Masquerade Black Lipstick nerds. No, not Alex Honnold. Alex Hall. I don't know. So I am shocker of all shockers. Who is this? The OC? Okay, I think I just made up a name. I've never seen the OC. But but yeah, I am yeah. Who could have guessed the Warlock main is a little bit of a goth kid at heart and likes the creepy freaky bar in the back. I'm into it. I'm definitely I also will say in general, I like the cold opens as a way to display a couple of the characters in sort of in isolation and then have this sort of hard pivot to a larger group. I like them quite a lot. I'm honestly thinking about if there is a way, and I think there is, at like a more I think in a more Blades in the Dark type table. And that's not to say this could only be pulled off in Blades. This is just me, using my best not milestone, but my best like point of reference. I'll finish my thought. At Blades in the Dark, you're all in Duskwall. And time doesn't matter. And characters do a bunch of shit off screen between heists. Like, it is directly stated that like characters are living lives separated from the crew. We just don't, consistently focus on them. And so I think for something like that, there could be a really cool thing that you could do for a home game where you focus in on one player and one character and you kind of rotate through the table. So you say like, okay, this is player A, character A's turn this week, essentially, where we're going to get, 10 minutes, maybe with some rolls, maybe not. We're going to get like a 10-minute little snippet, a little slice of life moment of what they're doing separate from the party. I think this could work in really any sort of D&D scenario where you're not traveling adventures, like where you have a home base, not even a home base, where you where your adventures take place within a city where points of interest are not separated by, great leagues of distance. And by points of interest, I even mean like, the crew or the group or the adventuring party's hideout and anywhere else they might want to go in the city. As long as that's not separated by great distances, you can sort of get away with this little cutout of their experience. Because you can imply that like, oh, that character said that they would meet the other characters on the way to a point of interest, and we get a little slice of their life on the way there. I don't know. I think that could be really cool. I'm not like entirely sold on exactly how to do it. I also think you could do some interesting stuff with flashbacks there. So rather, even if you're in a party where people are alone very rarely, there's very little privacy because you're, on the road or whatever. There could be something even interesting where you take like, 10 to 15 minutes at the start of the session to do a flashback to some point in that character's past. And that could be a fun little way to explore the pasts of these characters in a in a way that is visible to all of the other characters. And that would just require like a tiny bit of coordination between the player and the GM at the beginning, or not even at the beginning, before the session starts, about like, hey, it's your week. What do you like we're going to do a flashback to some point in your past. Is there a particular point in your past that you want to explore more? Either like you want to explore it as a player, or you want to display this part of your character to the other players at the table. I think that could be really cool. So yeah, I'm very into the cold opens in a way that I didn't fully expect to be. Like I would be yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is that is quite like really gripping me about them. But if you just described them to me, they sort of would have just bounced off. And they're like sticking with me as like a cool way to accomplish some stuff. So yeah, I don't know. Out of all of the like GMing techniques, I suppose, maybe the most unexpectedly...
Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Critical...
Sorry about that. Possibly the most unexpectedly sort of impactful, I guess, one to me has been the cold opens. I've really enjoyed them. Yeah. I now want to see Mega's interpretation of Alex Ward as a Halloween costume. The problem is I just don't have... I'm not a very fashionable person, primarily because I don't like storing and sorting a bunch of clothes. You might notice that you see me wear basically the same 6 outfits every time I'm on stream. If I have ever done an interview, it is like one of 2 shirts. Most of the Dragon Week videos were not... Actually, none of them were done on the same day. None of the Dragon Week interviews were done on the same day, but I'm wearing the same shirt in like half of them. Because I just don't have a lot of clothes. So I could do it. I just have to... I might have to rent something. Cold opens are such a better choice for CR. Not having to wait 15 minutes before the interesting stuff starts must do wonders for retention. I can fucking imagine. Yeah. Like, separate from everything I've been saying about their, like, storytelling possibilities, in terms of, like, creating an actual play, oh my god, yeah, they're a great decision. Yeah. How far have you seen now? Making my way through episode 4. It has taken me a while. I have the distinct feeling that once I get through episode 4, I will start accelerating again. If someone just runs a CR video pre-C4 for the first 5 to 15 minutes, the impression they're getting is that it's a show about selling books and shirts. It's the reason that I have moved, my explanation of what Critical Eyes is right to the start and tried to get more into discussion that is more reflective of what Critical Eyes is really, really early. There's a sequence of, or there's like an era of Critical Eyes, I think probably in like the 10 to 60-ish region, maybe even, I kind of go in and out of it. But there's several eras of Critical Eyes where I open with like, just chatting about random stuff. I would wait to get into the takeaway, and I've sort of reversed my opinion on that. I think I need to put the takeaway much, much, much sooner. Yeah. But yeah. Take a shot. I think I would like what Paige put you in as an Alex Ward costume. I think Paige has the exact same thing as me. Both of us were like Hot Topic wannabes. I'm a little bit more in that scene because Kansas City just had more than the teeny tiny town that she grew up in, which I don't think I've ever named, and I probably won't. But, she grew up in a town of like 2,000 people. So, when I say that there was a fucking, there was no goth scene in where I grew up, there was really no goth scene where she grew up. So we both, but if you see some young Paige photos, whoo, the eyeliner goes crazy. The eyeliner is deep. The mascara is heavy. The Fall Out Boy sort of Pete Wentz style eye makeup goes very hard on young Paige. Young Paige, honestly, probably more reminiscent of Alex Ward than young Mega a lot of the time. Because young Mega was also a bit more, how do I put it? How do I put young Mega's, the vibe that he was even going for? It was a little bit more, what the fuck's that band? It was, I don't know quite how to describe this, but it was a little bit more Slipknot. Like, I was really into heavy metal simultaneously with musicals. I had a little bit of an eclectic taste. And I also, I was a little bit of a teenage contrarian. I kind of got off on having an eclectic taste. But when I went to metal concerts, I was not dressing super goth. I was, tank top and cargo shorts. 'Cause I wouldn't say my family is white trash. I think that would be a misrepresentation, and that would be honestly me claiming something that I did not go through. But my family are rednecks. And when you combine goth leaning tendencies with rednecks, you end up getting very Slipknot coded folks. So that was a lot of my familial influence in that vein. Let's see. Let me put all these where they need to go. Yeah. Having a uniform is so nice. I have 5X of the same shirt and pants for work and 5X shorts and shirt and shorts not for works. I famously, this has been consistent throughout all eras of my life. I've talked about how I was a very different person growing up and then in college and now young adulthood. I've been many different people across my life. Something that has been incredibly consistent is I have a fucking problem with authority. I just fucking broadly do not. I've got a problem with authority. I did not have a strong father figure in my life, and that resulted largely in issues with authority. With that caveat in place, I had a uniform in school and I fucking loved it. My school had uniforms and I was incredibly into it because I don't give a shit about fashion at all as a way to express myself, just period. And it was one less thing to bully me about. When I was in grade school, I got bullied for everything under the sun, and having a uniform meant there was one less thing on the docket. And so I have actually a bit of a love for uniforms and like consistent fashion. So yeah. Rainbow Dragons. Hope you're feeling better. Or I'm not. You're obviously not right now, but I hope you get to feeling better and hope that I can be a bit of a distraction. Yeah. Oh yeah, that sounds very 2000s. Very. Have either of you seen the movie The Crow? I have heard of The Crow, but I have not. Oh yes, yeah, it's this one. Yeah, I've heard of it. It's actually I won't lie, it's been on a list. It's been on like my I want to I want to watch it for like a Halloween party sort of list. It kind of lives in the same area of my head as like Blade. Yeah. Sounds like you were an ICP, bro. ICP, bro. ICP. What is ICP? Oh, yeah, Juggalo. I was like, I know ICP. What the fuck is ICP? Insane Clown Posse, yeah. Yeah, I was not introduced to ICP. I super duper would have been. If I had known about Insane Clown Posse, I super would have been an ICP, bro. Oh, yeah. I've always had a problem with the authority, but my parents worked from home since I was like 6. Don't know what that says about me. Yeah. My mom had a stroke. Don't recommend it. Not a fan. I also would not. I've been in the hospital to be with someone who had a stroke. Also would not recommend. Let's see. We got skippable question mark. So we're going to sometimes I'll watch the skippable question marks, but not today. I'm not feeling it. 36 is when we're going to start the recap. Let's go there. Oh, fuck. I almost forgot about the fucking takeaway. We got to do the takeaway. Wait. Get that Blades in the Dark out of here. Get it out of here. Some of the uniform talk sounds familiar to an offline conversation I had recently. I wonder. Let's see here. Okay. Takeaway from last episode, from episode 96 of Campaign 1. Boy, did I like that combat. I thought that combat was fun. And I was thinking about like why I kind of liked it. And I think it is a pretty definitional example of what I think of when I think of a quote unquote puzzle combat. A puzzle what the fuck is that? What is that? Grammarly? I don't have Grammarly and what? Okay, whatever. But it's a pretty definitional of what I think of as a puzzle combat. And I think it was sort of insightful for me on what makes a good puzzle combat and like what makes a puzzle combat in general, as opposed to just like a difficult combat or like a challenging combat or whatever. Like, what is it about a combat that can make it into like a puzzle? And I think one of the there's a few factors what makes a combat a puzzle. God, can I disable this? This is bugging me. Can I? What the fuck? It's whatever program I'm writing this in. It's TL Draw. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Okay, we're going into a notepad document. Don't mind me. All right. Fuck that. So what makes you liked it because it subverted your expectations? Yes, and there's a specific thing that I think we can sort of pull out as to how it subverted my expectations and like ways that we can replicate that at like a more abstract level. So it's like, what makes a combat a puzzle? I think one is unexpected feedback. I think this is core to making a combat feel like a puzzle. The actual combat itself. Now, you can have puzzles separate and like you can be doing a combat while you do a puzzle. I think this is somewhat common, especially in like dungeon dives. So like maybe there's a locked door. Think about like the claw puzzle in the intro dungeon of Skyrim, right? You have to kind of figure out how to twist the pylons, and you can put a combat on top of that, where it's like there is a puzzle in the room, you need to solve it, and there's a combat on top of that. Normally, it's a pretty light combat, but it has respawning enemies a lot of the time. So you need to like solve the puzzle in order to like escape the combat. This is also really common if like the players are in, or the characters are in a trap. So maybe there's a spike ceiling that's coming down, or there's water that's filling up the room, and they're doing combat while trying to escape. This is a little bit different. A combat where the combat and the fight itself is a puzzle, which is what I think we experienced last session. It is not that there's a puzzle and a combat. It is that the combat is the puzzle. And I think a very core part of that is unexpected feedback. Oh, yes, the Sphinx puzzle fight. Great example. The Sphinx puzzle fight is a puzzle with a combat laid on top of it. Great counterexample. So the unexpected feedback of this is when Taliesin shoots his gun and the enemy does not react how anyone is expecting. Now, I think that this, you can have this where you're just very consistent as a DM in describing something. I talked about how Matt is pretty dang consistent in how he, at least the general vibe of how he describes damage and things getting hit, stuff like that. So when he described the bullets as the thing just not reacting at all, not even like, ooh, ghostly, like whiffs of vapor or whatever. The fact that it didn't react at all caught my attention. It caught the player's attention. It's unexpected feedback. Now, if you're not hyper consistent in how you describe things, I think you can also have unexpected feedback where you just tell the players above the table, hey, this is unexpected. Your characters, whatever you tried to do, the feedback that you just got, even if it doesn't stand out to you as a player, this would be unexpected to your character. I think that can also work. It's obviously a little bit less sort of fun, I guess, than the alternative, but it can work. Now, I think you have kind of two options from here. So I'll call them 2.E and 2.H. This is going to be the easy mode and the hard mode. And I don't think either is better or worse. I think they're just different. Mainly in their difficulty. And what they kind of overall accomplish. Easy mode is the unexpected feedback is directly caused by existing D&D features or mechanics. This is your classic resistance puzzle. This is the classic like troll puzzle. troll regeneration combined with a fire vulnerability, right? And if you hit it with fire damage, its regeneration doesn't activate. So the unexpected feedback in a troll puzzle is manyfold. It is when you hit it with fire, something weird happens. Someone else hearing Mega's audio clipping. Uh-oh. That's not good. Let me not for me. Oh, okay. Okay, then if it's different for different people, then it's not on my end. Someone else was talking about frame stuttering. Maybe YouTube's just being weird. Is YouTube giving me a warning about my stream health? It's not. Strange. Must be a YouTube live thing. But yeah, I think this is I'm having something happen. Huh. Strange. I'm going to go through this, and then if it's still happening once we get to the actual show, maybe I'll try to address it in some way. Maybe I'll try resetting something. D&D troll. Let's see. D&D troll regeneration. So this is also very classic, like, oh, it has certain immunities, certain vulnerabilities, certain resistances. In general, damage types are very good for, I think, the easy path in this, where you do something to an enemy and it just doesn't react how you think it will react because of the damage type, right? I think that's a very easy path to go down. The sort of harder path is that the unexpected feedback is a result of a custom feature or mechanic. A custom, I'm going to say, and or relatively unknown feature or mechanic. Example, this last combat with the, I think it was the Staff of Illusions or something, was what I looked up afterwards that seems to have been what he was using. Staff of Major Image, I believe is what I looked up. Staff of Illusion, yeah. Staff of Illusion. Because not only is the Staff of Illusion, a very rare magic item, right? So, and players aren't going to have a encyclopedic knowledge of magic items. At least most of them aren't. But they're also not going to sort of know that not only does the Staff of Illusion cause a major image, but if they know how major image works, they would look at this combat and be like, well, that's not major image because he's controlling it sort of off turn. But the carried spell moves with the staff without causing you any actions. This is easy enough to sort of how would I say it? This is very, very easy to take a little bit further and say that they can completely animate it off turn. So that is, while that is technically an existing D&D feature or mechanic, it's a very unknown one. And I think that both of these have their pros and cons. Number one, pro to the easier route is that it is easier. If you just root this within existing D&D mechanics, it's way easier to prep. It's way easier to run. It's broadly easier for your players to figure out, which is sometimes desirable within a puzzle context. You don't always want a puzzle to be super duper hard. But the benefit of this is that it's going to be, of the harder route is that it's going to be more novel. It's going to be harder to figure out, which is also good, but it's also, it's harder to prep. And I think that the other kind of factor that you need in order to facilitate a puzzle combat like this is that there needs to be a tell. Needs to be a tell. And this is one of the things that I think even the easy route isn't going to completely take care of for you. There is nothing about a troll or a troll's regeneration that inherently communicates to the players, this is fire damage is how you turn this off, right? But I think for a good puzzle combat specifically, not just a challenging combat, a puzzle combat, there needs to be a tell. Something to something the players can investigate through experimentation to determine the rationale behind the unexpected feedback. Because once they can... Oh, no. I don't want to custom rewrite. Experimentation. There we go. Once they understand why the feedback is happening the way it's happening, once the feedback becomes expected, then they can solve the combat. Then they can solve the puzzle. Now, this is not to say that all combats that are reminiscent of puzzles need to have a tell. I think that if you're running a, say, maybe more Monster Hunter type Monster of the Week sort of campaign, you might want to really emphasize research and observation. And so there might not be a super explicit tell. They might just have to raw experiment and learn about monsters over and over and over again. That might be, part of the shtick of your campaign. I would not call that a puzzle at that point. That is maybe more in the challenging kind of corner over here. If you want it to be a puzzle, if you want it to be sort of solvable within a single combat, which I would say a puzzle combat probably should be, there needs to be some manner of them figuring it out during the session. Ideally, multiple. Ideally, multiple. And I think there was multiple here. I think the main tell, and the example from this last combat, is line of sight. Matt made very sure to prep that arena with things that could block line of sight. And he made very sure that there was occasionally some attacks where his line of sight was blocked. But he also made very sure to narrate when his line of sight wasn't blocked. The line of sight was a very direct tell when it comes to this. Now, obviously, I theorized some other tells. I theorized that, they wouldn't know how to react to something like a gunshot. That could have been the tell. It wasn't in this case, or at least it doesn't appear to have been what Matt had in mind. But that sort of thing can also work. And easily, if Matt had thought about it or had thought in that sort of direction, you could have been doing both of those simultaneously. And I think that would have been totally viable. So, and one of the benefits of doing it in the easy route, of rooting your combat in existing D&D features and mechanics, is that you can rely on the mechanics to sort of tell on themselves, if that makes sense. You can rely, especially for a high-level party, you can rely on them having tools to sort of naturally uncover the tells. Now, like I used D&D Troll Regeneration, I think this is an example of one where that isn't the case, but I think that's sort of an exception in most cases. And I think that if you... Oh, goodness. The dogs are getting vocal. I think that if you are running this combat where you are still taking this easy route, you still need to think about what is the tell ahead of time. Is it that they can divine sense and discover that this person is a fiend or is a celestial or what have you? You have to think through what are the ways in which the mechanics could help the players discover things. But if you take the easy route, the 2E, you can feel more confident that there will be a tell. It's mostly just on you to find it and to like keep it in the front of your mind when you're running this combat. But yeah, I mean, I was really into that illusory combat. I really fucked with it. Oh, wait, was there a way to turn it off? I thought I just saw it. Wait. Oh, yeah. Turn off Grammarly for TL Draw. Yes, from now on. Thank God. Okay. So that is my general takeaway from last episode, and something that I think Matt did really well, and he was clearly thinking about it, right? He, even if it wasn't the tell that I thought it was, he was very obviously thinking about the line of sight aspect as a tell to help the players solve this combat. Yeah. Anytime you can make a fight that doesn't fall into the typical way a fight goes, whether it works or not, it's usually interesting at the very least. I agree. I totally agree. Yeah. Also, basic combats become boring, wash, and repeat at high level. I think most of the endgame combats Matt does are my favorite. I think that, I think there is something to be said for a nice basic combat every now and then, what we might think of as like the more tactical combats where there's no real trick to it. It's just about tactical positioning. But I fully agree that they do become a bit wash and repeat if that's all you're doing. And especially when you have likely done so many of them in the earlier game, especially because players don't have as many tools in the earlier game. So it is harder to, I think, make a puzzle combat earlier on than it is later. I think you just have a lot more options later on because the players have more tools that you can work the tell into. So by the late game, not only are puzzle combats more accessible, there's more options, but because there are more options, you probably haven't been running as many earlier on, and so the more basic ones are going to be a little bit stale by now. Yeah. Yeah. I call those anti-metagame custom builds. Sure. I'm at the beginning of the stream so forgive me, but the last couple episodes of Camping 4 have been great post overture. Like I said, I'm holding out my further opinion, but that's my current reaction, is what I expressed earlier. If after the fact a player asks you how they could have realized what to do and you don't have an answer for them, I think you messed up. It's a good way to phrase it. That's a good way to phrase what I'm talking about with number 3. If the player asks how they could have known what to do, you should have a very straightforward, very direct answer. Now, they may quibble with how reasonable your answer is. If it's, one particular spell that they had no reason to cast during this combat, maybe they will, take issue with what your answer is and what you chose, but you do I agree, need to have an answer. If you don't have an answer for how they would have known how to do this puzzle, frankly, I'll say that for anything that is like meant to be a puzzle. Big air quotes around puzzle. Obstacles, I have said before, I think you can just throw an obstacle at your players and not really worry about how they're going to solve it. But a puzzle, I think is a little bit different. Puzzles are typically things that have like a right solution. Part of the thing about like throwing obstacles at players at very high levels is that they will often be generic enough to where they can still have multiple solutions and very direct solutions. But there's also not super huge like stakes to solving it. If that makes sense. I think I kind of lost the plot on that one. But Big Rock is a great example. Big Rock is an obstacle. If the GM is like, if someone asks the GM, well, how are we supposed to solve Big Rock? It's like, well, I mean, you guys are 15th level adventurers. Kind of one of a dozen different ways. Like, Big Rock is so obviously solvable that the question would almost be a little silly. If they're like, well, how could we have solved it? Now, if they're like, how could we have solved that, the most efficiently? I think it's okay for you to not have an answer to that. But if you're in more of a puzzle sort of scenario, the spike ceiling is coming down, the room is filling up with water. That sort of puzzle is, I think, there's a lot more to be said of you need to have an answer. Even if we think about Viscon, right, where the Big Rock originated, if we think about a puzzle later in that, which was kind of the chasm with the water like dripping up in the next room over, I think that's certainly a bit of a puzzle, and I think that is something that Matt absolutely should have had an answer to if someone asked him, how were we meant to solve that? Like, when we got up to the chasm, how were we supposed to know that we needed to cross? Only some of us needed to cross the chasm and then ultimately, go and like do whatever they needed to do with the water. I actually don't really remember how it worked. Evidence of maybe not a great puzzle. But I think, and if Matt doesn't have an answer for that, if his entire answer is, well, I just kind of thought that one of you would go into that room before everyone else came across. If that's his entire answer, that's probably not great. Because that's not an answer on how could we have solved the puzzle. That is how could we have known how to solve the puzzle, right? That is an answer of what he thought you would do, which is very different from how could we have known. All right. Because he is focusing on, and this is something that I have a big problem with. Not a problem with, like, in a critical sense. Like, I struggle with this. I think a lot about what I think my players will do rather than what I think my players will think. And it has actually gotten me in some trouble at my recent home game, where I have predicted actions based on just like a quick assumption of what they would think. Like, I did not interrogate what I thought they would think at all. I thought about what I thought they would do. And that has gotten me in some trouble when they thought down very different lines than I did. Like, my players showed up to a city, and I thought the city would be like a little ominous, but not that ominous. And so I thought they would do like one of three things. But when they actually did show up, they were like, oh my God, we're walking through a graveyard. Like, they weren't. But they were reacting like this was like a creepy, ooh, there's scary stuff around every corner. And so they're being incredibly hesitant, way more hesitant than I ever anticipated. And a lot of my plans kind of fell apart, and I had to improv some stuff to get us back on track. And that is because I was thinking a lot about what were my players going to do rather than what are they going to think. And I think that can get you in trouble a lot when it comes to puzzles, especially, where you just think like, oh, if I was in this scenario, I would do X, Y, and Z to try and figure out what's going on. And if they end up not doing that, then you end up fucking yourself. But yeah. We're not going to go to ads. We're not going to go to ads. Fuck it. We're not going to go to ads. How move big rock? A room filling with acid? Sure. Yeah. I beat rock with big paper. With large paper. So yeah. Anyways, that is about that. Let's see. Bro. Okay. I've said it before. I understand that where we are right now is maybe a little bit strange when it comes to when it comes to like the exact plot pacing, but it's, we blame Blind Spot. That's fine. But now we're through the Trickfoots. I am, it's obviously we're going to have a little bit of sort of tailing off roleplay in regards to JD, because they, kept JD around. They're going to have to figure out something to do with her. Similar to how they had to figure out something to do with Kynan. We're going to have to figure that out. But now I think we've sort of blown our load on being able to exist within this low stakes space. I was talking about before the Trickfoots, how we are existing within this very low stakes, very chill, very casual space. And you can keep that going as long as it remains interesting. But now that we've gone a little bit out of that with the Trickfoots, where we've had like an encounter with an amount of stakes, we've had a very emotional scene, we're sort of out of that. We're out of the casual fun banter. And I think that going back into it would be a mistake. We'll see if that is what happens. I'm sort of hoping. Here's my hope. We'll have tail off roleplay with JD. We'll go back into what seems like casual banter, low stakes roleplay. And then we will go to break with a big inciting incident. That's my hope. Or something in that vein. Because I think that if we get another episode of low stakes roleplay, casual roleplay, I think that would be. I think it would immediately tread into boring, let's get on with this territory. Which I think they were properly and pretty avoiding pretty well before the Trickfoots. Like between HOTUS and the Trickfoots, I think they were avoiding that pretty well. But I think we would pretty quickly edge into that territory. We'll see. But that's my hope. Oh my God. I once had a society where everyone wore color-coded clothing based on what guild they were a member of. My players indisputably immediately inspired that as a dystopian caste system. The campaign became about overthrowing a society I didn't even intend to be bad. And you can't always predict, but not even always. You often cannot predict what your players will think. But I definitely have been I've definitely been getting more along the lines of like, I need to try and think about what my players will think, all the different possibilities, so that I can kind of cut out the most disruptive thought processes. Yeah, it's important to try to forget what you know when it comes to puzzle design, or things get very frustrating. Yeah. Vex goes murder hobo because the Trickfoot stole the spoons. Lol. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get into it. Imagine if cries at a cold open.
Come back to Critical Role. So, picking up where we left off, after Vox Machina had taken a year of peace and activity to handle their own respective endeavors or communal endeavors, they discovered apparently some family of Pike Trickfoot coming and knocking at the door of Whitestone. A reunion for some of her family she had not seen since she was a child, coming in to impart her with the knowledge of a terrible family blood curse that had been haunting them for ages, and visions that were guided by her uncle Ogden to the possibility that she carries the same curse, and wanting to free the bloodline, or at least Pike of this. They had to amass some materials and make their way on a moonlit night to the top of the Alabaster Sierras to complete the ritual to exorcise this entity and destroy it. After gathering the materials and traveling to the top of the salted bluffs of the Alabaster Sierras, the ritual was completed, and the large, monstrous, black cloud and skull entity is summoned forth from Pike's body, and you all leapt in to do battle. However, partway into this fray, Vex happened to realize that it was seemingly an illusion. There was no ritual, there was no blood curse, and this was a ploy from the family to make a little cash off you guys.
Yes.
After some threats to Uncle Ogden and nearly losing him off the edge of a cliff, you made a deal to offer some money. In exchange, you took your cousin, JB, under your wing, and they were forced to leave and never return. They accepted and went on their way. And with that, we begin today's episode. So you guys have been traveling down the side of the mountain of the Alabaster Sierras, returning late night to the city of Whitestone. What do you wish to do?
Kill them all before we change our mind.
No. Can I cast Locate Object and try to find that diamond that he trucked over the side?
What's the range on locate diamond? Or locate object?
It's like
Yeah.
1,000-foot cliff.
Also in the other direction.
Well,
I mean,
I've probably got about
Pretty far away.
30 or 40 minutes left on,
You could fly down.
yeah.
Some of us own flying.
Ooh, okay. I wonder how Matt will handle this. I don't really think there's a right or wrong way, because it's mostly an interpersonal thing. But my interpretation of what Matt just said is you have made your way down the Alabaster Sierras, in that, like, you are no longer at the ritual site. And you are now, like, back at Whitestone. Returning late night to the city of Whitestone, what do you wish to do? Then you can very clearly see all of the, or at least, several of the players are still in the thought process of, we're at the ritual site. Like, Vex here, or not Vex, Laura here is saying, like, I want to cast Locate Object, even after, according to Matt's narration, she has walked the exact opposite direction of where the diamond would be. Now, I think this is just awkward. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with what Matt's doing here. I don't think there's anything wrong with, like, the players not immediately getting it. It's more just awkward. How do you handle this? Not only interpersonally, but on an actual play where they typically don't love to contradict each other, and, like, argue with each other. So I'm curious if Matt just rolls with it and just doesn't say anything. That would probably be the way that I would go. I might, like, out loud say something to the effect of, oh, so you guys have some things you want to do before you leave the ritual site? ? And if they go, yes, I'd be like, okay, before you leave, what do you do? That would probably be my route through it. But this is the sort of, little awkward interpersonal foible that is just bound to kind of fucking happen. Yeah.
Flying brooms.
yeah, we can fly down on
Do
flying
that,
brooms.
yeah. I can go swimming.
Shit, I don't have my thing.
your thing.
You two
That says what the distance on locate object is.
Object, it is 1,000 feet of you.
1,000 feet.
Yes.
Okay, so can I get on my broom and cast it and go try to find it down in the water?
Legit.
Sure.
Oh,
It lasts for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll say.
Oh yeah, Matt isn't even addressing it. He's just like, oh, we're back at the top, whatever. Which also, kind of fucking fair enough. Who cares? Yeah, and of course, like, this isn't even me getting into whether or not you should let them rewind. I'm absolutely on board with letting them rewind. It's more just how you go about navigating that. And to Matt's credit, and the reason that I'm just basically calling this awkward, I think at this point, Whitestone in general has become a bit of a, like, they are high level enough. They have flying things. They have plenty of traversal spells. At this point, the general region around Whitestone is kind of just open season for them. They can kind of go wherever. And unless there's like a specific challenge, like tracking the gray render, or getting the Trickfoots up to the ritual site, right? These people that don't have maybe the extreme traversal options that you have. I think that you can just kind of skip traversal altogether. So I like that Matt is like, hey, okay, you guys, come down off of the Alabaster Sierras. You're back in Whitestone. What's up? And then if they, narrate it as if they're still in the Alabaster Sierras, yeah, sure. Why not? Just, they still are. They can do their investigation before they leave. Who cares? You view that as awkward? Awkward in the sense of they have just narrated something that doesn't make sense. Like, if they are going to, if they are just listening to what the DM said, what they just said does not make any sense. Like, just straight up. They didn't even clarify of like, hey, before we leave. So I find it a little bit awkward in that it shows that they weren't listening to the GM, because they didn't even acknowledge that he said they were back in Whitestone. They were just kind of tuned out until it got to their turn to talk. So I view that as a little bit awkward, but it's just not that big a deal. And I'm more pointed out to say I like that at this level, where they're all level 15s, they have all of these magic items, at this level of play, I think it's a good strategy to abstract travel within a region of space like this, like especially around Whitestone, their home hub. I think it's really good to just abstract that travel entirely. And if there is confusion about it, like there was here, it doesn't matter. Like, take that abstraction to the level of they can generally just freely move within that space. And the cliffside makes total sense as a little bit of a barrier for that. So they can't just immediately go down to the water and immediately find the diamond. They have to search for it a little bit, like tracking the gray render. So they can easily get to the cliffside. They can easily get to the water. But the actual sort of micro movement within finding that diamond, we go back down into the detailed narration of. We go back into the detailed gameplay. We take it out of that abstract realm. Now, like I said, I probably would have acknowledged it because I generally like to discourage my players not listening to me. I want people to be somewhat, to be paying attention, especially because I will slip in foreshadowing and clues within speech and within narration. So part of the challenge of my worlds is baked in. So I would say, oh, so you're not back in Whitestone yet. You want to do something before you leave. Like, I would call it out, but I wouldn't put any sort of impediment upon rewinding a little bit.
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
That's good. I'm organizing my dice right now. Investigation. 19.
19. Okay. It takes you the better part of the next 10 minutes or so to even get a blip on your arcane radar. And you suddenly sense, as you're coasting along the very base of the surf, where the water is crashing into the rocks, the tide has been coming in with the full moon, and you can see now the water itself is rough and just smashing into the side of the cliff base. You get a small glimmer, a small beacon, a draw to you, like a small pulling under the waves, and you sense about maybe 65 feet down. There it is.
65 feet.
Under the water.
Under the water.
That's 3 diving tanks for competitive diving.
So I probably couldn't do it unless I had breathing underwater.
Or your friend Keela.
Kiki could do it.
She's up top. Would I remember the spot in the fucking water if I went up and got her and brought her back down? Do I have enough time to do it?
I mean, you could try and remember it and then come back. And,
Just,
It's 1,500.
are we within earshot, earpiece shot? I mean,
not of her right now.
No.
No, you have to go back.
That was random Travis trivia. And as I have, I think I've said this multiple times, Big Rock is great. Just a large amount of a natural substance is always going to be a good obstacle, no matter the level. Now, for Vox, somewhat trivial if they're willing to spend resources, which I think they are. But just having a large amount of water between where you are and where your goal is a decent obstacle. Like, it's just always going to be a decent obstacle. I talked about this in much more detail in the Marrowglade Loch episode, where I was like putting the entrance to the loch, or to the sunken tomb, at the bottom of this lake. Even though the players have really direct ways to overcome that obstacle, they have to either be creative or they have to spend resources. Like, it is unavoidable otherwise. They cannot just walk through it. There is no, like, mindset you can get under where they just walk through the water and find this diamond, right? They either have to be creative or they have to spend some resources. And they have the resources to spend at this point. Again, just like the Big Rock. Big Wet! Sure, we'll call it Big Wet. There's also Big Air. We can literally go for all 4 of the elements here. Big Air. Have whatever you want floating high up in the sky. That is an inherent obstacle. There's an inherent amount of, and that one's kind of interesting because you're just introducing a bunch of risk, as opposed to necessarily needing them to spend a bunch of resources like Big Rock or Big Wet. Big Air is like, okay, you might have a flying carpet or a broom or whatever, but the higher up you get, what happens if you fall? It suddenly starts becoming more and more and more risk the higher up it gets, which we love. And let's see, Big Fire. I mean, fire's always dangerous. And there's plenty of ways to get around Big Fire. But if there is someone in the middle of a burning building that you need to rescue, I think the cool thing about fire is that it puts a time pressure, because fire spreads, it intensifies, it destroys things. So Big Fire, of the 4 elements and what they're good at, we might say, is Big Fire is going to really put a time pressure on the players. Whereas Big Rock is going to not put any amount of time pressure. Rock doesn't move, but it's also one of the hardest to deal with. You have to move a bunch of earth. That's not easy. Ask anyone that's been on a construction site. And Big Wet, you can probably traverse the easiest, but Big Wet tends to move around more than fire or air or rock. So if you do the wrong thing, the big wet might move unexpectedly. And that is a little bit of a risk. So, I've never drawn this exact conclusion before. But yeah, kind of any of the 4 elements are just make them big, and they're always going to be a problem. You don't need to get crazy fucking psychic, magical fucking obstacles for the late game. You don't need to go into the hammer of the god of wishes fell and is creating a wild magic zone in the middle of the city that is emanating irradiated villagers. You can do that. That's fun. But that doesn't need to be the obstacle. You can fall back on big rock, big water, big air, all of the above. Yeah. What about the 5th element, big heart? Yeah. I mean, okay, if honestly, Mike, if we're going to if I'm taking this not as a joke, which obviously it's a joke. If I'm taking this not as a joke, love is an obstacle in a lot of superhero movies. It's the classic Spider-Man dilemma. There's a bomb over here that's going to blow up the city, but the Green Goblin has Mary Jane. So big heart is going to be an obstacle at literally any power level, much like the other elements. So yeah, I mean, a little bit. Yeah. Oh, man. Everything changed with big fire attack. Falling is not that big of an obstacle in D&D since Featherfall is a first-level spell. You say that, but you need someone with Featherfall. The people need to be within range of the Featherfall. And Featherfall, if I'm not mistaken, let me make sure that I don't give you misinformation. Featherfall, 5e, I believe it's concentration. Is it concentration? It isn't concentration, but it only lasts a minute. So it depends on how high up you are. It depends on what big is in this context. And you are still vulnerable while you're falling. So if you're fighting, say, a bunch of wyverns, and you fall off of your airship, even if you have feather falling, you're stuck falling through the air as the wyverns attack you. And, hopefully you're not more than 600 feet up. Because if you're more than 600 feet up, feather falling only lasts for 1 minute. Now, if you're, depending on your level, if you're a high level, you'll probably have multiple spell slots to be able to cast this. But it's all about the risk, right? It's all about the risk. With all of these, Big Rock, you can easily get through Big Rock with something as simple as like meld through stone, or even like a fireball. A strong fighter with a pickaxe can get through Big Rock. It's not so much about how easy they are to combat. It's more about the things that they introduce. They are always going to be an obstacle, kind of regardless. They might not be a huge obstacle, but they will be an obstacle. Yeah. Fire does trivial amounts of damage at higher levels, but big fire, where you have to spend multiple rounds, exactly. Fire damage is absolutely trivial. But if you have to spend multiple rounds and you're fighting inside of, alongside the fire, maybe against something that's immune to fire damage, suddenly this is like an attrition battle. If you're inside of big fire, there's a timer on how quickly you need to get this combat done. or this objective accomplished. Otherwise, the fire will eat away at you more than it will eat away at the other people. One of the corridors was completely filled with lava floor to ceiling. Sure. Yeah. So I mean, there's all sorts of ways that you can fuck with these. Yeah. Big fire has a bad PR problem. Big fire rock many times. You can combine them. And once big sand might as well be the combination of big rock and big wet. Absolutely. Oh, I took it more as body horror, literally a giant big heart that you have to go inside. Oh, lol. Big air water in the form of a storm? Sure, absolutely. We're getting into big elemental theory. Yeah, we're starting to get like an Aristotelian cosmology here with all of the 4 elements. Yeah. It's this episode already while we're far along in the campaign. We're trying to make steady progress. It feels slow, but we're getting there. Don't forget the big iron. You're so right. Anyways. So yeah, I mean, so this is a great example where they can obviously find this. But the water also acts as like an occluding element. So now it's going to be harder for her to find this again without spending more resources. And she has to guide Kiki over there. Like, they have the resources to deal with this. It's just that they have to use their resources or be clever in some way. Maybe she can mark a rock or stick an arrow into the cliff face near where the diamond is, right? Get creative so that you don't have to burn another locate object spell. It's easy enough to overcome. It just makes you think a little bit.
Okay, I fly straight up from the spot so I don't lose it.
All right. You're pretty much on the cusp of it. Like, we've been a little flexible with the range on them, but we'll say you get a little ways up and you...
And I say, Keyleth, can you swim?
Yes.
Can you come help me get this diamond back?
Oh, yeah! Yeah. Am I on the cliff?
You're on the top of the cliff, yeah. You can do it.
Is she like down? I know.
I mean, I can come. Oh, are you really?
Can I do it?
It's a really high drop.
Just
Can I
let her
do
do
the
it. Just fucking let her do
Pocahontas
it.
swan dive?
Okay, make an athletics check.
Yes.
Sail!
Oh no.
Okay, you get a few feet past the cliff edge. Not a majestic jump, and the cliff is not completely sheer. It does slightly angle outward. So you leap off, and as you're falling, you can see you probably have about 300 feet or so before you're going to hit rock.
I'm gonna hit rock.
The side of the cliff.
The cliff is not perfectly vertical. It's a little bit angled, and you're heading down to hit the rock.
I go, whoops, and can I do like a gust against the cliff wall to put...
Are there cliffs that are angled like that? As a landlocked fella, I grew up in Kansas, now I live in Illinois. There's the lake, but there's no cliffs on Lake Michigan. Can cliffs be like that? Like big cliffs? I thought it was kind of the opposite from the waves hitting the bottom. Plenty? There's definitely cliffs like that? Oh, all right. Oh, generally a lot of cliffs, yeah. It's rare for cliffs to just be vertical. I don't know why, but I thought that they would be angled like this, where it's like this is kind of the top and like the waves like hit down here, so they're kind of like hanging over. I don't know shit about cliffs. I'll be 100% with you guys. Depends on the geology, but generally they slant outward. Huh. They're usually narrower at the bottom. Oh, narrower. Huh. The rain erodes the top more than waves. Oh. If they erode the bottom, the top falls, and when the top falls, it turns into an incline where the top is further away from the water at the bottom. Huh. Okay. The edging is perfect. The edging right before this, yeah. Is this where Keyleth dies and her body is lost to the ether forever so they can't resurrect her?
Push me back a little bit further.
Go and make a wisdom check. Just a straight wisdom modifier check.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Think of a
Just
hill
straight
with a river
wisdom
running through it.
modifier. 20.
Yeah.
Okay. Like a gentle fart, you push yourself a little ways from the cliff, and it does. We'll say it does just enough of a shove where your trajectory changes slightly. You may or may not be right where the rock hits the surf. You can test it or not. It's up to you.
Test it, test it.
And this was the end.
Kiki, don't kill yourself over this rock.
It was nice being in a couple.
At the last minute, I'm gonna go and turn into a goldfish.
Before you hit the water?
Or the rock.
Done deal, man.
Well, I'm assuming the goldfish would make it easier
Terminal
to hit water.
velocity.
Yeah, but you're gonna
That's a
hit
good
rock.
point.
Goldfish are not magnetically attracted to water. They still just
What
fall.
about like
Those are ironfish.
a flying fish or something so you can like maybe...
Oh shit.
I don't think
She can also, I mean, how many wild shapes does she have left? She can just turn into a bird and then a fish.
flying fish actually fly.
No, but
glide.
they got big fins.
They do glide. They
Regardless, as you turn into a
Oh
goldfish,
no.
Oh no.
rocketing towards the base
Straight
of the
roll.
water.
Here we go.
Oh no. If I
Alright.
killed
He's
you...
taking a picture of it. He's taking a picture of
No,
it.
No,
not.
he's not. Because she's dead.
This is too many dice for me to roll.
I mean, What? I would just pop back to myself. I don't die.
And then any
then take
additional
the
damage would go over into your.
And no, I know.
There's too many dice to roll,
Oh my
Marisha.
god.
So
Oh, it's fine.
It's fine.
We're gods.
Are we?
It's fine.
She said...
I mean, you're gods if you take your. It's so funny because high level adventurers are gods, but only if they like use their resources. And this is the weird thing about fucking casters and marshals, man, is it's like Grog honestly could just take this fucking dive without worrying about it. Grog could fucking swan dive directly into concrete and not go down. He would hit terminal velocity, and the amount of dice he would need to roll for fall damage would not be enough to get through his health. But druids are casters. Like, the resource that barbarians have is their health. You can just do that as a barbarian. The resources that you have as a caster are your, like, wild shapes and spell slots. But it is strange because it is a weird, like, tonal difference thing. Because in, like, a combat, they don't, like, feel like you're meant to kind of feel like they're all roughly on the same level, and so they can roughly do the same things even if they have different specialties. So there's, I think, this sense that if Grog could jump off the cliff, so could Keyleth without needing to take, any special preparations or anything, which is just not the case. But, vice versa, it would be pretty stupid for Grog to walk into, like, a enchantment field where it's like a vampiric field where, you have to do a fucking save against getting charmed by the vampires or whatever. I don't know. But a caster could probably pretty easily walk into that just because they have, like, a high mental stat. So it's weird, man. It's hilarious and so, and I think also speaks to again kind of the low stakes role play that we are still engaged in. Because Marisha always calling them demigods. I do, man. Moments like this are the D&D equivalent. Can God make a rock so heavy you can't lift it? Yes. The only real God level, if they are determined to use simulacrums and clones and demiplanes and wishes and prepare infinite contingencies and also simulacrum, wish loop, and infinitely. Yeah, like, they are that if they use their stuff. You know, late game ego. It's a video game movie pilled falling on water doesn't hurt. Oh, well, that is also a thing, yeah. Bards don't have, I mean, this is true, Belphegor. I was not entirely, I mean, I think the more accurate representation is, like, casters just have to use their spells. In the same way that a barbarian can use their health for seemingly trivial and silly things, casters need to use, like, enhance ability or feather falling or their wild shapes. Like, they need to use those things to accomplish comparable things to something like a martial, and the things that they can do are going to be more in that vein. But it's harder to come up with a example off the top of my head.
As she dies on the rocks.
Demi Moore
Did you say we're
That would
gods? Why would you even tempt that shit right now?
Why am I drinking your coffee? I'm
close.
going to stop right now.
Yeah, but we're not.
But we're not.
Oh, man.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Oh boy.
What is he doing?
Just you and me, sis. Just
No,
you
no,
and
no.
me.
Seriously, though, what if she just died?
Yeah.
That would be kind
I mean, I think that's
amazing.
actually
363 points of damage.
You are
No, you didn't. Okay. You, like, didn't, though. That's like the thing about it, is that you didn't. That's like the thing about it, though, is that that's like not, I don't think that's possible. Wait, 5e fall damage. No. No, not a fall damage dispute. I just want the fucking 20d6. Maximum is 20d6. Is that even possible? No, maximum is 120, right? It's possible if you don't limit damage height. Well, sure. I mean, look. I disagree with the rule 20d6 is not enough. You don't reach terminal after falling 200 feet. Dumb rule, ignore it always. Okay. If you're going to ignore a rule that explicitly limits risk of activities that players might engage in, I think you need to make it clear that you are ignoring that rule. Because, like, even in this, I was under the impression that there was basically no way that she would even be able to take enough damage to instantly die here. Because what is a druid? A D8? D8, 5, she's at level 15. What is that? She's rocking probably 75 HP-ish. So it's right fucking here, 127. There was no way for her to overkill here. If we had gone with the HP maximum or the fall damage cap. If we had gone with the fall damage cap, there is no way for her to overkill. She would have at least gotten death saves. And I think that Marisha was engaging with this in that vein. So unless he's gonna allow like a retcon or something, I think that she's very clearly, like, they are on very different levels of what the risk here even was. You know, yeah, 17, not 15. Yeah, I missed it on the screen. It's right here. I knew he would hate this. I mean, If Matt doesn't know the height limit, yeah, I mean, if he doesn't know the height limit, yeah, just 100 d6. And in that case, this is a reasonable result for 100 d6, but if he'd remember it, he would have ignored it anyways. Yeah. I mean, I think my problem with it is like it is if she were to evaluate this risk like in her head, if she knows the mechanic, this is essentially punishing her for knowing the mechanic. Right? Because if she knows the mechanic and she is aware of the fall damage rules, she would not think this is a high risk activity. Like, at worst, she goes down from this. But yeah, I don't know. It's always been crazy to me that level 20 marshals can tank falling from orbit due to that dice limit. I kind of fuck with it. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm kind of down with it. I think it's one of the few things that makes marshals really feel superhuman on the level of their caster counterparts. So I actually kind of like the fall damage limit, personally. But is the fall damage rule in PHP or DMG? I believe PHP because it's in the environment section. Oh, I mean, it's in the free basic rules, but I mean, I believe player's handbook. It would be in the exploration section if I had to guess. But I'm not engaging with the reality of physics in the real world for this type of rule choice. By the way, it's 26 max in Pathfinder 1E, so it's all on Matt. I mean, yeah, it, like Mike said, he just forgot about it and then said he wouldn't have used it on social media. But yeah. I will always defend Marisha here. This feels like how in some video games you can fall 50 feet and take no damage, and then in some fall 10 feet and die. I can see how she would assume this would never kill. Especially not overkill. Right? Yeah. I doubt the players remotely knew there was a 20d6 cap either. I mean, if I am Matt and I am about to give this consequence to Keyleth, I would clarify with her the type of damage she is signing on for. I would clarify here, like, hey, by the way, it's 1d6 per 10 feet you fall. All right? Like, this is obviously a silly, stupid decision, but I also think it's pretty clear to me that she never would have ever done this if she thought there was a risk of her getting overkilled on it. Yeah. Yeah, different levels of risk. Yeah. Given that all the players talk about it as if she might die, I do think most or all of them didn't know about the height limit either. It does seem that way. But look, I'll also say this. The other players are constantly talking about Marisha's choices as if she is tempting death and fate at every turn. Like, I think about the Hell arc when her talking about turning into an Aranus and like just flying around for a little bit. Like, they talk about that as if that's the same level of risk as Grog pulling from the deck of many things. And it's just not. So I don't even blame her for not taking their warnings seriously at this point, because they will overwarn her about incredibly banal activities. To the point where I get kind of frustrated with them about it, but yeah. I just checked any dice, and the average max damage of 20d6 is 70, which does feel wildly low to me for cliffs over 100 feet. I mean, that's fair, but like we can raise the cap if you want, but I do like there being a cap that marshals can survive pretty easily, honestly. Classic case of Matt favoring Marisha. Yeah. Some real favoritism. Only, I don't know, to me, this is the most fun outcome. The overkill's the most fun outcome. I think if there wasn't risk involved with her getting resurrected, it's a fun outcome. If they can free resurrect her, or not free resurrect, but if Ashley's able to cast Revivify for a tiny little, gold cost of the diamond, yeah, this is fine. But the fact that there is a ritual with a risk of failure, I think it becomes a lot less fun. Yeah. Looney Tunes character. Are you a god now? Yeah, we're the chuckle fucks, but I don't know. Yeah. That is interesting.
Lying.
No.
You were
Wait,
lying.
that's below.
By hitting rocks?
By hitting rocks at terminal velocity at it's d6 per 10-foot fallen. Keyleth scatters across the edge of the rock.
I also am curious. He's like, for hitting it at terminal velocity, how fast, I'm not encouraging necessarily real world physics to be applied to D&D, but we are already in the place of removing the game cap, which is there to represent terminal velocity. So if we're removing that, I'm curious, how many feet does a human fall before terminal velocity? I just straight up don't know. Reddit says it super duper depends. Terminal velocity. Wikipedia. Does it say for graph of velocity versus time, a skydiver reaching terminal velocity? T is seconds. Terminal velocity is based on air resistance. Skydiver belly to earth free fall position is about 55 meters per second, 180 feet per second. Is reaching a speed of 50% of terminal velocity, is reaching about 5, while it takes 8 to reach 90, 15 seconds to reach 99. So that'd be 2.5 rounds, we'll say 3 rounds of falling 60 feet. So she would have reached terminal velocity, which is 180 feet per second. So 180 feet per... but falling 15 feet. She probably wouldn't have actually reached terminal velocity. She would have been close, though. 1,500 feet. 1,500 feet around there. So actually turning into a goldfish would increase it, I think. Increase terminal velocity? Yeah, probably. Because it's a product of like air resistance. Yeah. Interesting. What a great spot to fall. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. Huh. People break their backs jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge. I don't think you'd hit terminal velocity on that fall. How high up is the Golden Gate Bridge? I don't even know. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of what I would do differently, but it's just like a basic, like, I just wouldn't remove the cap. Or if I was planning on removing the cap, I would clarify the risk of the activity that she is engaging in. I would... Yeah, man, this event always brings a smile on my face because it's so absurd. It is absurd. It is crazy. It's a wild visualization to think about of this goldfish just splattering across the rocks. It's a crazy visualization to think about. But I'm trying to even get inside of Matt's head because I normally think of Matt as having dramatic timing and, like, in general, dramatic inclinations that I sort of vibe with. And in this scenario, I'm trying to get in his head of, like, you're looking at 100 D6. I look at 100 D6 and I immediately intuit that is going to overkill maybe even some marshals, but most classes. And I guess Matt just has a really huge aversion towards warning his players about the risk of the activity. I think he really, really wants to encourage them to think critically about the activity that they are engaging with and not rely too much on, like, video game, coyote time, fall damage type logic. He wants them to take it seriously. That's about the best case, like, version of what I can give here. Because, as someone just mentioned, he did give her a chance to somewhat save herself. He put an athletics check before it. Obviously, she failed the athletics check. So, like, he gave her chances to change course, but he never clarified the level of risk, which I think I understand. I think he wants them to think critically. But I think this is a scenario where I think that is that juice is not particularly worth the squeeze. Yeah. Let's keep watching.
It just crumples into the surf and is now floating.
Wait, what? You are lying.
No! You did. I did.
Wait,
What does that mean? That's below
Wait,
her
instead
total
of,
hit
like-
points.
That's instant death.
No, she's dead. Keyleth is dead and floating in the
Instant
water.
death?
Yeah.
But,
Instead of, like, turning okay.
Unrevivable death?
Probably revivable. You just gotta
Oh.
retrieve the body.
Probably.
Hey, remember,
Oh my god!
Vex?
Oh my god! I go down. I see it.
Vex, I gave you a coin.
A revivify coin.
You did
oh my
give
god,
a
you're
revivify
Make it out
coin.
like it's still in water.
Wait, you're dead.
I said the distance you jumped and they pushed.
Oh, I do remember that it's like I think if they do revivify, they don't need to do the ritual, right? They revived someone during the Raishan fight and didn't have to do the whole ritual, but I think they get, like, one of those. Let's keep watching to see if I'm remembering correctly.
Wait, but
You
the
jumped from
she was the
1,000
goldfish?
feet in the air. Totally logical.
rocks.
I'm gonna write a
You
thing.
can't even see
I'm
the
gonna write a
water
thing.
or rocks, but you're like, yep.
I'm a
Right.
golden god.
Thing.
I am having the best conversation with JB
Oh my
right now.
God.
I am really getting
Okay,
to know
okay. I
about
have
JB.
I have a coin. I have a coin that.
Best thing that's ever happened.
Wait, but here's the thing. Do I have to roll if I use the coin?
And now,
Even know? 'Cause,
now
like,
officially, every member of Vox Machina has died, most in battle or some danger.
that took care of it.
You broke the seal.
But didn't we have a rule? The last one
literally
just
had a
stays
Am I
dead.
supposed to, like, turn into a flying creature and, like,
That's
save
up to
from this?
you.
I thought
That's
it
literally your
was gonna be
choice.
not that bad.
Okay. I'm starting to sweat. Who sees it?
I see it.
I don't see it.
We would all
The
know.
only person that
Vex obviously sees it. I mean, you're hearing him say it out loud. I thought it would be not that bad. This is similar, and they probably have a better grasp on, like, how much of a risk it is to die in general. And to be entirely fair, Keyleth hasn't died yet, So even if they did need to go through the resurrection ritual, it's not that big of a deal. It's much easier to revive Keyleth than it is any of the other characters. I think I have it's weird because I do like very absurd comedy and situations, but this is absurd from like a sort of slapstick perspective that I'm not as into. And it's absurd if we don't take death super duper seriously, which I personally in TTRPGs kinda hate. I kinda like one of the reasons that I really like Matt's resurrection ritual is because it does add some risk to dying. And I like that, but it still allows resurrection to be useful. But like, you know, I've talked about it in my games. I edge more towards just banning resurrection. Like, I really want death to matter. So it's hard for me to I think find this as funny as they do, given that every single one of them has died and been resurrected. And it's one of the reasons that I loved Bard's Lament so much is because he took death really, really seriously, even though he did get resurrected. So I think it's hard for me to like, really be in on the joke with them as much because it is like predicated on not taking death super seriously. But, yeah, good on him. This is going to be a situation, I think, where me and CR are just kind of on different waves a little bit. Yeah. If she was upset, it would be way less funny. It would be. I mean, yeah, the fact that Marisha is on board with it is obviously helping quite a lot. Yeah. I basically disagree with Matt in the ruling, but it's exasperated. That's up to you is relatable. It is relatable. And that is like what kind of takes this into the ludicrous realm is like, I do understand both of their mindsets. I can get there with Matt. It's just so sort of alien to how I would DM it, but I can understand where he's coming from. Especially someone mentioned, like, he might not want to make the clarification to make sure he's not, like, implying favoritism. So I can get in his head on it, even if it's a little bit of a struggle. But, man, what a thing that would never happen at my table. Woo, boy. Never. God, this is the anti-Bard's Lament. A little bit. This is kind of the exact opposite. Yeah. They didn't pause to analyze it, which arguably is literally why it happened. I mean, yeah, there's always the underlying layer of, I'm pausing to analyze it and talk about it. There's always that underlying layer, the momentum carrying them into it. It's so ridiculous that you would have to laugh at it. Like, even the idea from a meta perspective that this could potentially be the way that a member of Vox Machina is permanently removed from the story, that is so ludicrous on its face that it is... Can't help but laugh. You have to admit that this is funny. It is funny. It is funny. Like, I picture the goldfish splattering and Keyleth with her fucking horns just floating on the surface of the waves as Vex watched her just belly flop straight onto a rock like a pancake. She's like half as thick as she used to be from the compression. I mean, it's it's an absurd image. It reminds me of it's literally this. I know exactly what it is. It is Banner jumping off ship Thor Ragnarok. Banner becomes Hulk and Loki arrives right here. Now, I'm not going to be able to play too much of this. I'm almost certain.
This stupid dog won't die!
Where is it? I need to get closer without playing it. It's this right here.
What the hell are you talking about?
It is that, which is, you know, that image is hilarious. Like, I don't fuck with it even slightly from, like, a how to DM a TTRPG perspective, but it is really funny. Oh, man. Oh, man. If they didn't have Terry's coin and a cleric with them, this would be a lot less funny and possibly a lot more final, but potentially, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. But, yeah, it is. And, like, you know, I'll be real. The more I picture it, the more funny it does become. But yeah, it's real. I'm really conflicted because it's just so far away from how I would have DM'd it, but it is very funny.
That sees it as
It doesn't matter.
Vex.
It doesn't matter. We would all.
Vex. You watch this kid, poof,
No!
and just like it's a scatter of red mess, and you just see her floating in the water.
It's only 17!
I know.
I'm dropping a red
This was not in my plan.
200 floors up.
Okay, no, but here, I mean, go get her. I go fly down there. Is she like a body at least?
Yeah.
Because she hit as the goldfish.
Yes, and the
There's
goldfish,
no
which has like
Decimated.
a hit point,
One, yeah.
which then made the other 324 hit points
Sure.
go over to Marisha.
Sure.
So the goldfish turned into orange marmalade.
I mean, her body's still
Bang,
intact.
okay.
It's
wow,
just
this is just like a magic trick. It was like a fish turned into a corpse.
Bang bang.
Can I
Technically
use my
speaking, it would
coin
have
that
broken the surface
Terry gave me,
eventually.
my coin of Revivify? On her?
how long? Can you get it before the battle, right? Yes, you can.
Okay, I do that.
Slap it on that body.
Don't
If it works,
touch
do
my
not
dice
clean
in
her
anger.
up before you bring her
I'm
back.
not
I
angry.
want to remind you of
I don't.
all the paperwork you
I don't know. How do I do it?
This is
Yeah,
amazing.
go ahead and roll just a straight wisdom check.
A wisdom check?
Yes.
I'm so nervous.
Laughing, Travis.
This could be so bad.
A straight wisdom check. Is that normal or is he being generous? I can't remember how it went during the Raishan fight. Obviously, picking wisdom is the mental stat you would... Is picking the mental stat you would want to pick for a ranger. But if we're talking about, like, the mental stat that, like, Terry would use in, like, casting the spell, you know, artificers have a spellcasting trait of intelligence because that's her spellcasting mod. Interesting. Okay, so it's just spellcasting mod in general. Okay. The boys cannot stop laughing. Revivify generally doesn't have a rule, so I'm not sure what this is, TBH. Oh, yeah, no, Revivify, this is custom mat stuff. Gotcha. This is one of the best interactions. Player makes choice, DM says what happens, party reacts to results. I think my problem with that sort of depiction of it is that the choice that was made and what the DM says happened are disconnected in terms of the risk that they think they're engaging in. And, you know, in reality, we can be, I think, relatively confident that Marisha didn't know the falling rules. But Matt is going homebrew with his falling rules in a way that is much more deadly and is much more is really changes the risk. So I would accept that if everything was raw or if all of the homebrew had been like pre-established and agreed on. I would fully agree with that. If she knew what sort of risk she was engaging in, I would agree. But I find it hard to agree when Matt is homebrewing stuff. If he wasn't homebrewing anything, if she just like took, let's say the cap just was higher and it was enough to overkill her, and that cap was there and Matt abided by it, I would be fully on board with you, honestly. Like, 90% of my hesitance about this moment is the fact that Matt is homebrewing without telling them, and I mean, to his, in his defense, without realizing it. He is homebrewing in a direction that really changed the risk of this from what Marisha thought she was engaging in. But that's the main thing there. GM could have been more generous. This could be a derail for a joke. I mean, not only could the GM have been more generous, it's like, I think it's somewhat of a responsibility. Like, if you're going to kill a PC when there is risk of them not returning, I think you have a responsibility to get the mechanics that are killing them right. And if you're going to change any of them, to warn them that they're changing them. Like, in a different world where, because these actions on Marisha's part actually make more sense in a world where she does know the falling rules. So, like, let's say that Marisha knew the falling rules. There's even more of a chance that she engages in this exact behavior. And this would essentially punish her for knowing the rules. Which I guess maybe she would have then argued in the moment, so then it would have been different, but yeah. There's a series of choices. One thing I irrationally hate is when DMs do ability checks and not skill checks. Like, even Arcana with spellcasting stat would be better. I don't hate ability checks as opposed to skill checks. I do use them less rarely, and I definitely think you need to consider the DC that you are setting for this sort of thing. So if you're doing an ability check, you need to keep that in mind when you're setting the DC. You need to keep in mind that this isn't going to scale with proficiency. But I don't mind an ability check beyond that. Yeah. Proper explanation of the risks involved. Yeah. Yeah, especially if you're a DM, you're looking at 100 D6, man. I just rolling 100 D6 and not clarifying first. It feels like maybe an artifact of it being an actual play more than anything. Yeah. But I'll obviously say more about this in my video, but I think the big reason this happened is because Matt is not the kind of DM who says, "Are you sure you want to do that?" This is true. And I will, to Matt's credit, I think that is in the same way that I talk about, like, wanting to always be consistent. I will give props and credit to Matt in that he is incredibly consistent about this exact thing. About, like, never asking them, are you sure you want to do that? That is maybe more dangerous than you think it is. Matt is immensely consistent on that. And if this had happened and there was no forgetting of the cap, I think I'd be just 100% on board. I think I would just be like straight up on board. But the forgetting of the cap makes it a little bit tough for me. I generally don't hold my players' hands after levels 10 to 12, but I'm sure that you also don't change the rules lethally past levels 10 to 12, right? Like that, again, that's my entire issue with this, is that like the rule was changed in a way that made it lethal. Whether or not he forgot that, I still put that on him. It's his responsibility to know the rules when he is killing a player with them. Like, he clearly knew the rule enough to know that it's a D6 per 10 feet. So he's read it, and if you kill a player using that, I think you have a responsibility to know it. But the thing is, everyone at the table was on board with this ruling. If anyone expected it to be capped at 20d6, they'd say, hey, Matt, there's a cap. They are, I mean, I don't think it's on any of them to know it. Is kind of where I'm coming at this with. I think if Matt is killing you with 20, with fall damage, with a mechanic, it's his responsibility to know that lethality. But let's fuck around and find out. There is, you can certainly try it, but he doesn't use it very often. That's true. There is, you can certainly try, which isn't so much of a, are you sure you want to do that? And more of an implication that whatever you're doing just won't work. So even that, I'll give him credit on consistency of like, that is still, I think, within consistency of like never like warning his players away from dangerous activity, As a game, which this is, if gravity is the only thing that can auto-kill you at her level with the rules he's using, then maybe the rules shouldn't allow auto-killing her. Anyway. It would still be funny if it ended with Marisha just having 7 HP. Yeah. Was it changed, or has he never done a fall cap? I don't think there's ever been a situation where a fall cap has been relevant. So I think, to my understanding or of whatever of this, I think it's just never come up. And, as we established earlier, Matt just forgot. This wasn't, he forgot and he said he wouldn't have done it, even if he had remembered. But I think that if you're going out of Raw like that, you also have a responsibility to tell that to your players. Like I talk about having like a homebrew rules sheet. I would feel the same way if, say, potions as a bonus action. Very common house rule, right? If the GM did not communicate to any of the players that this is a house rule that we're doing, and he hasn't communicated that to them at all throughout the entire campaign, and it's just never come up for the players. The players have never tried to do it, right? And then all of a sudden, during a late game fight, a NPC uses a potion as a bonus action, and that allows them to murder an NPC or a PC. And they're all like, what? I didn't know that they could do that. And the GM's just like, yeah, always could. I would feel similarly about that, where it's like, sure, you can justify removing the cap. That's fine. But if you're going to go away from Raw, I think you have a responsibility to communicate that. If Matt doesn't know the rule and they don't know the rule, they're on the same page. No, you can no. That's assuming that there are only 2 pages to be on. I think that's a bit of a fallacy. that is assuming that there is this page, which is, knowing the rule, and that the only other page is not knowing the rule. But you cannot know the rule in several distinct ways. One of the wrong page, but same page. No, I think they're not on the same page. Is what I would explicitly say. Is like Marisha's over here in video game logic, which is prevalent throughout D&D. Like, D&D does not make logical sense in so many ways that it is perfectly reasonable for a player to be over here in video game logic. And then there is physics logic, which is, I think, where Matt is. Right, so video game logic says, which is, I think, where Marisha is I'm not going to be able to take enough fall damage to kill me. Matt is over here in physics logic, which is, that if they fall from a certain height, they will die. And these are both not knowing the rule. These are both not knowing that there is a rule that covers this and interpreting it differently. Twitter will never let them forget this. Yeah. I have a whiteboard of house rules on the wall behind my head so all players can see them during the games. Highly recommend. I love that, Ross. I love that. And this is where I'm saying, like, my issue with this is pretty small, which is that like if there was a rule on a whiteboard behind my head while I'm DMing that says no fall damage cap, 100% hands off, we're chilling. I'm good. No critiques. So that's about where I'm at, That's about where I'm at. So far, 10 feet falling damage was equal to 1d6. If they don't know the cap, 100d6 for 1,000 feet is what you'd expect. They might expect that there is some cap that they just never hit because they haven't hit it. And there is a cap of, in real world physics logic, there is the cap of terminal velocity. So they might expect for there to be some cap and for it to be lower than 100. Now they could be wrong, obviously. But I would still claim that they can, Marisha literally said, I didn't think it was that much of a risk. She clearly thought it would be something different than 100d6. Because they were on different waves about the risk here. So, anyways, I think I've talked that a bit to death. Honestly, I don't even dislike it that much. I just had a big gut reaction to it. But
Okay. Jesus.
I mean, you can't feel bad about it.
I thought it was gonna
18?
hit water and be cool.
18, okay.
oh, there is also the I thought I would hit water. Not the rule obviously doesn't even matter, but I'm just curious if D&D's fall damage makes a distinction, because I think that if you fall from a certain height, water basically acts like stone. It acts like concrete. Fall from a great height. At the end of a fall, every feet fell to a maximum, a creature lands prone. It doesn't specify. So I'm actually perfectly fine because, no rule specificity there. If she says I thought I would hit water and Matt says water acts like concrete at that high at that height, yep, I'm chill there. I think that is just because that's a situation where the DM has to make a ruling because the rules don't specify. And so I'm totally fine with any ruling they make. Yeah. It depends on whether you count hitting water as the end of the fall. That's true. Yeah.
That it was.
As you go down and pull her out of the water, her soaked red hair covers her face, and it's probably a good thing. As you're a little scared to see.
It's like a red-haired The Ring.
And so with that, you instinctively like begin to seize up and just like.
Oh, there is also something to be said for tropes. You know, I mentioned video game logic, but in general, we can kind of abstract that into like media logic of like in a movie, in a TV show, what have you. That there are certain tropes of like, you know, water doesn't act like concrete in media, where, you know, Marisha could be in that sort of land, Matt could be over here. But as people are saying, she didn't hit Rotter, she hit rocks, which I think is also a fair ruling. Like, even if we don't want to engage with the trope aspect, that was a risk that I think Marisha fully took on and should have been fully aware of like Matt narrated several times that this is a rocky coast, this is a rocky landscape, and like even the angle of the cliff, she was clearly engaging with the risk of landing on a rock. So I don't mind that in the slightest.
About to sob, and then you realize that the coin, and you fumble for it in your pocket, and you hear the waves crashing below you, and you pull it out, and you hold it in your palm, and you feel it glow and warm in your hand as you press it against the back of Keelet's broken body, and you watch as the warmth passes from the coin through her back, and as it does, you watch as her broken limbs all snap back into place, and she begins to breathe again.
What the shit is this show?
I don't know. This was not exist. Oh, amazing. Amazing.
That was a lot higher than I thought.
Keelet, by the way, like she looks wrecked. Like she's still scratched everywhere. She's covered in blood. But she's alive at 1 hit point.
Please bring her back up that way.
Key, that was really, really stupid. I just put my hands on both sides of her face and cast Cure Wounds at 4th level. Oh no, at 3rd level because I used Grasping Vine.
Yeah,
last time.
3rd level. Okay, so 3d8 plus your wisdom modifier.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean,
My God.
Back seconds? That's not no. That's not
no.
I better go check on.
Dude, it's not even Big Rock. You know what this is? It's Big Air. And look, I did just go through earlier in this episode all of the inherent risks of being up high. So it is tough, man. It's like, if this really was all the elements coming together to conspire against Marisha, it's like, it's tough. I'm honestly probably being like, there's the one little splinter in my hand. There's the pebble in my eye, which is changing the cap, that is preventing me from being on Matt's side here and just finding this very funny. And it is, I have clearly a hang up when it comes to specifically homebrew lethality. That's a big personal hang up I have. And it is very hard for me to get over. But I want to make it very clear that that's a personal hang up. I think it is perfectly reasonable to just not be that hung up on that and be like totally down with this moment. Because I think that I give that much more credence than you necessarily need to. And I think that there are reasons for that, and there's, you know, a bunch of benefits, but also cons that come from that sort of thing. And there's draws us into my desire for consistency and blah, 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 blah. But that all acknowledged, this is a pretty good example of how to continuously challenge high-level adventurers. And how you can make seemingly banal obstacles continue to present even lethal levels of challenge to very high level adventurers. So, like, and it's tough because I honestly think, you know, I can choose to think, at least, if Matt had remembered it, even if he wanted to ignore it, he might have said something out loud of like, hey, by the way, I'm ignoring fall damage cap. You know, I can construct that in my head and then just say he forgot. Because everything else, I'm kind of down with it.
On them. I'll dive off the cliff. just a little drop.
That was a beautiful D&D moment right there.
Oh my god.
Thank God for that
sitting
coin.
with JB right now,
You
going like,
have no idea.
so what was Pike like when she was like little for a gnome?
Technically speaking,
I
we
wanna know
all
what
were
she was
wearing
like
the
as a
necklace,
kid.
so we all got a
It's
beep.
500.
You did briefly.
Everyone just got a beep.
I was really paying attention
I'll
to
just
JB
blip for a
though.
second.
Is yours broken? I think mine's broken.
I don't know, it felt something. Whiz?
Yes.
I've been really stressed out here lately, and that might have been very impulsive.
Yeah.
And I might have been blowing off some steam. And
Next
I'm
time,
really sorry. I
darling-
thought I was gonna be fine.
No.
I didn't know there was gonna
Maybe
be
next
rocks.
time you're diving off a cliff, turn into a bird.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It might have been a last minute panic.
Okay, I have to pee. I should have taken the last break to do so, but we were in the middle of something. So I'm actually going to run ads really quick. And go do that, and then we'll come back to it. I will also point out this is one of the risks, I think, of staying in low stakes fuck around for too long. Is this sort of thing can become more and more likely, especially if you are theoretically ramping back into higher stakes and mechanics mattering. The longer you stay in low stakes land, the more that transition can hurt. So it's, yeah. I think that Marisha in the Hells arc or the Chroma Conclave arc would not have been so flippant with that. Yeah. The voice of the Tempest. See you later, Mike. Have a good one. But I'm going to take an ad break really quick because I have to pee, and then we will be right back. What's up? We're back, and we're gonna watch, and we're gonna go on to a little bit of a higher playback speed, I think. Yeah, but that is a freaking, that's a moment right there.
I'm glad you're back.
Thanks. That was.
You know what? Let's not even worry about that coin there. I mean, the diamond. I feel like maybe.
I can go get it now. It's fine. I'm here now.
Oh my god.
I feel really bad because I feel bad about that. I'm
I
sorry.
think maybe this is a lesson
go get
learned
it. Uh-huh.
in what is worth risking our lives for.
Is there like a
And-
cloud of red in the water? And like,
There was like the waves are crashing pretty heavy. Like the fact luckily Vex grabbed her immediately because otherwise her body would have been thrown under the rocks again by the surf. So I just explained the ocean to you before you jumped. That's what would have happened.
1,000 feet is really all you need.
1,000
feet was all you
We
need.
have some amazing
That's okay.
physics books that we will actually get into.
How about you? Yeah, just climb onto the broom. Don't worry about flying right now.
I can go get the thing.
No, we're just going up. We're
Like
just gonna go up.
I still have a B shape left.
We're just gonna
I
go
can
up. We're leaving. We're leaving the
Covered in
diamond.
gore, right? Covered
Okay.
in gore?
Yeah, she's covered in blood.
Thank you.
Price paid, I think.
All right. So as you guys are talking, you're talking to JB, who's still kind of stunned by this whole thing. I mean, all this happened pretty quickly, and so she's not necessarily opening up entirely. Just like, well, you know, we were both kind of troublemakers.
Yeah, because she's got a wild streak now. Does that run in the family, or is that just her?
Oh,
or
that
you?
definitely runs in the family.
Yeah.
She looks over to you, Pike, and it's like, I'm so sorry. I didn't.
It's okay.
I'll try and make it up to you.
Just know I don't want you to... If you don't want to stay here, you don't have to stay here. I'm not holding you here against your will in any way, but I would love for you to stay because I would love to get to know you better.
How could I say no? I'll stay until you need me to leave.
Okay.
At which point you watch as a Vex and Keel from the broom come up and land on the
Have you
cliffside.
two found that diamond? Oh, sweet Paylor!
You know what? We're not gonna worry about the diamond right now.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just maybe take a moment and recover from
Vicky,
that
are you okay?
battle, which was so hard on everyone.
What happened?
What? You... What?
She's fine. She's fine.
I'm great.
She's more blood than person.
Do we need to fix anything?
Maybe
What's
Pike.
going on?
Maybe Pike. We
Yes.
can do a little.
Yes, cure wounds.
What?
Use your gold.
Oh. Glad I gave it to you.
And so I can go back and get that time. No, I feel really bad.
Pike,
I think somebody's got a carpet ride down the hill coming to them.
I'm casting lay on hands for my piddly 20 hit point. What did you do? What did you do? What did you do?
I thought it'd be fun. I haven't had a lot of fun here lately, okay? It kind of felt like the old days of when Vox Machina was back together because we've been away for a while.
You just
and it
dove
felt
off
like
free willy-nilly?
You know, those rocks came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I thought you were in the clear as well.
I thought I was gonna make
and,
it.
you know, all I saw was Keelan and then this little tiny fleck of gold and then gone.
We are
Wait,
going
did
to
you
have
miss?
a
Okay.
long
Did you
talk
like
about
it?
fundamentals of physics.
I don't. It's fine.
Did anybody else feel that?
Macabre
I felt
mess? What
I
happened?
forgot. That's what that was. I felt a, you know?
It's just, you know, it's been a lot of responsibility here lately, and a lot of being an adult, and so I was like, woo, Vox, we're reckless.
That's what alcohol is for. Don't jump off cliffs anymore,
Yeah, you
please.
fucked up. That was crazy.
I have to confess, I've been feeling a bit of stir crazy myself. I mean, not jump off cliff stir crazy, dear God, but
And I turn up bloody.
Actually, you know what? This is a short little rant, but this is actually a good example of why I don't really I'm not super in the mindset of applying real world physics to D&D often, because this is a, you know, when they're like, oh, we've got some physics textbooks or whatever and the 1,000 feet. That is all sort of predicated on Exandria having the same air density as well as the same gravitational force as Earth, which we know for a fact it does not. If we were taking, you know, so it's always a level of like, well, how much of real world physics are we taking seriously? Okay, we're going to take, you know, terminal velocity seriously, and we're going to actually try to count out the number of feet. Well, then we have to actually consider what determines terminal velocity, which the gravitational constant is a part of, and the gravitational constant on Exandria would be very different because the gravitational because Exandria is teeny tiny. Like, the Exandria is like the size of a small moon. I think it's closer to like Europa size than it is to even close to Earth. It nearly has microgravity. So, that's where I kind of now the idea of removing the cap. I don't think that is inherently in that same vein. But I'm more responding to them being like, we have some physics textbooks, and it's like, okay, we're in video game logic. If we want to talk about physics textbooks, let's talk about how quickly we can get between Whitestone and Amon. Because I don't think we want to talk about that. Let's talk about how long it takes to circumnavigate the globe that is Exandria. Because I don't think we want to talk about that. Exandria's core is super dense.
You would say, let this be a lesson to you then.
I'm just saying that I understand the impulse. This was not necessarily the best expression of it, but
We should go on a hunt. That's what we need.
cool.
We gotta go on a
I think
hunt.
let's take a nap and then maybe go out
Yeah,
and
she healed her a bit.
I just start kissing the gory mess in my hands all over her forehead and cheeks, please.
That's not very good. That's not nice.
That's pretty good. You marked off the 300 gold for the Revivify, right?
Oh, how many?
Revivify, because it consumes diamond worth 300 gold.
300.
Yes.
Oh.
Did that hurt?
I think you could have bargained that down.
Did it hurt?
With God.
It felt like blackness.
Blackness?
It felt like a lot of adrenaline, and it was super exciting. And then next thing I knew, everyone was super concerned about my well-being.
I only got one
You
flip. I
addicted
think
to
you
death
only.
now?
No.
Dude, I think I've talked about it before. The next, campaign character I want to play is a zealot barbarian. The next time I get to play in a campaign, I really want to play a zealot barbarian that is a flatliner, is addicted to dying, and is with the adventuring party because they are looking for a heroic excuse to engage in their vice. Oh man, I want to play that character so bad.
Have we healed her up a bit?
I'm gonna heal up a little bit more.
I can do a healing draft for her.
A what?
Everybody. Healing draft. It's
We'll
like
take it as a
Did you guys know
Yeah,
that
high
hitting
spells.
water and rocks from very high
What up?
feels like hitting rocks?
I literally have books on the subject.
Keyleth, as you turn around, you watch as Terry's handing you this small glass vial of what looks to be like a... What color liquid is it?
it's colorless and odorless.
Okay, it's like a thicker water.
What's this?
Just drink it; it'll make you feel better.
I mean, I just drove off a cliff, so
Go for it.
Fuck it, I guess at this point.
How much does he heal?
I rolled on my iPhone 37. It's
Okay.
8d8.
Yeah, so Keyleth, you heal 37 hit points.
Oh Jesus, 37.
Okay.
Yeah, do yours too. Yeah, keep her up.
Yeah, pile
This
on.
guy
So
has
Cure Wound said,
something
I didn't have it use any spells. It's just
This is the
use
weirdest
this.
Flatliners reboot of ever.
What? They redo Zealot in 2024? What? Barbarian Path of the Zealot 2024. What? Okay, this I didn't know how to find it quickly. Warrior of the Gods. Divine Fury. A divine entity helps ensure you continue to fight. You have a pool of 4 d12s you can spend to heal yourself. It's a bonus action you can spend. Ow! It's just a fucking second wind? Boo! Fucking... Ugh. Whatever, man. Fuck that. Ew, no thank you. No. That's fine. Other people can play that. I will play the 2014 version. For those of you who don't know, like Belphegor. It used to be Warrior of the Gods. At 3rd level, your soul is marked for endless battle. If a spell, such as Raise Dead, has the sole effect of restoring you to life, but not on death, the caster doesn't need material components to cast the spell on you. It made resurrection free. Which, I mean, you still have to, have the other requirements of the spell, like, a body. But if it is, you don't have to spend, the diamond material components, which is so fun. Oh, it's so fun. It's not as useful as Second Wind, because it does require you to die. And it kind of, I wouldn't say requires, but it, encourages you to have a cleric in the party. Otherwise, it's not that useful. But fuck that, man. Just do it. It's so fun. Oh, it's so much fun. Yeah, I legitimately think the 2024 one is probably more broadly useful, but I would definitely ask my GM if I could use the old one. I just knew Rage Past Death. Oh, Rage Beyond Death is also super cool, which they also changed. I think that old Warrior of the Gods would be better on any other class that is less tanky. Oh, the idea that I have in mind for the character is like a character that like grapples people and like pulls them off of cliffs together. Cause it's harder to push someone like consistently than it is to just grapple them and then pull them towards a cliff. So I just want to suplex people off of cliffs and kill them with fall damage. Fun. And it does require a caster. Is a body the component of the target? I think a body would be considered the target, not a material component. Yeah. Orc, Barbarian, and Zealot, so you always look like the toughest motherfucker ever. Yeah. But man, Also, Paladins, Druids, and Rangers and Raids Dead by Clerics and Bards and Paladins. Right? Like, there's enough to where you can have a caster in the party that knows it. With a cap of that fall damage. Well, look, if I'm planning on dying, maybe we can remove the cap. That's fine. But this is my next character concept that I want to play.
I'm not giving her. She's just going to spend it all.
Yeah.
You saved Julia Roberts.
I'm fine. Let's just worry about me. I'm good. I'm great.
Where are you at now?
I'm good. 104.
Let's all go home, have a drink, and discuss this over a drink.
Why? What? Why?
Because I think this may speak to a larger issue amongst us. That maybe you are the canary in the coal mine here.
This is not like a friend intervention, is
We're
it?
gods before she came.
Was it I'm a golden god? I'm a golden god.
But you know what? I'm still alive. I wasn't entirely wrong.
You're not still alive. You're alive again.
Yes.
There's a distinct.
We should celebrate because we've broken in the entire group.
Yes, I think everybody here has at least been dead for a moment at this point.
Was I dead?
Technically, yes.
Was I like dead?
Look how much red is all over you.
And enough to the point where if you die again, your resurrection DC has gone up. So,
We could make another Kiki out of what you're wearing right now.
You died. Terry died.
Did I die? I think I died.
Did Terry die?
Underwater, I think I died.
you did.
Comedy-wise, or
When you die at the palace.
I think I died.
Let's go home.
Right?
I don't remember.
I think I was dead.
We're
Why
going
are you
home.
looking at me like that, Fox? Don't look at me like that.
I'm not looking at you like anything. You need a bath, is what you need.
Yeah, you're covered in shit.
I mean, it's a lot right now.
I say we go back. I would love to go back and maybe have lots of drinks.
I think.
Let's go home.
JP, welcome to the family.
She's just like eyes wide open, like, right.
Cheers.
Clutches her book a little closer to her chest as you guys begin to make your way down the mountainside. A different path than the other Trickfoots were taking.
It's good. Good call.
Maybe we need a hobby.
We'll never beat that dead.
Nothing's ever gonna beat that.
Falling in lava pad. That's just like
No, that was
I don't
magic.
think
Marisha,
it's the most
how many
appropriate.
fail video compilations have you seen where people jump off the cliff and hit just at the bottom? That's what you did.
That's exactly what I thought.
We were in a huge fight with a fake thing that did no damage, and you killed yourself in 4 seconds.
I was trying to get some water and be all right.
No, I do one. I'm not going to pretend I didn't do one. I do one.
Unreal. Good writing.
I don't think I said dare, but I thought about
I
it.
can make it. I thought I could make it.
Shoot yourself.
Yeah, 50%. I was like,
was unbelievable.
1 to 50, she hits the water. 51 to 100, she hits the rock. 94. Yeah, that's what happened.
Either way, you were really screwed.
To be fair, a goldfish even at that velocity, although the velocity would have lessened
All
as
right.
much.
I should have bailed out as a
Throw
bird.
coins out the Empire State Building.
I didn't feel
Like
like
go through cars at the
Make
bottom.
believe has consequences.
So,
Boy, that's so true.
over the course of the next,
Oh man.
say, day, a little over every day, you camp once in the Parchway to make your way back to Whitestone.
It's 15 hours of that therapy.
For you, yeah.
I love
Quite
out of everything we've seen.
Wait, leave
What
it
I
back.
just did was apparently the most fucked up
up
of
there.
everything that's happened to us.
Top 5 easily.
And now we need therapy. Now we need
No, you've only needed
therapy.
therapy. It's just now you figured out to
They
take stuff.
shifted it to Game of Thrones. It got very dark
Yeah.
and random very quickly.
God's dead. 5 seconds. Hard to beat.
We all stand for something. What do you fall for?
Sorry.
Alrighty, so you find your way back to Whitestone. You check in after the guard are happy to see that you returned fine. They report to you that the Trickfoot clan have not returned and have not been seen near the city since you returned. There are a few questions as to where they went.
We're going to have their vehicle searched for anything that does not belong to them and then made ready for them outside the city bounds.
Very well, sir. And they search through it, and mostly what's found in there are maybe 102 gold pieces.
Do we have anybody with a criminal background search the vehicle?
I mean, there are a number of people.
I would like someone extremely sketchy to search. Actually, Vax, would you search the vehicle?
And JB, if there's anything that you need out of there.
You have chocolate on your face?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, JB kind of wipes it with a thumb.
Including anything that you think would be in more capable hands if they were in your hands.
She kind of shakes her head in the. Wait, she gets and climbs up into the cart and comes back and she has a small book, like a small tattered book, and she kind of puts it aside. That's all. I don't care about the rest.
Okay.
Vax, quick check anything we would care about.
Oh, so good. Investigation, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
18.
18. You find the gold. You find a cache of dried jerky meats. You find what looks to be some leftover kind of meat pie.
What's our current quest? I can't remember, Sawyer275? Great question! Might have something to do with the title of this episode. Although I did say at the beginning, to be fair, I was like, I think they have to, they have to have some role play. They have to sort of work through getting JB settled, and hopefully we'll finally get a little bit of a quest at the end of this episode.
Hey, crusted bits that have been there for a
before
few
the
days,
break.
starting to smell a little.
Title of my stream.
And you get the sense that anything of importance probably was on their persons. They weren't really storing a lot of things in an open cart.
It's been a bad couple of days.
All right, just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything complicated. Leave the gold, obviously, and the food.
All right.
Burn the wagon.
As Doty's like, Terry.
No, you have to learn humor, don't you? Sarcasm.
Alrighty. So, what do you want to do?
Was it night?
By the time you've returned, it's probably like late afternoon. We'll say at this point, 'cause it's been about a little over a day and a half at this point. So like mid-afternoon.
Shit.
What should we do?
I don't know. I mean, what do I do?
Yeah, business.
What do we
We
need
can
to
go
do?
check on the Slayer's cake?
Well, yeah, we should probably do that. It's been a couple days.
Yeah.
What did we do with it while we were gone?
Did we have someone running it? Do we have someone?
You do not. You guys are currently the only
So
ones.
we
There's
just-
a sign that says closed for adventuring. Probably.
We should hire someone.
We really should
Yeah.
to run it
Yes.
if we're not around.
For sure.
JB.
Yeah, the thief. That's a good idea.
Oh, that's a great idea. Well,
Come
do you
on,
like,
girl.
Do you like baking?
I haven't really tried.
Well,
Have you any management experience?
I took care of Uncle Ogden.
I feel like she would be great at it.
She has no experience.
Would you even be interested in maybe running a bakery? Or is that something that just sounds like just the most dreadful thing in the world?
I don't know. Just kinda I mean, I could try.
how are you at math?
I'm quite good at math, actually.
Fabulous. Let's head there and see how you do.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see, but not make any promises. 'cause
No.
No.
Someone who's never run any.
Right, I mean,
sort of
Tara, you would know
business.
about hiring people far more than
We should have a proper interview.
right.
Check references.
Well, you weren't a proper adventurer until you were. Gotta start somewhere.
True, but I had the advantage of being able to buy my way in.
That's true.
That's true, but you're still pretty shitty at it when we first started.
This is a form of nepotism. It's pretty reasonable.
I'm open to it.
No.
All right, you guys make your way to the. Is everyone going to the Slayer's Cake?
Yeah, because we can eat
Sure.
too.
Okay. All right, you guys all make your way to the Slayer's Cake as the afternoon's kind of coming to a close. Dusk is starting to change the colors of the sky. The clouds are beginning to move in as the night's evening air grows colder. As you come to the outside, you see it's dark and closed, and you see what appears to be a figure kind of sitting on the ground against the wall, back to the wall, and knees huddled up.
Not JB? This is
No,
some-
JB's walking with you guys to it.
In front of the bakery?
Kind of like by the door, a little bit like adjacent to where the door is closed.
Do we don't recognize them? Can we see their face?
Make a perception check.
Is this the same day or has this been a day now?
It's been a-
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, end of the day.
That's a nice trick.
No. 30.
Yeah, what you see actually is a woman in her probably late 30s or so, maybe early 40s, platinum blonde hair. It's kind of pulled up in a ratty bun. She's got strands kind of hanging in the front of her face that go to about just past her chin. She has a very simple dress and kind of a somewhat dirty apron and a small satchel on her side. And she's just kind of leaning against the wall with her knees kind of clutched to her, just kind of looking forward. She hasn't noticed you guys yet. You're a little ways up.
And I don't recognize her.
No, you do not recognize her.
Excuse me.
And she kind of gets up and stands up and kind of her back creaks a little bit and she starts to sit and then dusts off the front of her apron. You see a little bit of dirt kind of. She goes, I'm terribly sorry. I wasn't sure when you were going to be coming back.
Oh yeah, no, we were just off on an adventure, but it'll take a little while before the food is ready.
If you have a moment.
Of course.
Fine sirs and madams, I'm sorry to bother you. You see, my husband, Nathan, has not returned from sea in about 6 months. And I'm not certain if he's coming back. And I'm without work. And the coffers he left me have come empty this month. So could you perhaps use a hand here at the bakery?
What would you like to
Timing
do?
is quite
That was kind of ridiculous timing.
Yeah.
Madam, what's your name?
Hilda,
And you would like a job at our bakery?
if at all possible.
Do you bake?
I do. And she reaches into her satchel, and you see in the inside she has a bunch of these small things wrapped in paper. And she kind of goes and opens one and pulls it out and kind of shows it to you. And you see it's this tiny little cream puff. It's like perfectly made and...
Okay. I will say, I have recently started implementing the stronghold system from 524. And I told all my players, like, it specifies within the rules that they have a hireling that runs it, and it encourages the players to come up with the hireling. It's basically what we're doing here, except for Matt, came up with the hireling that's going to run this. I'm down with it. I think it's really fun. I like the aspect of the players starting not necessarily businesses. I mean, it can be businesses, it can be operations, it can be crews that, guilds that perform some sort of task. And having an in-universe hireling that takes care of all of the, the paperwork and the minutia that isn't fun to roleplay, which is basically what Matt's setting up here with this NPC and what they were about to set up with JB, obviously. Yeah, into it. I'm into it. I've been into it as we've been doing it in my home game. I'm into it here. I think it's reasonable. You need something that or you need some justification for how this thing can operate while the characters are off adventuring, right? So that doesn't just close down every time they leave. And a hireling's, I think, the best way to kind of do that. Does running a city-state count? I mean, debatably, that is a little truthful, Crazy Smith. That's not the craziest. Yeah, little bit.
There's a little icing on the top. She's like, I used to just make these for old nothing, but...
May we try it?
Of course. And she goes and pulls a handful out and kind of hands them amongst you and gives them over. And
This is a beautiful cream puff.
They're really hard to make. I know, I don't know.
Quick sidebar. This is better than anything we've ever made.
Did you already eat it?
Yes. It was really good.
I'm gonna wait a few minutes to see if Terry looks like he just falls over or anything.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You think it's poison?
No. I'm sure it's not.
I ate it. I ate the whole thing in one bite.
It was really good.
Some strange woman.
Am I going to die?
Give me all your stuff.
How often do you just eat strangers' cream puffs?
That looked like a trustworthy.
her eyes go wide, like, oh, what?
Am I going to die? Did you just kill me?
No.
No, she didn't.
No.
I'm delighted.
No.
Fine.
It's actually very good. It's very, very good.
So good.
Yeah.
You're right, that is fun.
It's really good.
Well, if it's all the same, I may have another prospect for JB. So anyway,
Okay.
Well,
Oh.
come on inside, Hilda. Let's show you around.
Oh, all right.
This is delicious.
It's really good.
This is better than anything that we
heavenly.
made.
it can't possibly be that good. It's
Have you tried any of our baked goods? Yet?
I haven't. I've. I was seeing it from a distance, but I couldn't really afford to. But I'd like to.
Do you live here in Whitestone?
I do. I live right by, and she points like up to the left. Like if the sentry's in the center and you head up straight on the the western side of the square, the path that leads up towards Whitestone Castle, she points about 2 blocks up and on the left, and there's a small hovel that's kind of pushed between 2 buildings there, and she goes, that's where I stay.
Can I insight check her? Because I don't trust anybody.
I don't
Go for
trust
it.
anybody.
Go for it.
It just makes us seem like assholes because we're just like, I kind of want to go in a little bit and ask around and see what people think of her.
Okay.
called checking
background check?
Little background check.
references.
27.
27? Okay.
The whispers.
I get a
Well, I think that's the tribal part of it. Daniel is when they were going to make JB, obviously I agree with your earlier comment of a way to drop her off with some in-universe explanation, but their hiring process is clearly a little bit flawed. But they are, apparently going to run a background check. I don't know how you do that in this scenario, but we'll see.
Have you never had a whisper?
I don't think on the show I've had a whisper.
Oh my God, everybody's first
Had them in
tonight.
pre.
Backblaze, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Backblaze.com/critical role to get 2 weeks free or something.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, 2 weeks. Oh, you want to do the infomercial bit again?
I really do, but you guys did such an amazing
Sorry.
job, though.
This is why we're the cool
Can't be
kids.
topped.
Well, I think that
We're killing her.
she should die.
Bake her into the pies.
Do you have references?
Differences in...
Have you worked anywhere else?
No, I've mostly just been a housewife until recently.
Do you have anyone in the community who could vouch for your character and trustworthiness?
Perhaps, no, Mikkel wakes up in the morning. There's also Keeper Yenin.
Oh, Keeper Yenin, we know him. Wait, I think, right? We know him.
Yeah, give you in it.
Yeah, hey. That's all I can think of at the moment.
How long has your husband been missing?
About 6 months.
About 6 months.
What was he doing?
He's kind of a merchant sailor, come in and out, but he'd be back within a month usually. Some trips took longer, but 6 months seems extraordinarily long for him.
Where did he go again?
Last I know, he kind of does a circle around the southern tip of Taldore and usually hits Imon by ship. Occasionally heads over to about the, where is it, I forget the...
Shambhala.
Was maybe something like that. I don't really know for sure. It's a long ways away.
Keelan. I whispered to her. Keelan, can you scry on people we don't know? Or
If I have a
You know what, actually? I was just writing out, don't ask her about her husband. He's so dead, don't give her hope. But I did just realize, in my head 6 months ago is during the Chroma Conclave, and if he's a sailor during the Chroma Conclave, bro is dead. If he's a Taldoran sailor. But he's been missing for 6 months, and they just took the year off. So in theory, there's nothing going on right now. At least in terms of big worldwide events. So maybe he is alive. Maybe he might be alive. Nope. It's time? It's time. Okay, chat. We're going into radio voice hours. Paige has an important presentation. I gotta be quiet. So definitely no yelling fuck, please. So I'm turning up the gain on the mic. We're in radio voice time. And we will be here for probably somewhere under an hour. Somewhere in that. Yeah, it's ASMR time. Good thing we got past the keyfish, yeah.
like a piece of
Something
one of
of
their
his?
belongings, yeah, that definitely helps. Yeah.
Hilda, would you like us to check and see if we can potentially find him?
You can do that.
Well, if you have something of his that we can look at, we might be able to help.
All right, just a moment.
Okay.
And she goes rushing up the street real fast, kind of renewed excitement in her
How do we
face.
feel about it? How do we feel about it? How do we feel about
If
it?
you were dead set on JB taking over the business...
No, I'm not. JB, don't feel pressured if you don't want to do this. She's a fantastic baker.
I mean, she's a really good baker. But maybe JB can handle like the books, and she can handle the baking.
Well,
and then,
there is another option, which is that we have a giant pile of histories and library and novels in our collected library, and we are searching for information about the thing underneath the castle, and we need readers. We need lots and lots of people to read lots and lots of books.
JB, you watch, like, the excitement you just saw on Hilda's face now hits JB's face. She's like, I'm good reader.
Okay. Well, that seems more like
That seems like a little more fun.
Okay, yeah. I can also help with it if you want. I'm more than happy to do both. I mean, I have a lot of free time now.
That's true. You could run the bakery during the day, and if you feel like...
Why don't, while we're gone, you could help Hilda. Hilda? You could just help out, but maybe leave her in charge. I mean, she seems like a...
Or you could sit in the castle and read diaries and ancient terms of Whitestone.
Do I notice Grog looking uncomfortable?
I definitely notice. I don't care.
Timer's done!
Grog, does she notice you feeling uncomfortable?
I don't know. Do you?
I don't know. Do I?
Grog, are you uncomfortable?
With this talk of reading? A little bit.
But Grog, you could read some of those books a little bit.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves, all right?
Okay. I think this is a great idea.
I'm watching where Hilda's running and seeing if I can...
I had a quick thought. If her husband's dead, are we just going to tell her that right now? Just, your husband's dead. He is being eaten by fish.
You didn't get a read. You
Yeah,
didn't...
so Keelan, if you like do read and you see it's like super burn, just like don't.
Oh, it's too
okay,
hazy. I can't see him.
But
Doesn't
isn't
seem
that?
right. Doesn't seem right at all. You
It
should tell
does
her.
seem right to
No,
me.
but I think she should plan for her life if he's not coming back.
Yep, Pike and I are in agreement.
But like right now, I mean,
with it.
just
What if he's alive and in peril? Do we tell her that? We're going to lose our only employee.
Well, then we go try to help him, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we could go.
Oh, really?
How about he's just dead no matter
We have to
what?
go help someone? We just met this person. We don't know
That's what
anything.
we do, Terry.
I haven't done that in quite a while, to be fair.
Plus, he was in somewhere like Shambhala.
Do we know what she was talking about, by the way?
Yeah.
I mean, you get the sense she probably was doing Chamel, which is the port where you guys do your vacation, Vegas.
Oh.
Like in
Oh, we could go on vacation again.
Let's not plan actions with the consequences of differences.
About 10 minutes or so pass, and then Hilda comes back, and you see she's clutching what looks to be a small, like a chain, like a gold chain. And she kind of takes it and goes, "This belonged to my husband. I don't know if this will help."
Sure, Keely?
What is it? What is she
Ignore the
handing?
blood all over her body.
Yeah, she's fine.
I mean, you probably cleaned him over the past day or so travel, unless you didn't, in which
that's
case
right.
you are.
Yeah, we can't get it.
Oh, you were just
No,
a
I
sticky
look-
carry.
Awesome.
No, it's dried in the hair though, and kicked in.
You waterman the shit
I'm
out
a
of
little
it.
spacey, maybe, though, for a
Yeah,
little bit.
yeah, understandably.
Yeah.
You know, like you do.
It's hard to say.
But anyway, she hands you the gold chain.
Just checking. Do you want to know no matter what? Good or ill?
Oh, I just want to know something.
Fair enough.
What was his name?
Athen?
Yeah, it was Dathan.
Dathan?
D-A-T-H-E-N.
Dathan?
Dathan.
Oh, lovely.
Can you tell me anything else about him that would maybe help? What does he look like?
He's got kind of dusty brown hair, usually about shoulder length. I mean, he doesn't really grow facial hair, but it's pretty scruffy, goes away. It's been many months, I don't know. Medium build, maybe about this high. She gives like a couple inches off her own height. He's got a right scar across his neck and his chest right there that he got when he was a kid.
Feels
It should be enough.
wonderfully.
Okay.
I'll do an actual scrying spell.
Alrighty. So, looking at the
No problem.
scrying spell here. Right. You sit there and focus and concentrate. And darkness. Nothing. No link. So she's looking expectantly.
What's that?
She's looking at you expectantly.
Hilda.
Mm-hmm.
If he is on this plane of existence, I don't know if it's a good sign. But it doesn't mean that he couldn't be lost somewhere else.
Okay.
My spell only extends to this plane of existence, but there are many planes. I can try again.
No.
Oh, Keyleth. Low charisma, Keyleth. Oh. Okay, so I think this is probably going to remain a hireling introduction. I will say, depending on what had been pre-established, especially if a number or a type of disappearance had been pre-established, maybe we could have been this sort of thing could have been foreshadowed when they were taking the boat to the Vestra. It could have been pre-established during their vacation in the Bay of Gifts. If we have all of these disappearances at sea, especially near the Hesped archipelago, that could be some manner of evidence towards, I theorized very briefly that the Kraken seems to be planning something, and this could be that kind of final hook in that direction. If we've been hearing about all these disappearances. Now we haven't, so I don't think this is a plot hook. But I'm sort of noting it down for potentially, alternative uses. Because there's a lot of ways that this could hide a much more substantial plot hook if you wanted it to. And especially as the tail end of, a lot of other disappearances, right? It could, you want to keep all of those foreshadowing disappearances to third party, oh, I heard about this, or oh, I used to have a buddy, but I think his ship went down, or oh, sirs and madams, so glad you came. How did you arrive? By dirigible? The seas have been dangerous lately. etc., etc. We make it very vague until we hear the players actively note that, like, oh, sure, have been a lot of disappearances lately. And then you hit them with Hilda. And you make it personal. And I think that would really draw their attention in that direction. Now, clearly, Matt, that's not what Matt's going for, right? So this isn't any sort of, critique in that direction. But it is a sort of note for my own possibly inciting incidents that I think this is a way to get them to start investigating something along those lines. It's a more Meg as well to listen to. I have to remind myself to pull it back because I gotta really think about it. What's the name of episode 97? Tarry on, my wayward son. Now, I will also say, we're still freaking waiting for whatever the fuck his name is, the dark elf baker that is supposed to come to interact with Terry from the Christmas, I think. We're still waiting on that, so maybe that's going to be the drop that we're going to see. I thought that was originally what the Trickfoots were. Like, I thought that was going to come when the Trickfoots came in. But maybe that'll happen this episode. We can only hope, as far as I'm concerned. The fact that he shut it off in the way he did very much feels like a denial of a plot hook to me. Like, he could have just been on a ship still alive. Matt basically said nothing to see here. I agree. I think this is the denial of a plot hook. But if he had been, say, stranded at sea, castaway on a small, deserted island, there's a lot of ways that you could have made this more of a plot hook. I definitely think that, like you said, I think Matt is absolutely denying that there's anything to see here. But you could change this really minorly if you wanted to use this sort of construct as a plot hook. My wife's entire family are physically unable. When they try, they're still double my volume. It's hard. It's hard, but I'm trying. W husband. Thank you. I try. Look, it's an important one. Fireside chat. Are we having a fireside chat right now? Nah, it was during the fireside chat that they talked about Tyrion's Baker relation.
Oh, that's all right. That's all I needed to know. Thank you. This as the sun's setting down and starting to go into evening, you can see
I will say, to that point, it's interesting that we're getting Hilda here and not the Tyrion Baker relationship. I thought that obviously was going to be a relation via the Slayer's cake. And maybe it still will be, and Hilda's just separate, but we'll have to see. I definitely thought they were gonna, put out some sort of help wanted ad, and then he would respond to that because that would let him know where Terry is. But we're not getting that. So we'll see.
The light kind of causing her to blear a little bit. Here in the shade, she's like, can we perhaps talk in the morning?
Of course. Take the evening.
Where can I find you? I'll put she points over to the castle.
Sure, yeah.
All right.
One of us will be back here tomorrow as well.
All right. Thank you. And she kind of quietly walks back to the corner of the city where she was from.
Oh, shit.
Well, that's not good.
Give the woman a job, keep her busy.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing this out there. If that was a ploy to get a higher salary, I'm not biting.
Tell me.
I'm just saying, she could be very cunning.
Yep,
That's
she might have
true.
killed her husband.
I don't think so.
Pretty sure she did it.
Do I have any further inkling based on?
No, I just did not find the source. Nothing. There's probably
Maybe,
nothing to grab onto.
Maybe you and I can take a stroll up by her abode
All right.
and just see.
So,
Make sure she's all right and
Right, best of intentions. Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel you.
We are background checking a fucking
don't-
bakery employee
We don't
in our
trust
Dungeons and
anyone.
Dragons game.
What else do you do?
Matt has
No
burned us
trust.
too many
Too many times.
The stupid box that we buried still haunts me to this day.
Just got swindled yesterday.
That's what.
Come on.
Yeah.
We don't trust
Didn't
anyone.
give us a social security. We don't have an I-9.
No, we have
There's
nothing.
nothing.
We have
There's
nothing.
There's no way to know.
It's true.
Yeah.
She's probably.
She could just be in here trying to get close to Vox Machina before she takes us all down like Raishan.
Speaking of deeply
She could be
distrustful
Roshan.
person.
She could.
Speaking of deeply distrustful persons, JB, do you want to come see the library? Does anybody else want to come?
I would love to come.
Yes,
me too.
please.
Are you insinuating that JB is untrustworthy?
Oh, absolutely in the best possible way. I'm highly excited, and I think you're going to do very well.
Okay. See? And she-
We like untrustworthy people. None of us are trustworthy. It's good.
Nothing.
I know I've read.
Oh, that made me happy.
We go by her hovel.
Okay. As you guys make your way back to the castle, you're going to stop and go over there, and you can see it's one of 3 small homes that are kind of just jammed in the alley areas between these larger buildings. Almost like there's businesses on this one corner, and they have smaller people that just, are living more meager means. Each one of them appears to be occupied. The one that she kind of pointed to, you go to it, and it seems there. It's like a very, very low light through one of the windows.
I'm going to be real shitty and stealth up and just peek in and see what she's up to.
Okay. Make stealth check.
She's like changing.
Or
Well,
weeping.
She's like
Just weeping.
just crying naked.
We'll find out, won't we? 33 for stealth.
Alrighty, and then make a perception check.
Yeah. Natural 20.
Okay. You glance up and over the side, and from the low candlelit interior, which you watch, there's a small candle that's lit in this little wick there, and there's like almost no furniture in this house whatsoever. There's like a stool, and you just see her sitting on the stool, kind of motionless.
Can I get... I want to insight check and just get as good a read on her emotional state as I can.
Sure,
No,
go
she's
for
got
it.
1,000-yard stare.
She's a succubus.
This is insight?
Yes.
Oh, I'll use luck. Better.
Luck.
Sure, why not? Why not? Why not? What am I saving it for?
Yeah, why not?
18.
18. I mean, she's faced away from you. It's hard to pick up, like kind of away, but kind of the side, and you just see her just
That is pertinent.
just there, and you see her just kind of like rummage through her satchel on the side, pull out a cream puff and eat it.
There's not even a bed in there. It's just a stool.
Just a stool.
Shouldn't sell the bed.
Into the earring, I say,
Where's she sleep?
we are
ground.
we are terrible, terrible assholes.
She's not real.
She seems fine. She seems worthy of a baking job. Work with her for a day, but I'm not seeing anything hinky here. Yeah?
Sure.
You need anything else?
No, I'm gonna go talk to Keeper Yenin.
Because I'm staring at a woman cry into her satchel.
Still gonna talk to Yenin.
I don't. It's like our fucking business,
Oh, dude, you even hear Scanlan being like, "You're still gonna go talk to Yenin, huh?" She's like, "It's our business." We'll see how Matt handles this because he'll need to inject more than sitting quietly on a stool for a conversation with Yenin. But I do think that Matt is largely shutting this down in a good way, because this hiring the hireling is keeping us very firmly planted in this sort of tone that I think / hope Matt is trying to like move us out of. And right now, I don't think it's on him. I think that hiring, like introducing this person to hire is an appropriate thing to do right at this point, and that he expected them to move through it much quicker. So him just, shutting it down, not giving them a ton to interact with, I think is very appropriate on his part. So we'll see how he handles Yenin, because if I was predicting and I was saying what I think he should do, both, I think he will move this through as quickly as possible. And possibly, as Yenin, even direct them towards the next thing so that they don't have a chance to get distracted again. Depending on what the inciting incident is, that may or may not be possible. But I think that if it is possible, it'd be a good opportunity.
Yeah, of course.
I'm protective.
Right.
This is more
I
work than we
double
put
back
into
to my
like
sister
hiring
and
our
start
first
dragging her
castle
towards
guards.
the-
Yeah, no, I mean, come on. At least we're not like trying to like ambush her and
My-
attack her like we attacked Eter.
Significant other just mangled herself. I need to keep busy. Let's go see Yenin, please, and I lead her off.
Okay. You guys go ahead and make your way towards Yenin's small temple in town. It's past the evening sun, so there's So you see Yenen's, he has one younger boy who's kind of helps him keep these establishes in the process of kind of like sweeping some of the fallen leaves and various dust that has found its way into the half-open dome place of worship. As you approach, it's like, hi.
Can I ask you a question, Keeper?
Oh, you're looking for Yenin?
Oh shit, yeah, sorry.
This is the younger boy who's over.
Keeper in training.
Keeper in training? Is Keeper getting here?
Oh, well, let me get him. Kind of push the room away. As he leaves for a second, the door opens to the side, and you see Yenin come out, kind of like half awake. He's in like looks like he's his evening attire, sleeping attire.
Oh shit.
Sorry.
It's really that late? Oh, he's very old.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry to wake you.
That's all right.
I feel like a dick.
What can I do for you?
I just wanted to ask you about someone you might know.
Yes.
Hilda?
Hilda. Yes.
What do you know about her?
Not too much. She seems nice and keeps to herself. She lives kind of that way in the.
How long have you known her?
Maybe 15 years.
15 years. She's been here 15 years.
Well, yeah, her and her husband.
Yeah. All right. What was he like? What is he like?
Oh, shit.
Bit of rambunctious young lad until he grew up, and don't see him very often. He comes in and out.
He's a sailor. Well, that was helpful. Anything remarkable? Any sort of untrustworthiness? You think she's fine? She's cool? She's cool?
I assume. Is everything all right?
Everything's fine. You know, we're just weird people right now. It's great.
You don't know anything about orchids, do you?
I know of.
Didn't think so. We should leave. Come on.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Get some rest. I'm so sorry to bother you.
Come on.
It's all right. Well, good night.
We're making assholes of ourselves.
Surprise.
Fine, we go meet up with everyone else.
Okay.
What'd you find out?
Oh, so much. So much.
Very much.
So she's
what
a
did you
loner.
She's a loner?
She's lived here for like 15 years, though. But like, nobody really knows anything.
And you say she sits in a room by herself eating pastries.
I mean, that's what she's doing tonight. I don't think that's what she does every day.
I mean, who knows? She doesn't have a bed.
Why is there no furniture in her apartment?
Let's watch her work for a day.
Okay.
See how
Did
it
I
goes.
see more than one room, or was it a single room?
It's a
home?
hovel.
It's like a from what you can tell, a single room. There's like a pile of look like linens in a corner.
Something that could stand
there was
as a
like there
bed in
was a stool. It looks like there was a small area for like cooking or
It's
heating
like
up.
Skyrim, y'all. There's like a stool
Kinda, yeah.
and like a
Pretty-
cheese wheel.
We
And a
were
pot, and if you break it, there's 5 coins.
We were that poor.
Five
It's,
covered.
it's fine.
And we
Yeah.
steal their plants from outside.
Throw them at chickens.
Yes. Mountain flowers.
Flowers.
Nightshade.
Well,
Well,
this was productive.
At least we know, and there's no harm in being careful. It's not like it's never happened before.
Right. Yes.
Now, I will also say, in the player's defense here, while them diving into this is maybe a little bit silly, they also don't really have anything else to do. Matt is not saying, we're about to enter another stint of downtime, right? They're all kind of waiting for, like, what is the next thing that's going to happen? And Hilda was introduced as a thing that is happening to some extent. And so while I do think that they are the ones kind of perpetuating, continuing to talk to Hilda, I also can't entirely blame them for it, because what the fuck else are they going to do with their time? Like, if they were being honest about what their characters would do right now, it's go back into another stint of downtime. Like, they had a vacation, they had this kind of drama with the Trickfoots. There's nothing to stop them from going back into downtime. Yeah, like Sawyer said, there's no time crunch. There's not even really any direction. Like, it seems implied by Percy that they are looking into Orcus or the thing in the basement or whatever during downtime. Like, that has been one of the activities that they've been engaged in, along with, starting the bakery and all that. So if we're looking at, when Matt asks them, what do you do? I mean, if we're being really true to the characters, the answer is go back to downtime. So, from that perspective, I get that they're like, well, I guess let's look into Hilda because she's like the main person that Matt has introduced us to. She's like the thing that we have that's new. They even were like hyper focusing on the Trickfoot's cart for a second. You know, it's like, because they just kind of have nothing. So I'm interested in where this goes because I think at this point we're kind of starting to spin our wheels, which is exactly the thing I was worried about before the Trickfoots came in. It's like, okay, this low stakes roleplay is interesting until the moment it's not. And then the moment it's not, it changes into, hey, we are just spinning our wheels. We don't know what to do. Like, we're looking at you, Matt, for what to do next, and you're just asking us what we do. Live our lives, I suppose. So we'll see how he gets out of it. I don't know. Matt, here's the street. Players, we go down that street. Matt, the street's a dead end. A little bit.
It's not the first time that we've been trusting and been betrayed, or the second or the third. It's reasonable to be a bit cautious. And we were a bit cautious.
Over cakes.
Over cakes. To be fair, we are going to be eating them.
Are we reading right now?
We are, well, I assume we've gotten to the library, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, they've traveled through, but you've had time to hit the library and kind of begin showing JB around. And
we have a system.
Can I-
It's very, yeah.
Are there children's books in here?
Well,
Try to say this without.
I found one. Look, bussiness. Bussiness.
He's learning.
I have no.
Bussy. What?
Business. Business.
Sound it out. Bus. I. Ness.
Did you find a ledger? Is that what you found?
There are the books I read as a child. Everywhere.
Go.
Can I see if I can find a kid's book?
That's pronounced
make an investigation check.
Business.
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 Yeah, like get down to
I'm
Can you
going
use it in a sentence, please?
Is Pike looking for children's books for JB? That is... You know, we didn't talk about it too much. I know there were some chats back and forth about them treating JB like a child at the end of the last episodes. Oh, or Grog. Okay. If it's for Grog, I've talked about my opinions about Grog's intelligence, but at least it is consistent with how all of them, including Travis, treat Grog. So, okay. If it's for Grog, that's okay. Okay. That makes more sense. I definitely thought that this was for JB, and I was like, JB said that she liked reading. Like, I know she's a little emotionally stunted, but come on.
Grog got down to business and ended a fool's life.
Is that like a location?
13.
13. I mean, you find what amounts to a children's book for Percival.
Bless you.
It's a geometry
High school biology.
Yeah. It's
Game of
still
Logic by Lewis Carroll.
Yeah.
Location.
Most of the books here are on a relatively advanced reading level. You gather that's a trait of what seems to be the DeRollo family.
Gives me the sense that this kid's going to be fine.
Orchid.
Well, you can do the
Chide.
orchid.
Kid? Okay.
No, it's not kid.
Well, sometimes when those letters are together, it sounds like a K.
No. That's what I'm saying, Crazy Smith. I've talked about my opinions about Grog's illiteracy as well, because his illiteracy is linked to his intelligence. They've, it's not just like a background determination thing. At least the way that they introduced it within the show. I think you can retroactively view it as how he was raised and that sort of thing. His illiteracy, but that is not how they originally introduced it. They introduced it as a component of his intelligence. And I've talked about my view, even on that specifically, on how I don't really fuck with that rationale for illiteracy within a D&D setting. But like I said, they are all very consistent about how they treat Grog, again, including Travis. I don't really like it, but it being for Grog makes far more sense than JB. That is very, very sensible.
What
That's
book
That's
are
like
you
a
reading
hidden
that's
rule,
about business and orchids?
Well, it's an orchid business.
Orchid business.
Business, which is a location in Market.
All right, you guys doing anything else for the evening?
Just showing her what we would like to pay her to do, which is that all of these books, there's this huge section that are mostly histories, diaries, folk tales or otherwise. Just take one of these slips of paper when you read a book, you write your name on it, you leave it in the book, and then any time that you find anything peculiar, a ghost story or a strange occurrence in any of these books, anything at all that might be fanciful or unexplained, you just mark it with a piece of gold thread and put it back on the shelf, and then one of the other librarians will come and find that book and bring it down for further study.
She's taking notes in her little
So you
book that
just
she
have
pulled
to
off the
find
card.
the most interesting of these books and make sure that they're well marked.
I can do that.
I had a funny feeling.
What makes them interesting?
What makes a book interesting? I genuinely don't know how to answer that.
Sexy pictures.
There's not a lot of that in this library.
Are you giving someone parameters by which they're...
Am I thinking of this right? Synchronism? Synchronism. Am I thinking of this right? Synchronism. Synchronicity. Carl Jung, founder of analytical psychology. Oh, no, this is not what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of like synchronism in terms of like history. Synchronism history. Syncretism. Yes, that is what I mean. Syncretism. Syncretism. That's it. That's what I was missing. The practice of combining different beliefs and various schools of thought. Syncretism, when certain elements, features, and components of a religion are incorporated or absorbed into another religion or faith. He's not like going, full on in that direction, but syncretism, POV on history, assuming that all myths have or at least have a possibility of having grains of truth that are still supernaturally related, that you may be able to use to find a grander truth. This is very much... It's very interesting. It's not interesting. It's neat, and I wonder how successful it will be, because this sort of idea of all myths have a grain of truth is fair. Like, humans wrote the myths, and they are clearly basing the myths on something. They are not probably inventing them whole cloth. Even, we have fiction nowadays. All fiction is grounded within the author's experiences in life. If you've never experienced a flood before, you're probably not going to invent one out of whole cloth. So there's certainly something to it, but that sort of historical view can also lead you towards connecting things that shouldn't be connected. So there's like looking at something like the later Sumerian flood myth, right? If we just look at descriptions of a huge global flood from the Sumerian myth, and then also from the the more what would we not Israelite Israelite or Judahite mythologies in like the Old Testament with like Noah's flood, we have this sort of connective tissue of, okay, both of these traditions describe a huge, massive, potentially global flood. There must have been a really huge, catastrophic, insane flood that struck that area of the world. But that's not necessarily historical. And we can see that the Sumerian myth, especially, we can see an evolution of it throughout different source texts as the years progress and as the myth is iterated upon. The Sumerian myth starts with no flood in like the king list, and then it starts with a small local flood, and then a more substantial flood, and it sort of iterates and grows in magnitude in a way that we don't necessarily see with the Israelite, Judahite Noah's flood. It kind of just starts, at least from our historical evidence and what I'm aware of, it just starts as a global situation. So a kind of baseline synchronistic or syncretic view might lead you towards an incorrect conclusion there, right? You might read both of these myths and assume that there's one substantial event that they are referring to, even though these myths seem to have been generated in different sort of ways. One was a more iterative building of magnitude, and one seems to be a more, it started at a higher magnitude for symbolic importance rather than necessarily for like historical accuracy, right? It's a very symbolic passage, including, the days that they're at sea, keeping 2 of every animal, all of this sort of stuff is very, it's, very much about the covenant between Israel and God. And so obviously I wouldn't say that Matt is like as deep in the weeds of like historical mythological analysis as maybe someone like me. So I am curious as to how he goes about this and how successful Percy's strategy winds up being, because it's a reasonable strategy, and like a syncretic view of history is sometimes very valuable and like a very appropriate lens to apply to mythologies, but it's not always the exact right one, and I'm wondering if Matt will play with that at all, or if it will just lead them to a reasonable conclusion, because Percy's plans are typically sort of depicted as the correct ones. So, I don't know. We'll see. I'm not quite sure how JB is going to help with research on the ziggurat when trained arcanists have already been doing that for years. I mean, to that end, Mike 30, I actually think that Percy's strategy is very good for using a bunch of untrained scholars, right? So if you have only 1 or 2 really trained scholars, and you have a bunch of literate people, but they're not necessarily trained scholars, I actually think Percy's plan is pretty good. Of like, you just, then anytime you find anything peculiar, a ghost story or a strange occurrence in any of these books, anything that might be fanciful or unexplained, you mark it with a gold thread. It's a decent way of sort of creating a hierarchy of searching. You have your non-scholars that just search for anything, even vaguely interesting. And then you have the more trained scholars, the more trained analysts go through that smaller subset of myths to search out maybe more interesting or relevant information. So in terms of how JB can help, this seems like a pretty reasonable way to go for me. She could just read the right book. Yeah. I think it's more there are a lot of books in the Druid library. Another pair of eyes is going to be helpful. Sure. Yeah. Layperson can do a first pass. Sure. Yeah. Very much a tangent, but the Enuma Elish describes 2 primordial seas commingling as a single body before being separated by the life they bore. I don't think any Sumerian witnessed that. Well, yeah, of course. But it's all very, it's very, very interesting. Yeah. I wouldn't say Abrahamic. Abrahamic limits it to just Israelites or Judahites. But isn't this D&D history? Like D&D physics isn't accurate. D&D history says that myths, legends, and ghost stories are likely to lead to actual information. Oh, you misunderstand me, Easter Slice. I'm not saying that this wouldn't lead to actual information. I'm saying that the way in which we interpret myths, and especially myths when compared to each other, there are different ways that we can compare myths to each other. Is the fact that multiple different cultures mention dragons, is that a hint towards actual dragons existing? Or is that a, evidence of dragon-like or dragon-inspiring creatures existing in multiple places? Or is that a product of cross-cultural sort of information contamination? And any of those can be ported into D&D. It's, so it's like, yes, absolutely. This is not me questioning whether or not there will be real historical accounts of supernatural events, because there almost certainly would be. Like, if we hear about a historical event, it's super possible that it is just straight up historical within this context. Whereas, in real life, we would apply a substantially higher barrier of evidence towards thinking that a supernatural event really occurred. That barrier, that level of evidence is way lower in a D&D fantasy setting. But it's still, whether or not those supernatural events are related, that's a whole separate question. There's demons from the abyss. There's the 9 layers of hell. Maybe these two things are both fiendish or devilish in nature, but they might come from different layers or different princes. One might come from devils and one might come from demons. And in those situations, drawing these connective tissue between them might be inappropriate. It might lead you to wrong conclusions. So I still find it interesting. Now, you might say that, like, getting that into the weeds is not appropriate for a D&D table in general. I just happen to be very into this sort of thing. Are all forever DMs this smart? Me? I truly, this is real talk. I don't think I am that smart. I think I am pretty obsessive about, like, categorizing and pattern matching. And historical analysis is all categorizing and labeling and pattern matching. If I had been exposed to more critical historical analysis when I was younger, I think there's a decent shot I would have gotten a history degree. Thank God I didn't. Where could I have used that shit? But this is just sort of my kind of shit. I love this sort of thing. But to also negative reviews point, there is a tendency to just collect a lot of random pieces of knowledge. And if you're good at recalling that, it can make you seem very smart. Yeah. I got off track. Do you mean kind of like a new set of eyes that can look at a situation from a fresh perspective? No, more in like a filter approach. So if there's like like in terms of how JB could be helpful, if there's like 100 books and we're not really sure, especially with how prevalent, magical occurrences are, if we're not sure how many of these books are going to, or maybe 1,000, let's say, fuck it, 10,000. And let's say only 1% of these have information that would even be relevant to the search, filtering down this 10,000 books into the 100 that are actually going to be relevant and like a really trained scholar actually needs to look at, this process of filtering is something that JB could be very useful for. So JB can look and be like, okay, this is just a book about biology. There's nowhere in these pages that they mention like a plant suddenly growing human arms or something. Because this is D&D, where like strange supernatural shit could just fucking happen. And so this is the process where even an untrained scholar could absolutely help narrow these texts down to where the actually trained scholars can focus on this 100 and maybe get the 10 that are actually relevant to the siphon in the basement, right? So this is now where the actual scholar comes in. And this is a good way to make sure that your trained scholars aren't spending their time sorting through a fuckload of chaff, right? You're not wasting as much of their time during the process. So that's at least how I'm interpreting this. Yeah. This is a project of dudes telling stories about fishing with each other. It was this big, yeah. It's funny coming from a guy who has been setting up murder boards for like a year. Oh, don't get me wrong. I understand. I understand that me being skeptical of syncretism here is, we might say a little ironic. with me constantly looking for the connections between all of the events of campaign 1. The irony is not lost on me. I am definitely taking that approach to this campaign. And hey, people have pointed out that it might not always be the right lens to look at it with. And sometimes it isn't. Sometimes things are just disconnected. Being a DM is for a certain type of person. I will say, because I've been playing a little bit more recently, and people have asked me like, are you going to go back to DMing or whatever? And I always get a little like, I don't know, not eye rolly, but like, when people talk about like, oh, they have to take their turn as the DM or whatever. And it's like, bro, I like being a DM. Being a DM is fucking fun, man. I love it. Yeah. And I definitely think that like, yeah, there are just certain types of people that will be more into this type of thing. And I am definitely one of them. I like playing. Playing's super fun. But it'll never reach the highs that DMing reaches for me. I learned a few things already, so I'll count this as class today. Hell yeah. Ironic or hypocritical? This is more me wondering, because to be, entirely fair and clear, this strategy that Percival is having could be exactly the correct way to go about looking at these events. A way that a sort of syncretic view could be good for looking at real life historical stuff is looking at like the cultural exchange between Egypt and Greece, or Egypt and Rome, I should say, not Greece. Egypt and Rome. The Roman gods and the Egyptian gods are constantly commingling and intersecting, and we have figures like Hermes Trismegistus, which is initially kind of characterized as this ancient Greek philosopher, but he's also kind of conflated with the Egyptian god Thoth. And we have this real cross-cultural exchange and contamination, and looking at those two societies because they had so much communication, but they are still separated by this big body of water with the Mediterranean. So they do still develop in sort of unique and disparate ways, but they're constantly stealing from each other. Looking at those through a syncretic lens is super duper appropriate. So this is more me wondering out loud, is that going to be appropriate in this scenario or not? I do have a feeling that it will end up being appropriate, but it's possible that it's not. The theory is very much syncretic. It's like a mangled Vordian theology plus a Shari lore plus arcane leyline theory plus Ionian hymn. Yeah, a little bit. It's like the moral of Ratatouille. Anyone can DM. Doesn't mean everyone should or will enjoy it the same. Yeah, I agree with that, Jonathan. Yeah, absolutely. People who like control systems limits. Oh, I do have control issues sometimes, which is why I like streaming. So anything of a vid I watched a couple of days ago where Jim successfully ran a false Hydra in Werewolf the Apocalypse by gaslighting his player? Oh, it was oh my goodness. That's funny. He said he will never get the same high again because it was the pinnacle of his GMing. I get it. When I get out of a session and like my players not even like compliment me or say thank you, but when they're like actively talking about all of the cool stuff that happened during the session, oh, there's no better feeling on this earth. No better feeling. Ooh. It's how I'm chasing that high. Yeah. The player thought it was cool. I did take that as implied, but it's good to clarify. Fair enough. Yeah. Anyways, let's see.
Come and find that book and bring it down for further study.
She's taking notes in her little
So you
book.
just
She
have
pulled
to
off
find the most interesting of these books and make sure that they're well marked.
I can do that.
I had a funny feeling.
What makes them interesting?
What makes a book interesting? I genuinely don't know how to answer that.
Sexy pictures.
There's not a lot of that in this library.
Are you giving someone parameters by which they don't really have rules to follow?
Well, that's the trouble with looking for something that if you don't know what it is.
Right.
But if there's in one of these diaries someone remarks upon a strange murder or a ghost story or anything, honestly anything interesting, that's a bit peculiar, you just mark it and then we take a look, and that way we thin out the amount that we have to read down to a manageable amount.
So it takes a peculiar person to know it's peculiar?
That does help, yes.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah.
Is there a place, just ask Percy privately, she can stay with me?
I assumed.
Is there, do I have an extra bedroom? Or how does this work out here?
Where is Pike?
Is she staying at the castle, right?
She has a room in the castle, one that used to be one of the guest rooms when you had
Just
people you're entertaining.
Maybe there's like a Murphy bed or something extra in the room.
It's easy enough to put a second bed in there. The
Or if
doorways
you
are
like
wide.
an own room that can absolutely be arranged.
JB, do you, I don't know how,
She's like in the process of looking, and she's like writing down, taking notes in different sections. She's talking to her. She's not even looking at you.
you are more than welcome to stay with me. I do have night terrors, so sometimes it's not fun, but you can stay with me, or you could have your own room.
No, that's fine.
Okay. Did you want, wait, which one?
It's staying with you. I mean, is there something I should do if you're having a night terror?
Just wait it out.
Okay, don't wake you up.
No.
Okay.
Okay. This'll be fun. It'll be like sleepover or something.
I haven't had one of those in a
Maybe
long
we can
time.
make a fort.
You can make forts?
Yeah.
Out of what?
Just all the blankets. Tapestries.
You watch her, like, all of a sudden her eyes in the room. In this library, there are a number of old tapestries and, carpet elements around, and you just watch as she scans the entire room for materials and goes, oh, we can do this.
I have a feeling you are a great fort builder.
I haven't tried, but I have some theories.
I pull 2 engineering books off the shelf and hide them.
Perfect. All right. All right. You guys...
I feel like this has been taken care of.
Great.
You know the system?
Percy, thank you.
Would you like an extra bed sent?
Yes,
for?
please.
That can be arranged.
Okay. So you have a second bed installed in the Pike's room.
I will also say, what Matt might be waiting for, and like if you're a player in this situation, I think there is a sort of route you can go down. of ending the day. Now, I normally I like to keep my characters busy, but I've also talked about like I have a problem with not giving them enough free time. So I'm really trying to think about a lot of this stuff. And I think in this scenario where we've talked through, like I think Matt's not really given them much, and if they were kind of honest, they would go into about what their characters would do. It's like, well, probably some downtime activities. But it is evening. So as a player here, if you're like, I really don't know what to do, I really need the DM to like give me something here, it is nighttime. And you don't need to fill up every second of the day, even if you don't go into downtime. You can just say like, oh, I think I'm going to retire for the night. Like maybe I'll read some before bed, but then I'm retiring for the night. And just sort of remove your character from the scene. And, you know, if all the other players follow suit, we go to the next day, and that's a pretty clear communication to the GM that you don't know what to do, and they need to give you something. Now, if we wake up the next day after the characters have done that, after they've all gone to bed, and there are still no hooks, and Matt just says, what do you do? At that point, at a home game, it might be time to, like, above the table be like, should we go into downtime? Should we not? I doubt they're ever going to do that on here, but that might be the time to start edging into that territory. So like right now where none of them really know what to do, they've gotten JP settled. I think a decent way to go would just be everyone starts retiring for the night. If Matt just once again asks, what do you do?
You guys having dinner for the evening? Anything else?
No.
Take another look at the thing downstairs, just to...
Well, I go with you. I go with you.
Okay. You guys head down through the tunnels, make your way to the ziggurat beneath Whitestone, and you know, as you enter the inside of the chamber, you can see there's a few torches set up in there. There is that secondary platform, the one where you guys met a year ago. We had a small council with Raishan as well to decide what was to be done about the Chroma Conclave. Up there, you can see there's a whole research bench set up with a couple of desks, and pretty much all the information's been gathering, and various things that have been studied over the past year or so about it. What has been kind of figured out, and there were theories thrown around before of it being a siphon, an artifact that is related to something that was referred to as a sphere of annihilation. Not directly, but an offshoot of that type of enchantment, as opposed to...
Okay. Ziggurat information. I'm just going to watch it, take it all in, and then we'll copy and paste when we have like a break in the narration.
To completely destroying anything it comes into contact with. It's attuned in the siphoning of things from one location to another. It's a translocation type of magic. There have been a number of things that have been placed within this sphere and did not return, including there was one volunteer, member of the Pale Guard, who during the year's research volunteered to step through and was not heard from again. And that stopped any future volunteers from rising to the occasion. But since the research that's been taken up about what the siphon's existence during the Age of Arcanum, they were used, used as a defensive measure against powerful mages, but that was more of a secondary use during the actual war that ended the Age of Arcanum. Their initial creation was supposed to be able to harness and shift ley line energy. The idea was wherever there was a large source of magical energy, but it was inconvenient, its placement, its natural placement in the world, they could use these siphons to basically kind of triangulate and shift where that energy would go.
Been here an awful long time now.
Are you done?
Yeah, I will still have a meeting from
4 to 5? Okay, but we...
not nearly as important.
Okay.
Still don't feel fucked.
Yeah. Oh my. That's good because we just got some juicy info. Uh-huh. They were used to shift the ley lines. The siphons. Okay. Okay. So, okay. The siphons aren't necessarily like you dump in energy over here, it comes back out over here, and is able to sprout and create magic items. It is the siphon pulls on the energy hard enough that you can get the ley lines in a different route than they maybe naturally were at the beginning of existence. It's like a canaling system. You've got him another minute or two of possible info? Okay.
I don't even know if they created it or if they found it.
You don't know. Like the information about them is all, I would say, almost mythological. In the sense that there are stories that talk about them, and a lot of the information was destroyed during the divergence regarding to the older Age of Arcana magics.
The castle's always had strange stories, and this is just...
Yeah, and this is information that was brought together by Escalrine Darien when he was down here researching with Allura, even during the Conclave. A lot of people have kind of gone off because the research hit a wall. It was like, well, we found out pretty much everything about this. We just don't know where the siphon's going, and anything we try to put through doesn't come back. So
it is going.
The theory is either to find the other half of the siphon, because there's usually like, it's a connecting point. There's like two sides to it. So if it did function, if this is correct, then in theory there would be another side to it. Or if not, it might just be a sphere of annihilation or something adjacent to it, and is essentially a null and void circumstance. Those are where the theories stand.
Percy?
Yes?
The crystal.
So those are where the theories stand. I'm assuming that is the kind of endpoint. Uh-huh. You guys head down into the tunnels. Let's see. I mean, okay. Uh-huh. I'm thinking through this. Okay. This is honestly there's a bit more before the break, but I guess you could start now. Okay. Well, it's interesting because this just kind of makes everything even more flexible than I initially thought it was. I sort of, Yeah, interesting. I sort of thought it was the ziggurats use the siphons to affect, some semblance of magic. And they need the siphons to create things and to do things, and the ziggurats are there to manage stuff. And it is still that, but it's just even more flexible, because if these siphons are simply tools with which to redirect the ley line energy, that means that the magics that they are capable of are also possible at other points along the ley line's sort of natural flow. Which means that just because we don't see a ziggurat somewhere, like, say, maybe the Hesped Archipelago in the on the Glint Shore, doesn't mean that a siphon couldn't have been involved in what's going on there. And it also doesn't mean that, something that is accomplishable with a siphon could not have also been accomplished there without a siphon. A siphon is a tool of convenience. It's transportation magic. Either you can go where the magic is possible, or you can use a siphon to redirect the magic towards you. It's also an implication that the current sort of ley line junction that Whitestone exists as currently is possibly not a natural function, and not even a function. We're going to go to break, and I'm going to continue thinking about this. It's also possibly not even a function of the Sun Tree. It might be a function of historical siphons that rerouted the ley lines, and now the ley lines have essentially formed new channels that they flow through. And so now, even without an active, currently working siphon, the ley lines are flowing through Whitestone. It also implies, to me at least, that this junction was formed by, this ley line junction was definitely formed by a siphon. And it also implies to me that the Sun Tree would have then been planted after that. Because at least, I don't know if this is directly stated, but I definitely got the understanding that the siphon, or that the Sun Tree. What's up? Okay. So yeah, this is interesting. This is interesting. It also somewhat implies to me that ooh. There is an interesting thought about, possible, environmental engineering themes here. So I don't know about it for Whitestone specifically? Well, actually, I might even be able to think about it for Whitestone. So, but I think maybe the Hesped Archipelago is a better example. So, like, let's say the Hesped Archipelago is kind of, it's hanging out, it's over here, la la la, and then we have the Vestra kind of over here. So it's nearby the Hesped Archipelago, but it's not, it's near. And then let's say that this is the Glint Shore. If, say, there's a ley line that kind of comes like this by the Vestra, and then you have, say, over here in the Glint Shore, let's just imagine for a second that there is a ziggurat in the Glint Shore. There's a big assumption I'm making, but I am going to continue to make it because it makes continual sense to me. Now, let's actually say that this ley line. Oh, what? Okay, well, I guess I can't redo after undoing. So let's say that this is the original position of the ley line. So we'll call this ley line era 1. Then we have the Glint Shore get created. The Glint Shore has its ziggurat, and the ziggurat has a orb, has this siphon that has this suction power to reroute the ley line like this. It bends it over toward the Glint Shore to allow for the construction of magical artifacts and such. The entire time that I have heard, the vestiges talked about, I have been somewhat assuming that, like, and the fact that these are Ionian temples, right? I had been somewhat assuming that, like, the gods were, like, on side for this. And, like, that the gods were down with the ziggurats and the siphons. But they might not have been, right? Just because the siphons were used to create vestiges, that doesn't mean that it's, like, all vestiges that... It doesn't mean they're all on side, right? You could call the Horn of Orcus probably a vestige. I think based on what we have learned about the categorization of vestige, it seems like the Horn of Orcus could qualify. And so the gods might not have been super on board with the creation of these things. I thought he said they'd place the siphons on a ley line. Well, yes, but they can also reroute ley lines. So this was, like, basically right at the beginning. There have been a number of things that have been placed, etc., etc. Stopped any future volunteers, Age of Arcanum. There we go. Their initial creation was supposed to be able to harness and shift ley line energy. The idea was wherever there was a large source of magical energy, but it was inconvenient, its placement, its natural placement in the world, they could use these siphons to basically triangulate and shift where that energy would go. So there is this idea of possibly shifting it. And I wonder, because at the Vestra, we got this idea of, there was the Vestra kind of portal. So there was, like, over here, this is a new one right here. So there's a Vesra portal, right? And on one side is the material plane, on the other side is the plane of water. And there were human-sized ruins on this side, and there were, like, big old ruins, like giant-sized ruins on that side. Now, I had always been kind of on the wave of, the humans are being diplomatic with the elementals, but, like, ultimately, the elementals weren't necessarily willing participants within this situation, right? They certainly wouldn't have been able to pass back and forth. But if we look at all of the portals, they all seem to be sort of fundamentally unstable, except for the Terra. But this could be for a reason. The Terra might have just gotten lucky. When Whitestone built the siphon and diverted a bunch of ley lines, it could just be that, like, it was still on the right track for the Terra. In fact, the two... You know what I wonder? It's tough because Zephyros also seems stable, but we never saw the Terra one, so it's hard for us to judge based off Terra. Zephyr definitely seems stable, but they don't really have, like, control over it. Didn't the Terra have frequent earthquakes? That's true. And I will say, the Zephyra seem like the only ones that don't have an explicit ziggurat. They still have Ioun presence with the Ionian obelisk and Kamal Ja'ori, but I had sort of been assuming that there was just a hidden ziggurat somewhere within Kamal Ja'ori, within Sphinx Mountain. But we never actually saw evidence of it, not even to the level that we saw with the Glint Shore. We saw the ziggurat altar, the same type of altar that was on the ziggurats at Glint Shore. We have more direct evidence of a ziggurat at the Glint Shore than we do at Sphinx Mountain. And the Zephyra portal is the only one that seems to be stable. I mean, it seems plausible to me that potentially all of the, like we talk about, like, inconvenient locations, right? The energy was inconvenient. Its placement, its natural placement in the world, they could use these siphons to change that. All of the Ashari tribes are in pretty damn inconvenient places. The Vesra is in the middle of open ocean. The Terra are in this tiny little valley in the middle of these very remote mountains. The Zephyr are on the top of the storm crest peaks. They have to deal with the storms coming over the sides of the mountain. If you've been to the Rockies, you know you do not want to be on top of those mountains in the afternoon because storms roll in. Like, the Arashari is not like a super chill place to probably exist. The Pyra, oh my god, the Pyra live, like, within fucking the Pyra make their existence in Pompeii distance of several volcanoes. This is not conveniently located places for these ley lines. If we assume that the ley lines and that energy were the things previously stabilizing the portals. Because if we look at Zephyra, the only one that doesn't seem to have any ziggurat that might bend the ley line energy away from it, it's the most stable. Terra is the second most stable, it seems. Not totally stable, but I would say second most compared to the other two. And it has 2 ziggurats that sort of bracket it. So it's incredibly possible that it might get some, like, maybe there was a new ley line sort of bent and constructed towards it that's not nearly as powerful because these siphons are taking away all of its energy, but it still gets some of that residual energy. And then we have the Pyra. The Pyra is pretty fucking far away from Craghammer, where the ziggurat is. Depending on the angle of the ley line, they might get all of their energy, or at least most of it, siphoned away towards Vasselheim. Same thing with the Glintshore and Vesra. It could be that their portal used to be super duper stable, super duper chill, and then someone on the Glintshore built a ziggurat, or maybe the ziggurat was pre-existing, and they just used the ziggurat to summon the siphon, and it bent the ley line away from the Vesra, thereby destabilizing its portal. Now they need the lodestones. They need things that are imbued with this raw energy to keep their stuff afloat, right? So you can either have a ley line that passes through, or at least near enough, to your elemental plane portal, to where your elemental plane portal can feed off of that energy, or you need to get that energy in solid form, like whitestone or lodestones, that you can then like crack open and feed that energy that it's not getting from the ley line. Ooh. And I think Seth Theshel seems like one of the only people in chat that can talk with me full out about this. I'm glad you like it. That seems, and that honestly makes kind of everything a little bit more flexible. If we say that the ley lines are the things that matter, and that the siphons are simply able to redirect the ley lines, because we don't have a map of the ley lines, now everything becomes a lot more flexible. You know, we can say, okay, you know, it makes sense that we don't see a ziggurat near the Arashari because they just didn't, you know, they didn't have a siphon, and that's also why they're, you know, stable. Yeah. The leyline map of Alexandria. Huh. That actually kind of closes a few gaps, while also allowing some additional flexibility. It means that there doesn't actually need to be any sort of planar portal on Viscon, right? Because we don't need an Ashari sect on Viscon to connect to the Feywild or wherever. There can be a ziggurat and there can be siphons totally separate from the planar portals. And in fact, especially as the age progressed and they started seeing some of the negative, you know, magical environmental repercussions of the ziggurats, it might even be possible that they started building these things away from planar portals. Maybe they built it on Viscon because it's very, it's kind of outside of the potentially like influenceable zone of any planar portals. Huh. The siphons basically cause climate change? Not necessarily climate change, but like environmental hazard. It's like building a dam, and like a dam provides incredible electricity to the area around it, but it also creates a new fucking lake where there wasn't a lake beforehand. That is a like fundamental change to the ecology. And if some of the ecology downstream relied on a bigger upswell of water, or even, seasonal variations in water for its life cycle, those pieces of the environment are going to die off. They're going to destabilize. We tend to think of dams as good things, as, part of the green transition, their green electricity or whatever, but they have very real environmental impacts. And so the calamity, in a way, could just be the environmental destabilization of these planar portals between the elemental realms. It could be that the Vestra and the Terra and the Pyra used to be possibly even more unstable than we see them right now. That could have been the cause for the tipping point. In fact, the real tipping point might have been with the Shadowfell. The calamity might not have even been fucking purposeful. The calamity might just be a straight up analog to environmental engineering hazard and like ecological collapse. The calamity could just be the magical ecology that was established in the founding and in the First War collapsing due to magical arcana tech. Huh. That's a fucking analogy and a half, dude. That seems possible. Brain Blast the Frost Wield. The Frost Wield. I'm with you. This is a magically, clearly a magically influenced scenario. And even though things are stable now, it also gives some amount of, it has some explanatory power towards the Winter's Crest. Winter's Crest can just be a result of this new ecological equilibrium that we've reached. All of the fucking around with the ley lines that humans did, yeah, we've reached a new stable equilibrium, sure, but part of this new normal is Winter's Crest. It didn't exist before, but humans fucked with it, and now the barriers are a little bit thinner. We have more, maybe natural disasters every year, statistically higher amount. Now that humans, using dams, if we want to just keep up the dam analogy for siphons, now that humans can control the flow rate, and if we build a market, potentially, around selling water and having rights to water, and we divvy those up between states, and they can just take as much or as little as they want, we might get a situation where lakes that were at a stable level for hundreds of years suddenly start getting drained because humans are in control of the flow rate of the Colorado River. And if we over-release water because of states having certain water rights and certain ownership over the water downstream, then we might have some ecological issues. And there's something very similar here. If the fucking Glint Shore Ionians, if the Cobalt Soul have a certain amount of magical energy leyline rights, and the Vesra, who rely on this but have relatively less political lobbying power, if they can't get the governments of Marquette to agree, and if the people creating Vestiges and Arcanatech can bribe the people that have political governing power in Marquette compared to Vesra's relatively smaller lobby, if that's the situation, you might get some ecological destabilization. Cough, California, cough. And, I'm sure that sort of analogy and that sort of story does not hit anywhere close to somewhat politically active, left-leaning people from California who may or may not have some personal insight on these issues when they have to ration water. Something that, even living in the same country, I have never had to ration water a day in my life. Because, and I will, if I still lived in Kansas, I will someday, because they are draining out the Ogallala Aquifer much faster than its replenishment rate. So don't worry, Kansas is heading towards that future. But they have possibly a much more personal connection to this type of story and the personal impacts of these new equilibriums. Ooh, this, I'm fucking seeing it, bro. I'm seeing it. Huh. Explains Vasselheim's disdain for the arcane? Absolutely. And we've progressed to a point where the specific reasons and rationale for this disdain have been forgotten. The Vesra are still, just because of where they have to live, relatively minor in terms of political influence and power. So they are still not able to exercise this. Oh my god, and it even makes the For Remember make more sense. How does the For Remember start? As ages, the ones who made us refined the plains, the ones who made us refine the plains, as ages die, their time and ember, the For endure, the For remember. The Vesra, or not the Vesra, the Ashari still remember the ecological necessity of these things, and them acting as planar guardians of this magical nature, essentially, fits even more in with them all being druids. They are not just protecting nature, they are protecting the magical substrate of nature. They are protecting this, and they maybe don't remember any of the specifics, but they remember their job and their role within this. Kamal Jaori did not tell them, here's how to craft vestiges. Kamal Jaori said, here's where to find vestiges. Because crafting vestiges would require ecological destabilization. Interesting. The god said it would take too much energy to get this back to its original configuration and noped out. I mean, potentially. Potentially. Yeah. You should keep watching. Ooh, I'm excited. The rising tide ain't quite so high when spied from skyscrapers. That is a fucking bar, dude. Holy shit. That is a bar. Oh man, allegory in my D&D? No way. Betwixt the chaos our order reigns. I've rebounded, okay. She said I've rebounded. I've gotten a little bit too loud. That's a bar from Dan Bold, a nerdcore artist. It's a good bar. That's a really good bar. Oh, shit. Wait, can I find my old theory? How does this work in? Okay, here's the old theory. So, I mean, under this, I think it is possible that Vecna will just be characterized by extreme hubris. I mean, he might, it might be a sort of situation where everyone is using the siphons in order to create these fun little vestiges, but that's not enough for Vecna. That's not enough for him. He keeps searching, he keeps digging, he keeps taking the things apart, putting them back together, and he discovers the secrets of ascension. But ascension requires more magical energy than anyone has ever used to create a mere piddly vestige. You have to fucking put all that inside of yourself. It requires souls. It doesn't just require siphons in order to attract the ley line energy. It requires souls to attract the magical energy, to bunch it all up. Or it might have required a bunch of white stone. It requires something that holds this spiritual magical energy that the ley lines also possess. And if white stone is still the ley line junction that it's been described to be, it makes total sense to me that Vecna might have enacted his goals in Whitestone, even if his lab is over in Wildmount. He's experimenting over in Wildmount, but he needs more energy to actually affect an ascension. And it could even be that he partially succeeds, but once he is balked and scattered, that energy sort of has to go somewhere. Maybe same thing with the Rizdun, and so the gods choose the Raven Queen because the energy has to go into someone once it's sort of been accumulated and released and harnessed. If they were to just let it all go without putting it into anything, it might, cause like a fucking nuke or something. So they put it all into Sad Queen in order so that it is not just willy-nilly released. And that is why the gods don't really trust Raven Queen, and why she seems to be a bit of an outsider is because she was just the best of a bad choice. The calamity that Vecna enacted concentrated all this energy in a little fucking ball, and if it's not going to go into him, which the gods don't want it to, it has to go into someone. Boom, it goes into the Raven Queen. Do you have a hard cap tonight? No. I have a soft cap, but it's fine. I have no soft cap on Wednesday, so even if I need to end early a little bit today, I can go for 9 hours on Wednesday. Oh, man. It still doesn't feel like it's quite there. But this feels like a lot of what I was touching on with my previous theory, but it seems more explanatory to me especially in terms of how the Shadowfell and Feywild fit in. I mean, it is very possible that they just didn't have these portals. They were just not reliant on the ley lines for how you traversed between them. And the calamity, the tipping point, could have still had these knock-on effects throughout the environment, even if the actions taken were not necessarily related to... You know what I'm saying? Like, even if Vecna's plans had nothing to do with the Feywild or the Shadowfell, if it's this ecological metaphor or analogy, then the Shadowfell and or the Feywild could still be substantially affected, even if they're not explicitly related to Vecna's plans at all, just as like economic side effects, or not economic, ecological side effects and like knock-on effects, which feels so much more. It also has a good explanatory power for Winter's Crest and the Frostweald. Like, all of these things can be just the new normal that we find ourselves in after the tipping point, which is what Vecna's attempted ascension and the triggering of the calamity. Wow. Now, why exactly the gods needed to leave? I think this has a little bit less explanatory power for me when it comes to the divergence. I will say that. You know, I can say that, I mean, we know from some theology that it seems as though the secrets of all of this were given to mortals by the gods. So there's some amount of explanation here of like, well, you know, the plans that Vecna enacted that ultimately led to ecological collapse, they were set in motion essentially by Thurisdun or some other of the betrayer gods, one of the other betrayer gods, that gave Vecna the knowledge that he needed in order to enact the calamity and the ascension. That's possible. Especially if the ecological collapse that we're talking about here is essentially a thinning of the barrier between worlds. You know, we get the Frostweald, Winter's Crest. We get the portals between the elemental planes destabilizing, possibly starting to leak into each other's planes. If the betrayer gods are down with recombining everything, then that's not ecological collapse. That's a desired outcome, in a way. Ooh, man, I'm fucking seeing it. I'm seeing it. William Nilliam. I love me a William Nilliam. I think William Nilliam is a... I think that's a me original. I'm not sure, though. I might have copied someone. Try and get to the break before you start a new theory. Domain expansion. Maybe. We'll see. Who knows? You're intentional. I mean, look. I'll say it. I don't really care what people tell me to do in chat. I'll always take it for what it is. I take it as all good intentioned. I might just ignore it. So, you know, feel free to tell me what to do as long as you understand that I might just not listen to you. So I don't mean to not understand where it comes from. Yeah. Oh, I backseat drive all the time. Yeah, just yeah. But man, that crystal that Lilith gave you doesn't work across the plane.
That Lilith gave you.
Yeah. And that could even be that even tracks with me a little bit along the lines of using the Heartstones, right? The Heartstones are all about, like, at least in the way that we've seen it, is like almost oh, I'm not on quiet mode. That's a good point. I'm not still on quiet mode. Thank you for reminding me. Because they talk about like the Heartstones being like, you know, some of the fools that like took these back and forth. They're the same fools that ushered in the Second War and the Divergence and the Calamity and all that. It seems like there's this theme of even the Heartstones might be like subverting the normal rules of nature. Even like Osisa, when she uses what I am presuming to be a Heartstone, I think they call it Heart Glass, but I'm presuming it to be a Heartstone. She says that there's a cost. I've always presumed that the cost was to her. Like, the cost was to Osisa. But it might not be. I mean, fuck, for all I know, Osisa's use of the Heart Glass in order to subvert the normal, you know, visual range of a normal creature, because it seems like she has some sort of scrying capabilities with it. For all I know, using the elemental energy in that way is what is causing the extreme weather in her continent. Like, Osisa's use of the Heart Glass could be why the entire continent of Asilra, or, not Arindia, Othanzia. I never remember which is the region and which is the continent, because we don't know of any other regions on the continent. But the sort of extreme weather and extreme fauna of Asilra, I mean, could literally be, if not in part, in whole, because of Osisa's use of the Heart Glass. Because we see Thordak's use of the Ember Seed, which is just a Heartstone, seems to be what is passively causing the vulcanization of Iman during the Chroma Conclave. It does not appear, at least from what we've seen, that Thordak has to be that active in the ecological change. It seems just a passive effect of him existing there. Now, it could be more banal. Maybe Asilra would normally be a very cold, very, megafauna producing type continent, and Osisa's use of the Heart Glass just makes it maybe a little bit worse. You know, it could be more low key than I'm making it out to be. But that could be. I mean, fuck, we could find out that the Frostweald was created by someone using the Heart Glass. Because I've always thought this. The egg that Sky Sunder comes out of is described as a crystal. It's not really described as being super egg-ish. And when Sky Sunder pops from the egg, it freezes the entirety of the town that they were in. Might have been Kaimel. I can't quite remember. It like freezes the entirety of the town. They are only saved by Abjurist Noja. And so the use of Heart Glass in general, of Heartstone material in general, Westrun sounds right. Because, yeah, they were there for Eskel, yeah. Could be this sort of almost the equivalent of like using pesticides on food. It's like, yeah, it's effective. It gives you power. It makes Thordak massive. It makes him huge. It gives him all sorts of powers, but it also passively harms the environment around it. Yes, the egg allows you to birth this magnificent creature, but it also turns the entire surrounding area into perpetual winter. And it creates this little pocket dimension of winter that is leaking out into the surrounding ecology. And then it creates, it is maybe the first real connective tissue that I can draw between what appears to be a totally disconnected event with the Frostweald. Whatever created the Frostweald seems to be so wildly disconnected from what is going on with Vecna and everything else, and even the Calamity. It seems to be utterly irrelevant to all of that. But if it is simply the like magical bioengineering that is the connective thread, Vecna is doing this very extreme bioengineering or environmental engineering with maybe less safety rails. And the person that did the Winter's Crest, or did the whoever created the Frostweald, was essentially just doing a lesser version of a Vecna, right? They had different goals. They were using the same kind of core components, which is fucking with the magical ecology of Exandria in order to gain power, right? That's the connective substrate between their actions, but their goals were very different. So we get these very different effects. Oh, interesting. So yeah, I mean, I am, and that even completely tracks with what we hear from Delilah in I Broke the World for You. Lighting up this siphon is going to start the destabilization process again. You know, it seems that just using the siphons is slower in terms of its destabilization, but it is going to destabilize things occasionally. It might put us even further down this road, further towards another tipping point. And breaking the world is very reasonable for that. I feel like I see it now. What is this? The older Urge of Arcana Magics. The castle's always had strange stories. Escalrandarian. And so, I mean, this is still like they're talking about finding the other side of the siphon. Maybe the other side is important, but it could also be that they just wanted to create a really big siphon that would destabilize shit. Especially if it destabilizes shit around Whitestone, which it seems to have been doing. It seems that the Sun Tree is feeding on the ley line energy in a very similar way to the Ashari portals. The Ashari portals feed on the energy to stay stable, and whatever happened that created the wound in the Divine Gate, I think likely the ejection of the Shadowfell, or the chaining of Thurisdun, the chained oblivion, or the scattering of Vecna, whatever happened in that divergence moment, that created this wound, and they need to feed energy towards it. That wound is essentially the same thing as the elemental plane portals, except instead of needing to feed it energy to keep it stable, I mean, they are keeping it stable, they're just keeping it stably closed. Right? So, and even that wound could be an entrance to the Shadowfell. Like, just straight up, it could be an entrance in the exact same way that all of the other elemental planes are an entrance, except instead of stably keeping it open, it is stably keeping it shut. It's a bar on the door. It takes the exact same amount of energy, without any energy being input into the portals. The doors are just flapping back and forth. Sometimes it's open, sometimes it's closed, it's a little open, it's a little closed, whatever. But if you feed it energy into, the Ashari rituals or into the Sun Tree, it can stably hold it in one configuration. Stably hold it open, stably hold it closed. What's the evidence that the Sun Tree is feeding on the energy? All we've seen is that it just sat generically above the line. My main evidence for it is its relative decline when the original ritual was active. Now, to be fair, the siphon is still there. But I think that in the same way that the residuum was kind of channeling the energy up the ziggurat, I think that the souls, the necromantic dead bodies component of the ritual was acting in a very similar way to the residuum. It was focusing and it was essentially allowing the energy more. I guess it's sort of like this. It was increasing the flow rate is how I imagine it. So the ziggurat siphons are kind of these, in my head, right? So we have the ley line flowing under here, and once the ziggurat is on top of it, and the siphon is lit, or the siphon is created, as much of this energy as can fit is trying to get up through that funnel. And the size of the opening of the funnel is going to determine the flow rate of how quickly we can siphon the energy out of this ley line. I think that both residuum is increasing the flow rate. It's essentially widening the hole of that funnel. And also the dead necromantic bodies are also widening that hole, increasing the flow rate heading into this siphon. And I think that the Sun Tree is essentially downstream of this. So when the ritual was sucking up more and more and more of that energy with the residuum and the bodies and all that, it was essentially starving the Sun Tree. The Sun Tree couldn't get enough nourishment, and that's why it was dying. Now that they have removed the dead bodies, they've essentially shrunk the hole. So now more energy can get through and replenish the Sun Tree. That's my current kind of theory. I also think there was some amount of indication of that. I think it's speculation, but it's not baseless. I think. It might be in Whitestone discussion. Has the Sun Tree Allura showed up at the design investigating the Dharma magical siphon device, returned to the Cobalt Reserve, stayed to the Ziggurat, very strong arcane current. It fits in with what I'm saying here. Being placed at this location by an arcane ley line, a nexus point near and above Whitestone. Oh, yes, right here. A lot of energy was being placed at this location by an arcane ley line, a nexus point near and above Whitestone, hence the Sun Tree's placement and flourishing. Now, I cannot tell you what episode this is from, but I am relatively confident that this is not speculation on my part. This is based on direct statements from them. So, I guess, the Sentry's placement and flourishing to me implies that the Sentry is directly feeding off of this energy. Above Whitestone, so it's not underground like your diagram. That's fair. That's fair. And honestly, yeah, I'll put it above. I don't care. Oh no, Inkscape, no, go away. I didn't mean to click on you. No. Yeah, I'm more than willing to flip this upside down. Cuz I think if we're being real honest, I think that this is probably in some realm where that's not exactly aligned to the spatial dimensions and blah 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 blah. I don't think it'll matter too much if it's above or below, but it could. It could. But I don't currently think it will. Ooh, man. 57 at 256. There you go. Yeah, man. Magical ecological collapse. That makes sense to me. And a lot of my previous theory can basically stay in place. Like a lot of the stuff that I sort of defined in all of this, I mean, kind of we can just remove a lot of the restrictions about the Feywild and all of that sort of stuff. We can just kind of remove all of the contrivances that I made to make it like, really force it into like a pattern. The real history seems a lot more flexible and messy, which makes perfect sense to me. I think it's a solid way to go with it, if that is indeed where we're going with it. Cool. Good theory break. We'll see. I have a feeling this is going to continue to marinate. I have a feeling this is going to continue to marinate. Because there's still one thing that I have not found any sort of suitable explanation for other than a story's focus on the protagonists. Like, and it's this. There is a thing here where it's like, if we look at Exandria and we draw a, all hemisphere lines are arbitrary, right? We might as well draw the hemisphere line in the middle of North America, or, cutting the Middle East in half and separating Asia and Europe, and Africa's on this side. Any hemisphere line is arbitrary. We're doing it for, ease of display on maps and discussions and things like that. So we can draw the hemisphere line wherever we want. I think a natural place to draw it for Exandria would be separating Isilra, Marquette. There's Taldore, and then here's, Wildmount, right? I think a natural place to draw a hemisphere line would be right here. But for the purposes of this discussion, I'd like to draw the hemisphere line here. Now, this is Wildmount. This is Taldore, Isilra, Marquette. Now, why are all of the Ashari portals and seemingly like everything to do with this ecological disaster stuff, why are they all in Taldore? Or, sorry, all on, we'll call this the Eastern Hemisphere, and we'll call this the Western Hemisphere. Oh my God, that would be reversed. Western, Eastern, whoops. We have Whitestone. We have Craghammer with its ziggurat in the basement. We have the Zephyra. Even Viscon, is going to be like right in this little edge, right on this this hemisphere line, right? And then we have, the Hespit archipelago. And we have the Vestra down here, and we have Vasselheim, and we have the Pyra. Like, it's all in the Western Hemisphere. Now, admittedly, with what we've just kind of discovered, there could absolutely be ziggurats over here. 100% absolutely. And there could be siphons. In fact, there might be a siphon in fucking Vecna's laboratory. But, we'll run ads in a minute. But there's still this sort of underlying question of, even within this theory, within both of my theories, there's a reason that Vecna had to come over to Whitestone in order to affect his ritual. Right, because of these, maybe because of the ley line convergences, maybe because of a relationship to the elemental planes. All of the elemental planes are just very clustered together on one side of the world. And again, there absolutely could be Vecna and the Briarwoods. Both of them. Neither one of them, for some reason, could enact their goals in Wildemount, a place where they assumingly would have more political power, more connections. What up? We're coming back fast. Like, why are all of the elemental stuff on this side? Right? And it's like, I see this of like, doesn't the fact that you just said hemisphere lines are arbitrary make this train of thought not really anything? It's less about the fact that it's actually a hemisphere line and more like if there's an entire space where things in theory could be, if they are all clustered, that implies that there's a reason for that clustering, right? If they were just randomly distributed throughout the world's crust, we wouldn't be able to draw a hemisphere line that contains all of them. But seemingly, we easily can. So they're less so like these elemental portals are not evenly distributed. For some reason, they are clustered on, the equivalent of the left half of the possible area that they could be. And just none of them are over here for some reason. Now, we can say that the reason might just be story shit. The reason might just be that the players are the ones interacting with the story. The players are in Taldore, and they go to Isilra and Marquette, somewhat on the reg. So that's just where all of them happen to be because Matt wanted them to be able to explore the completeness of a story without introducing an entirely new continent, right? It might be completely plot arbitrary. But I don't know. They have been to Wild... Okay. They've been to Wildemount, sure. Yeah. So the ziggurats are temples to Ioun, potential human worship cult aspect in the history past when they were constructed. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely seems like the goddess of knowledge is probably pretty closely related to the goddess, the god or goddess or the concept of fabrication, you know? It could be that they are that the reason that siphons are built on the Ioun temples is primarily because she is possibly also the goddess of not only the goddess of knowledge, but possibly creativity, knowledge or even expertise. You need a certain amount of knowledge along with practice to become an expert in something. So it might be at least related to her portfolio. And that might be why all of these sites are Ioun temple related or adjacent. Yeah, there's something interesting there, but I don't know. I don't think Matt puts too much thought. The interesting things there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I said it as you were talking. Yeah, I think that is, honestly, that seems the most likely to me. I wanted to call it out so that people are aware that I have considered it. But we've gotten such so few maps, and the relational placement of things to each other has mattered so little, and now is really only mattering in terms of like these two things are close to each other, even when we consider the shifting ley lines. It doesn't. There has very rarely to never been a scenario in the show so far where things global relative placements to each other have actually mattered. Even in a scenario where you think it might, like the Chroma Conclave's global domination. Their global domination seemed weirdly focused on Taldore. It's like, yeah, Vorugal went to Draconia, but then Umbrasyl is in Taldore, and Thordak is in Taldore. Like, even if you have like one dragon per continent, Umbrasyl's breaking the pattern. And I think it's, I think it is reasonable to say that Umbrasyl was in Westrun because the players have a lot of history with Westrun. Vorugal was in Draconia because the players have a history with Draconia. Raishan ended up being nowhere. And Thordak is in Iman because the players have a history with Iman. So I think that the Ashari placement is probably in a similar bucket. Now, this is all sort of to Draconia got hit to give a send-off for a player character. Let's be real, no other reason. Exactly. Raishan was in Whitestone? Sure. Yeah. Matt chose the positions based on places that players cared about. And I think that I want to call that out because I'm not going to really consider their like global placement and like the fact that the Briarwoods would have to come to Taldore to, get access to the Whitestone Ziggurat, or that, even within my theory, I'm sort of forcing Vecna to even come over to Whitestone, potentially. Or maybe, there's a ley line over in Whitestone and it just doesn't, it's totally irrelevant to the Sun Tree and the Wound. That's possible. But like, I am forcing them to do that, and it sort of implies a question of why are they doing that? And there's no good theory reason, I think, because it begs some questions that are answered by because this is a game and Matt didn't always choose the things that made the most sense. So sometimes now in our theorizing, we kind of have to just hand wave. It's like, yep, they just had to. Interesting.
Does that work across planes, or is that?
The Gatestone does, you have to be on the same plane of existence.
Okay.
You thought about it? I definitely think there's something on the other side of this. And this thing is how I think I know that our work is not yet done. I dream about it sometimes.
Thank God.
Do you ever come down and just look at it?
To be honest, it intimidates me quite a bit.
What did Matt just say to Laura? Let's see. You know what? I'm honestly going to keep it in not full screen for a little bit so that we can reference transcripts easier. You have to be on the same plane of existence for the Gatestone. So the I think. Or, maybe it's not an actual Gatestone, but it's like the crystal that Lilith gave them. You have to be on the same plane of existence. Gatestone. I thought she meant the 7, yeah. Now the question is, where, oh where, is the other side? That is the question. I'm going to throw out a theory. On where the other side of this is. Now, I know that I just talked about nothing being related to Westrun, but we have 2 things that are related to Westrun. There's the Vecna lab. And you all might recall that I had quite a bit to theorize about the Baker that was the character that was determined in the fireside chat. And I've had all these theories about how he might come to the players. I will say, I never considered that the players might go to him. But the reason maybe Vecna didn't go to Whitestone. Maybe Vecna just had a group set something up over in Whitestone, and he stayed over in his laboratory in Wildmount. And maybe the other side of this siphon, Kerblamo, over to Vecna's laboratory. So Vecna's laboratory has the siphon, has a ziggurat, has the other side of the Westrun siphon, which is why the Briarwoods would need to come over to Whitestone. If these 2 ziggurats are linked, if these 2 siphons are linked, then they would need to insert the power here to get an output over here. Why would they need an output over here? If they're trying to resurrect Vecna, dude. If Vecna tried to ascend, he actually, you know what? He wouldn't have done it at Whitestone. I was just talking about, I'm saying that Vecna would have had to come to Whitestone. No, he wouldn't. Why would Vecna be at the input of the siphon? If he's using the power to ascend, certainly he would need to be at the output. Now, out of all the places it could be, sure, maybe it's in the wilderness of Isilra. Okay, whatever. Maybe it's in the wilderness of Marquette and not in like the 2 cities that exist on the continent that we've been to both of them. Maybe. The other solution is that it is Viscon, or it's just a random island somewhere else. the solution I think is more likely is that it's in Wildmount. It's in Vecna's laboratory. And for the same reason that I thought the baker that is related to Tyrion Darrington was going to come to Whitestone because they were like keeping tabs or whatever. Maybe his family doesn't give a fuck about him. But they still own the land, because he's into real estate. They still own the land that Vecna's lab was on. Possibly the Briarwood estate too. Possibly they're one and the same. Briarwood estate is Vecna's laboratory. Maybe, I don't know. But I think they are going to somehow, through some ingenuity on the player's part, I think they are going to, or potentially, Keyleth will be like, can I try to scry on it or something? I don't know. They are going to do something magical to trace input to output. Because as Matt just said, right here, the theory is to find the other half of the siphon because it's a connection point. Look at that. Matt gave them a quest. Matt gave them a quest. Find the other side. So if they do find the other side, that could be how Terry's Baker connection comes in. They find the other side and there's a baker there. And he's wearing a big-ass weird French baker hat. And they're like, why is there a French baker near the output to a siphon? And someone's like, what did he look like? And then they describe him and Terry's like, I'm sorry, that's Jeanette Lafoufou. That's the Darrington family baker. Makes the best scones. And then they're like, no, wait. Terry, did you just say you know this person? And Terry's going to be like, oh, yes, well, baker for my... Oh. And now suddenly they know where the output is, baby. And so then they go to Jeanette Lafoufou. Because I don't even remember what her whole deal was, or their whole deal was. I don't. And they are celestially coded. French stereotypes, even in Exandria. Yeah. What was it? An emotional aside, etc., etc. Race, occupation, Beccal, bring Terry home. I've always thought bring Terry home in a sense of I'm going to go to Whitestone, bring him home. It could just as easily be convince him to stay. You know what I'm saying? And it just was Ziggurat, period. Name is Kryn. And they're drow. We know Terry's father prefers the sister. That is true. That is true. Okay. We're getting into it. We're going to go into it right up in here in a second. Right up here. Megan knows when to pause CR to make us crazy. I can always feel when they're about to drop something, and so I'm like, I'm going to get it before they drop it.
What do you see?
What do I see? What do I see? Oh, come down and just look at it. I see.
What do you see?
What do I see? Can I use my oracle arrow and shoot it into it?
Certainly give it a try. Certainly try.
Oh, man. Will this fucking work? I don't actually remember what the Oracle Arrow does. I think it's like a scry wherever it lands. But, this siphon was said to, break it down to primordial essence. But fuck, man, if Matt wants to, move this shit along, this is an easy enough excuse to say, like, it survived. Weird.
What's an oracle arrow?
She can shoot this
see
arrow
through
and
the
And see through the arrow? Okay.
So like you shoot it into a cave. She can
All right.
Oh, I do.
Well, go ahead and roll an attack.
Shoot an arrow.
Okay.
Let's back up.
Also, I will say, it seems like something that the researchers should have tried. This is just like a magic item that she just has. I think she got it from Gilmore at some point, or something along those lines. If Eskel and Gilmore and Allura gave up before trying this, come on, guys, you weren't really trying.
A bit of a distance.
Yeah. Well, back up as far as we can so I can still hit the thing.
Magical arrow.
It is a magical arrow, and this thing cuts out all the magic. But maybe once it goes through the siphon.
It's a feature of Fenthras? Oh, I stand corrected. You know? In that vein, if the siphons are used to create the vestiges, there's some, wibbly wobbly soft magic, which this already is, that could say, well, because it's a product of a siphon, maybe it can survive a siphon, or at least survive a siphon very, at some base level. If Fenthras was created via siphon, which we know some of the vestiges were, and it seems that none of the people I just mentioned have access to vestiges, and especially not a vestige that would let them see through it. So I'd get rid of the transcripts. Fair enough. Interesting. Vex is living in Whitestone, then the researchers could have still tried it. They certainly could have. I guess it's if that's assuming that they don't know everything that her vestige can do, like if she's been cagey about it. But I kind of doubt she would have been. It's still a little bit of a hole, probably, but we'll see. It's less of a hole than alternatives.
Then maybe I'll still be able to use it?
Well, we can actually get to the edge where magic starts again, and then it might reconnect once it goes
I
through.
don't know.
It's worth the sign.
Yeah, we'll stand outside of the door.
Do you only have one of these things?
I have 2 per short rest.
Yeah.
As part of your newly exalted.
Yes.
It's the
Okay, this is going to be. Don't hold on. Whatever. Well, hold on to that roll, whatever that was.
Okay.
So to get out of the radius, because it basically cuts it right into the hallway that leads inside of it. So you have to back out of the chamber into the hallway a few feet and basically get on the ground and aim upwards towards it, and you're going to have to arc over the top of the ziggurat to get in. So this is a shot.
Okay, Matt. I get what we're doing here, but it's an open air temple. It's on the roof. She shoots off of her broom all the time. She does not need to make this weird contortion shot. She can just fly up above the roof and find the barrier in the air, right?
With a disadvantage.
Sharpshooter?
With a disadvantage. I am sharpshooter.
Wouldn't that nullify that? 3/4 covers means nothing.
Well,
it's just full cover.
Well, what I was going to say is it would have a really high AC with disadvantage. I'm not going to consider it with having a super high AC. It's still a very hard shot.
So disadvantage.
So disadvantage in the shot.
30.
Both of them were
Both are
really
high
good.
teens.
It's the critical rolls.
It is a critical roll dice.
Oh, come on, baby!
I'm so proud.
Okay, we're gonna get some info now. Yeah. The no magic zone encompasses the entire chamber? No. Does it? I don't think that's the case. What? Maybe? Okay. I'll show my understanding of what this looks like, and I could be wrong. So my understanding is that there is this cavern. Then there is a ziggurat. And then the ziggurat has And then the ziggurat has a little building on top of it, right? When they're doing the fight for the ziggurat, they have to go up the ziggurat first, and they're still spell slinging. Remember, I mean, the Delilah tries to teleport from like the antechamber into the ziggurat proper, and Scanlan counterspells it. So and then we have like the altar right here. My understanding is that the sphere of no magic is like this, not encompassing the entire cavern. So Vex could just go up here on her broom and shoot down at it like this. Am I wild? They had to go back into the hall before magic worked again at all. But not out of the entire chamber. Not out of the entire chamber, they didn't. When they did the healing magic in Race to the Ziggurat, she pulled him like 30 feet. They weren't even off the ziggurat when they healed. Matt said they had to go into the hallway. Yeah, I think it's the hallway. To be clear, I think it's the hallway of this building right here. I think that's the hallway that they're talking about. I mean, decently far. I think it was like 60 feet. I don't think it was that far. They had to go down the entire temple? No. No. You guys are crazy. When Kiki could dig, because she ran into anti-magic? I don't think she ran to like anti-magic. She just ran into like gross magic. I don't think it was actually preventing her. Wait a second. Where would that even be? That's all we plan. Into the frost wheel, dangerous dealings and ruins, desperate measures, omens, echoes of the past. I think it's either in this or in denouement. Denouement. Consult the whole temple is a no-no zone? No.
Hello and welcome.
Can I look up?
Right.
Oh man.
Okay, yeah.
I know when it'll be. It'll be in
I don't know. Sure.
Oh, it's before this. It's in Race to the Ziggurat then.
Can I go ahead and start conjuring?
This is now.
Okay. So this is on the top of the temple, right here. Right? Do we all agree upon that? The scene that we are in right now, like this little scenario right here. These are the steps of the temple of the Ziggurat.
It's like a helix of DNA. As they all streak downward, they slam into Silas from the other side.
Okay.
Him now being
because they're using magic right now.
Assaulted on all fronts, frustrated.
So you can at least enact magic on the top of the Ziggurat. They're not in the no magic zone right now.
Looks back at.
I use my bonus action to hide again.
Okay, well you're still now in plain sight.
This is before the ritual. Okay, so we'll see how far they have to drag, to get them out. So this is the hand. Let's see. Consult the transcripts. The siphon will have existed at the end of this episode.
That was a
27 point.
Catch to the air, slam arm now, and she just has like she sees you. Even see this point. She's a K. Would you roll? That. What do you got? Towards you.
No, there's no attack. Damn it.
Maybe I'll look up the word heal. 4:15. Let's see. Heal. Heal up. 4 hours, 15 minutes. Is it pickle that goes down? Actually, you could try a spell. You're on top of the roof, so it is open air. The divine energy seems to be pulled from your hand and has no effect. So this is
to be almost pulled from.
So at 4:20, there is the no magic is in effect. So then where do they have to get to actually do the healing? Trinkets at your side. Can I move within 30 feet of Vex? Grog full movement. Because I am curious. We need to get me out of here. So it's... Have we tried healing word? You managed to get her up to the top. Grog, you're the one who has her right now.
Healer, it will work.
Okay, let's work on the roof. I'm not actually anything.
Try on the roof.
So we're trying it on the roof.
Come on.
Cure wounds, cure wounds.
Okay, so you go
You're not gonna die. You're not gonna die.
It doesn't work.
over body.
That's why.
Cream at the top of my lung. I want to pick up Pike under my arm.
Once we hit the ground, I want to. We're outside of the room, right?
Yeah.
We're outside of the room. So where is
Now
this?
you've managed to climb up towards the top.
I want to pick up Pike under my arm like a fucking football and run forward.
I'm mostly just trying to track where they are in the room, which is the only reason I'm not just skipping straight to the end.
Okay.
After my sister.
Pick her up and bolt off the side.
Once we hit the ground, I want to. We're outside of the room, right?
Yeah.
Cassandra's got a healing. Cassandra's got one too. 14 points of fall damage to you as you land, but right now you're not carefully landing, so it's just clutching her and jumping off.
Yeah.
You may have magic check.
It's 20.
20? Okay.
Right, but I think the hallway is of the hallway in the building on top of the ziggurat. I think all you guys are interpreting it as like the hallway that is the entrance to the cavern, and that is what I am disagreeing about.
No, you managed to take only 2 damage from the fall. Look at that saving throw.
Leaving you. 13. She gets 3 shots.
3 times, yeah. So with that, as you're carrying her there, there's a moment where all of a sudden Vex's eyes open. Vex is sitting there, looking around, confused, catching her breath in Grog's arms as he's like bolting down.
Get out of here.
Any type of magical properties from it, just kind of from looking at it.
Make an arcana check.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, that's good. That was 17. I was 19 total.
In total. You have no idea what this is. You haven't seen something like this before. You inspect it very closely, and it's literally just like the spear is.
Fast.
Yeah? Okay, I'm gonna turn back and go check on Lady Shida.
The net of dead bodies doing? Are they limp?
Here, you take it.
On Vex?
No magic seems to appear. There's as she's in Vex's arms. Once again, the spell slot is expended, but no magic seems to appear. There's some sort of blockage or void of magic use in this vicinity.
Even outside of this building?
Even outside the building. 19. Poof, the door slams.
Okay.
Grog's foot, opening
Outside of the
Will
building.
my sunbeam still be up?
He is on the ground, unconscious, sitting in this kind of.
Okay, but we gotta figure out what we're doing with the little black ball of the universe.
I pull out.
Okay. Glass and jam it in there. The glass.
Okay. She wasn't brought back until next episode, I think, and it is in 58? Okay, yeah.
I put Briarwood and drag her out of the room towards
The two bad things together?
I've got her in. I'm hugging her from behind and turning my back towards whatever is in that room. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
Sure, why not? Let's get out of here. Do you want to take Briarwood with us? I'll bury her in the rubble. Into that orb?
3 yards from here.
They give a
No,
light.
I think something was going to come through that door. Okay.
I drag her out of the room and towards the steps.
Okay. As you're holding her in your arms, you guys, everyone, what's everyone doing?
Everyone get out.
I'm
So
picking
out of the room towards
my
the
sister
steps.
and lurching after Grog. I'm picking you up and I'm lurching after Grog.
So as Grog rushes down the steps of the ziggurat, clutching the unconscious and bleeding body of Lady Delilah Briarwood,
Cassandra's still tied up.
Vex rushing behind, carrying the barely conscious, limp body of Vexalia. The rest of you guys racing out, your hand blade from the terrible force of whatever that was. You go charging down the steps of the ziggurat. Are anyone taking?
Okay, so they do go charging down the steps of the ziggurat. I was definitely under the impression that the magic was not that pervasive. And you said
Hello, everyone, and welcome to
58 was where they mentioned the mark in the hallway, where the barrier begins. Let's see. Hallway. Gilmore gifted a fine. Upon changing into the robe, you guys make your way down the hallway, up the oh no, that's not it. Had come ninjas, landing in the hallway on his back. Okay, there's actually a weird amount of hallway. 145. Okay.
I don't have any dangly bits. I'm sorry to tell you. Give him a fancy robe, Grog. Oh, shit.
And I'll be the last to leave with to damage him. So we're going to be careful.
Aren't there like acid pools down here and stuff?
It's not a terrible idea, but we should.
Oh.
It is going to damage him.
Wait.
Go up. Yeah, there's no bag of holding in here.
Well,
so why don't we go upstairs
so
now that it's
right
off, and we'll
here?
leave it here, and I'll be the last to leave with it.
Wait,
Go
why are you
upstairs.
keeping it, Percy?
Because I'm not sure destroying it in here is the best idea, and I'm not sure if destroying it is going to damage him. So we're going to be careful.
Aren't there like acid pools down here and stuff?
It's not a terrible idea, but we should.
Oh, that's right. That's what
That's
you're
Percy's gun went.
But not near here.
Let's just very gently. We don't know what that is yet, so let's very gently get you out of the orb's influence, and then we'll remove it out of the orb's influence, and we'll see if there's a problem.
I walk proudly and naked out of the fucking ziggurat.
All right. I pick up the cloak and move it just outside the orb's influence to see if it has any effect.
Okay. As you pull it beyond the perimeter of what you come to mark, this mark, by the way, through the research of Valor and the folks have been a while, there's a specific mark in the hallway to where that barrier
Okay,
is.
yeah.
Just gingerly start to put it forward.
Okay, yeah. Actually, near 146. Okay, let's try that. So, the mark in the hallway, but what hallway are they in? I was definitely interpreting that as if, like, it is up on the ziggurat.
So we got that. The Critical Role T-shirt design contest has been live for a while.
Oh, wait, 146 of this. I see. Even better, 73, Matt says, leads you down the ziggurat 20 or so meters back. 146 there, right.
Specific mark in the hallway to where
73 leads you down the ziggurat. Oh.
Welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role, our Halloween edition, where a bunch of us nerdy ice voice actors sit around and play Dungeons & Dragons. Hi. Tonight, we will astound you with spooky tales. I don't know what's going to happen because we're just going to continue to game that we normally play. But welcome, I'm Matthew Mercer.
Where was it? 73, 20 or so meters back. Victor! Okay, wait. 20 or so. Yeah.
Things magically correct.
I don't think the secret to defeating Thordak is moving this thing.
It's a shame we couldn't. How close? We have a line in the sand of how close we can get to this thing magically correct.
This way. Which leads you back down.
Oh, yep, right here. Oh, yeah.
Entrance where you guys enter this large chamber and a.
Okay, that's very explicit. Damn, yeah, I just missed this.
I say 20 or so meters back into the. You can see there is a specific wooden support beam that is structured in this tunnel, and on that beam, elements of it are painted black. Which is this is the perimeter in which the siphon devours magic.
What?
How big is it? How big is it, roughly?
What the
Perimeter.
I'd say give or take a half mile.
A half mile? How big was Viscon? Well, shit, I'm super wrong. Interesting. A half mile. I'm gonna take a note of that really quick. Ziggurats, anti-magic, properties, extend approximately 0.5 miles. Yeah, I don't remember how big Viscon was, but I wonder how high up is the Sun Tree. Interesting. 800 meters, yeah. I mean, that makes more sense as to how they could redirect entire ley lines. That's expansive. I assume that's diameter. Oh, I assumed it's radius. I assumed it's about a mile diameter. Interesting. There's no way that they talked about how big Viscon is, right? And how big the fucks with your teleportation bubble is around Viscon? There's no way they talked about that, right? Huh. Half a mile is way too much distance to shoot now. Oh, no. You're totally... Yeah. Hands up. I'm super wrong about that. Yeah. I was definitely imagining it as a much... when they were talking about the hallway, I was definitely imagining the structure that they on top of the ziggurat. And so I thought that was about the radius. Like I said, my imagining looked something like this when it is actually more like that. Which, yeah, that is whoa. That is way fucking bigger than I thought. Huh. Yeah, crazy. They were still able to cast magic on Viscon. It's true. Because maybe Viscon is the output. Maybe Viscon is the output location. Although I don't think so. It might be the output location of a different siphon. Interesting. Okay. This is making me think about the chamber a little bit differently, as well as their ability to research it. I think someone else was like, damn, that's a big radius to be able to try and research this. Huh. Yeah, shit. Okay. Yeah, it must have... I think the thing that must have tripped me up is I kind of assumed the no magic zone was in effect when they walked in, but it wasn't in effect until they lit the siphon, it seems. Interesting. Oh, thank you, Joshua. I appreciate it. Yeah. Half a mile is way too much distance to shoot an arrow. Yeah. I mean, I guess if it's like, the exalted bow or whatever, but, Yeah. Or potentially the siphons behave differently. That one might specifically absorb whatever teleportation magic does. It's true. Each siphon, depending on like what you're doing with it at the given time. I mean, Matt explicitly left open the possibility that there could be siphon-like constructs which are not siphons and are also not spheres of annihilation, right? So it's like, then the theory would be the other side of it, or if it is not, it might just be a sphere of annihilation or something adjacent to it and is essentially a null and void circumstance. So Matt is very explicitly leaving open the door of like, there are things like orbs of annihilation of which a siphon is a type, or is an instance of that type. It's a square rectangle situation. Huh. She got a 30. That's the highest DC possible. No, and I mean, Matt let her roll for it. If you are rolling for it, and it's not like it actually has to hit with force, right? It's like, half a mile is too far away for a D&D longbow to do extreme damage. But all it has to do is reach that point. It doesn't even need to embed itself within a target. It just has to get sucked into the black hole. So I'm sure that there's some wibbly wobbly construct where we can make that work. And like you said, Brittany, she beat a 30. If your DC is higher than a 30, it shouldn't have been a roll. There shouldn't be DCs higher than 30. So I'm 100% on board with you, Brittany. Yeah. Yeah, the radius of this was just not in my picture of this at all. I'm reorienting. We'll watch it, but I'm reconstructing some things in the head.
Proud of you! I'm so proud of you!
This shouldn't work.
Oh, it shouldn't work, but it is.
Straight through to the part.
T-shirts.
Weirdly, the arrow hits and kills Keyleth.
Comes out of his stomach.
Oh no, this thing was inside us all along.
Don't do that.
Don't eat.
This is a long whisper.
Don't eat the Yeti.
Oh man, this is not just what we normally get.
No, this is a whole chunk of stuff.
That blade.
By the way, just a little insight. What we normally get on the whispers is, from what you can tell, it seems totally normal. And then that's about it.
And then that's pretty much that's accurate.
That's actually fairly accurate.
Briefly back in the old days, they were experimenting with texting us whispers.
As far as you can tell, he thinks he's telling the truth.
I want to know.
I'm glad we stopped trying to text each other whispers. That was.
Whoa, her mind is blown.
Give me a pencil. I gotta write this shit down.
Pencil.
Here. I don't know where it went.
Her eyes go white and she's just so yeah, scribbling on the ground.
She's drawing a weird alien creature.
I gotta write down or I'll forget.
Big head, big eyes, small body. From communion.
Somebody thought.
Three
I'm writing in
syllables.
wingdings.
We're being invaded by dingbats
What does
from
a
the second
smiley
dimension.
emoji mean? I don't understand.
She speaks arrival language now.
Oh my god. Percy! I saw something.
You didn't, really?
I did. I think it was another plane.
Vex dies.
We have to figure out how to. Is there a way to make sure we get every detail? I'm finding pen and paper. We're writing everything you can remember
Okay.
down. Is there a way to recall someone's memory in perfect detail? Is there any sort of magic that can actually?
There are, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, at this point, it didn't exist, but now there's a fucking there's one from the plane shift to Ravnica. Whoa. I think it's embed memory. D&D 5e embed memory. What is it? No, not modify memory. Encode thoughts. Encode thoughts 5e. Yeah. Dude, this spell rocks, dude. I really love this cantrip. You pull a memory, an idea, or a message from your mind and transform it into a tangible string of glowing energy called a thought strand, which persists for the duration or until you cast this spell again. The thought strand appears in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you as a tiny, weightless, semi-solid object that can be held and carried like a ribbon. It's basically, pensives from Harry Potter. If you cast this spell while concentrating on a spell or an ability that allows you to read or manipulate the thoughts of others, such as detect thoughts or modify memory, you can transform the thoughts or memories you read rather than your own into a thought strand. And then casting this spell while holding a thought strand allows you to instantly receive whatever memory, idea, or message the thought strand contains. Importantly, it doesn't delete the thought strand. I will point that out. And then casting detect thoughts on the strand has the same effect. This spell rules. I love this spell. As a way to perfectly transfer energy, I really like it. Yeah. Detect thoughts can let you see others' memories, but encode thoughts is pretty cool. Well, they work together, Seth Theshalo. That's what I love. They work together. Yeah. This is a cantrip? Yeah, it's a cantrip. The thing is, only other people with the cantrip can essentially make use of it, or other people with detect thoughts. But that fucking cantrip rules. I love it. That's wild. Yeah. Yeah. It's my favorite wizard cantrip. I love encode thoughts, but that would be super useful right now.
This shit's happening.
But otherwise, I can just tell you what they sort of saw, but,
Yeah, no,
all I heard a lot of backblaze in the background.
It was the backblaze dimension? No.
We're not siphons or storage units.
You saw the cloud?
just backing up.
Was it a bunch of nudie photos?
All right. I mean, it's pretty vivid for you. And so as you recount to, what you saw is the arrow. It was darkness once you fired it. The as it passed through the sphere of anti-magic, there was nothing, and then suddenly, imagery blinked to the arrow, and from the perspective of it, as it coasted away, she looked behind and could see the twin to this orb. Apparently, not under the same anti-magic shell on the other side, whereas this side steals magic, the other side emits it. As the arrow landed and clattered the stonework, maybe 20 feet below the.
Okay, wait. Gotta take a quick little thing. The arrow, or Vex's arrow vision. Other side has a twin to the siphon, although there is no anti-magic. This side emits magic.
The orb looking around, she saw a landscape of blackened, broken stone and ground, distant mountains.
Also, what the fuck are we doing right now? I'm sorry, what the fuck are we doing? Okay. It's pretty vivid.
Is it a bunch of nudie photos?
All right. I mean, it's pretty vivid for you, and so as you recount to,
look, we've obviously talked about whispers and how I feel about them. But if you're not even going to make Laura Bailey recount this, what's the point? why are we doing a whisper at this point? Like, I guess in theory, Laura had autonomy, whether or not to like reveal the whisper. So it's like, because Vex said that she's recounting the whisper, now he's doing it. But like, come on. Just say it out loud already. Alternatively, I do think it is somewhat interesting to force her to recount it here. I will say, I have recently been playing in a little adventure. It's some shot. It's supposed to be a one shot, but it's gone more sessions or whatever. And I have this item, which I fucking love. Oh, come on. What? Skull of Selfish Knowledge. And my GM was like, I really like that item because we got one, oh God, how can I display this? There we go. We got one rare magic item to start the thing. And so I chose this. You may use an action to make the magical skull devour a non-magical book, map, or scroll. Once devoured, the learning is forever available to you, but you can never write the information down or communicate it to others. It is for you alone. Now, my GM really liked the idea of this, but they wanted to modify it so that under certain circumstances, or if I rolled high enough, I could relay the information. So I will show you what they came up with, because I think it's pretty slick. And I totally signed on for it. So it is this. 25, and I'm a warlock. Shut up. 25, I have to make a charisma saving throw if I want to communicate any of that knowledge. 25 plus, you can share anything you want, and that knowledge is no longer under the skull's domain. 20 plus, you have 1 minute to communicate the knowledge. 15 plus, you can write or speak one sentence of 25 words or fewer about the knowledge. 10 plus, you have 3 words. 9 or lower, Zauba will take his toll. Zauba is my patron. He is a djinn. And so from experiencing that, it's almost a reverse whisper, where like it does involve the GM just handing me and me only information. And it's still like, I don't like it for all the reasons that I don't generically like whispers, but it is fun to have a special ability to get knowledge. Like when I set this up, and the way that I've used it so far is to get information very quickly. So I just like ran my hand along a library shelf and just like ate all of the books. So just and now I just have all of the information. And, you know, most of it is not going to be useful, but then I can try to communicate some of the useful bits. And having that restriction on how much I can communicate was very, very fun. And it was fun because we were all on the same page where I wanted to communicate the information. I just may or may not be able to. And I also had special capability to gather the information, which is pretty huge. And like the skull specifically gives me all of the information. So not only does it give me the words that are written, it gives me diagrams, it gives me pictures. If something was written on a paper above it and made an indentation on like the letter, I get that information too. So that was a big part of it for me in like being cool with this sort of setup. Is there was a reason I had very special and specific access to information. I am like buffed in my information gathering abilities by a rare magic item. And so I'm getting a lot of information that I, theoretically shouldn't be able to get with just like the natural normal mechanics. So then the communication of that becomes a challenge, which I did like. And I think there could be something fun in this where like, okay, because you have this special capability to peer through the siphon in a way that only you can do, I'm going to tell you all the information, but it is up to you to remember all of it, to remember it accurately, and to communicate it to everyone else. Because you do have this special information gathering, apparatus, essentially. I'm actually kind of into that. I'm still very not into having whispers on like normal perception checks. But for this one, I could be more into. But if we're gonna do it, just describe it out loud, which I think everyone's kind of on the wrong page about, or on the same page about. But yeah. Matt Colville likes whispers because he likes having the players have to explain to each other and possibly mess up, but this was a weird use. Yeah, I think the explain to each other and possibly messing up complex information, I think is maybe the best use of it, or not the best use of it. The use that I personally like the most. If there's no complexity to the information, I'm still pretty broadly not a fan of whispers. But if there is complexity and the human is being used as a sort of possible like unreliability filter to the information, I'm kind of into that. Yeah. But compare this moment to the whisper Matt gave to Taliesin about Tiberius and Draconia. It was about the same length, and Taliesin chose to keep that to himself for a good 20 minutes before revealing it. Yeah, he did. And, like, in general, like, that is not a value add to me. The fact that, like, the players are able to, like, choose when to reveal it, I don't really see that as a positive. I know some people do, and we've had long conversations about whispers. But, like, that, to me, that's kind of nothing. That's, if anything, it's a bit of a negative, but yeah. What's your charisma save modifier? +9, if I remember correctly. So it might be +8. Basically, the only way for me to get Zauba takes his toll is if I get a nat 1. With the way that the DCs are leveled out. But yeah, I think we're level 8, I want to say. Something around there. Yeah. Something I've never considered before. How does the siphon interact with residuum, if at all? Did the siphon of old make residuum? Is residuum making this siphon larger than it would be, etc.? Lots of potential interactions. My understanding, based on my notes, which is like right here, the glass substance is diluted whitestone used as a very strong arcane current. So it seems to facilitate the flow of magic, of raw magic outside of a ley line. So it just seems to conduct the magic better. Like, forcing electricity to travel via lightning, via a breakdown in the air resistance. What's that called? The air breakdown threshold? It's something like that, where like air becomes a conductor. It's either forcing it to travel like that, or you can get a lightning rod and like make there be an easier path for the lightning to travel down. That's sort of how I'm thinking about residuum. Yeah. Matt could have done what he does best, change the music and do his cool description. That would probably be more engaging and exciting for all the players in the audience, not just Laura. Yeah, I agree. Remember and relay it by the player should be the default unless they have a keen mind. I don't agree, but that is fine. Depending on what the information is. If the information is, again, something that I think would be enhanced by having that level of unreliability in the reiteration, I'm becoming more down with that sort of thing. But otherwise, I'm kind of meh. But, anyways.
What she saw is the arrow. It was darkness once you fired it. Like the as it passed through the sphere of anti-magic, there was nothing, and then suddenly, imagery blinked through the arrow, and from the perspective of it, as it coasted away, she looked behind and could see the twin to this orb. Apparently, not under the same anti-magic shell on the other side, whereas this side steals magic, the other side emits it. As the arrow landed and clattered to the stonework, maybe 20 feet below the orb, looking around, she saw a landscape of blackened, broken stone and ground, distant mountainscapes of jagged crags, like teeth across the horizon. The sky itself was black and shadowed, like it was perpetually in the sense amidst a distant forest fire. And where you can see the gray in the sky, you can see just roiling thunderclouds with flashes of lightning. And roughly a mile or so from what you could tell from where this was, you could see what appeared to be a large obsidian tower of twisted black stone that went up for what appeared to be a dozen or more stories.
Do we know something about it?
Yeah, doesn't that sound like
The same tower we saw in the Nine Helms?
No.
No,
Different tower.
Different tower.
Okay, different tower. I was like, what? I'm just gonna copy all this really quick. Interesting. It's pretty vivid for you. I mean, it could be. It's not something I had considered. Also, we're gonna skip any amount of ads. This is not something I considered, but there is a potential possibility here that all of the other sides of the siphons are on different planes. It could also be that wherever this siphon originated, or wherever this original connection was, has now been shunted out to the Shadowfell. It could also be that each siphon doesn't have like a permanent connection based on its ziggurat location. It could be new and novel connections every time. So they needed to connect it to the Shadowfell this time. But maybe in previous eras, it could have been connected somewhere else. That seems possible. Interesting. So it's just straight up in the Shadowfell, huh? Huh.
This is
We've
way
heard about
bigger,
this.
Is there someone named Roland?
No. The Tower of the Nine Hells was the biggest thing you've ever seen.
Oh, okay,
tower-wise.
okay.
Like this is big, but like imagine like a 12-story obsidian tower that's pretty thin and tall.
Oh,
it's
okay.
a thin.
I'm glad I
spire.
remembered that correctly because I was remembering it as a citadel, and it's a tower.
This is spectacular. This is great. We have to let everybody know. Oh God, we have to let everybody know. And I grab her and we bolt.
Okay.
Ow.
Does it sound like anything you know?
No, yes, maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure. This is a breakthrough. We have a breakthrough. I am running to Cassandra, who I'm sure is asleep.
Yeah, I mean, most everyone's... Like, you guys have all gone to bed at this point, I imagine? You guys are down there pretty late, kind of?
Well, first I dragged Keyleth off to the cozy little bathtubs that they have here in the castle and took the opportunity, they were quite small actually, and washed all of the last of the caked-in blood and everything.
Because I say it's true.
I have like a full Roman sauna underneath it, but that's fine.
Not
Whatever
the
you
one
need.
I saw.
Well,
I took JB back and we built a fort
Okay.
in the room.
You gone to bed?
Oh yeah, I
look-
sleep.
I
didn't wake
I
up.
look for a book on werewolves.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Oh,
2020.
Natural 20. Natural 20.
natural 20.
It's that night.
Against all odds.
The trick is it requires human sacrifice.
It is a full moon tonight, isn't it? Or was it last night? When was the full moon?
You surprise yourself, Grog, going, whoa, whoa. Werewolves. There's a book that talks about the disease of lycanthropy and where creatures and entities, and it's there before you, and you find it, and it's like your own little birthday party.
I take it with me.
Okay.
I'm calling a meeting of the council. I'm sending out the word. I'm telling everyone that we have new information.
night?
Yeah, I'm starting it now so that people who are not here can figure
Are
out
you
their
gonna
way
like over
here.
our
Yeah,
earpieces?
this is like around...
Not them.
It's around midnight.
To the studying council. Anybody who's been studying the object.
Oh, the studying council.
Yeah, I'm letting everybody know as quickly as possible.
Okay.
There's new information.
All right. So, that being the case, you let Cassandra know. Okay, Cassandra goes, my God, all right. Let me... hold on. And she goes and rushes back to her room, and she comes back with a small, looks like a river stone, but has what looks to be a small rune carved into it. She takes it and holds it and goes, Sorry to bother you, my dear, but apparently Percival has a breakthrough in regards to the cigarette in the orb. As soon as you can, please. And then takes it and puts it in a small pouch. Hopefully Alora received that, and she'll be arriving soon.
Excellent.
As to Esk, I don't know how to get in touch with him, and he's probably well into his sleep, and he gets a bit
He'll
cranky.
find out in the morning.
Right.
Oh, this is good. We'll start looking with the new data as soon as everyone gets here. This is excellent. Excellent! Good night. Go to sleep. Why are you awake? No. And I'm out the door.
Okay.
And run to Vex's house. We're done.
All right. So you guys just go to bed?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But wait, actually, Percy,
Yes?
off subject, but when I saw Keyleth, I mean, she was destroyed, right? I mean, fucking destroyed. Arms everywhere, limbs broken, just terrible.
Yes.
And I mean, we put it back together,
Yes.
like we always
Oh.
do. But I can't get Scanlan out of my mind. It's so random, I know, but what if that happened to him and we're not with him? No one's there to cast Revivify.
If he wanted to be found, he'd be found. His daughter's there, and maybe he is possibly smart enough to explain to her how that stone works.
Have you scryed
Possible.
on him again?
Not successfully. Not since I briefly found him, and then I lost him. But I always have people looking.
All right. I don't know why he's on my mind. Obviously, we have much bigger things.
I think maybe bigger things will help. It's been too quiet. I'm
Not
getting...
good at quiet.
No, I mean, I've enjoyed it. This has been great. Everything's been
Yes,
great.
of course.
This is wonderful, but I will admit, I miss, I don't know what I miss. I miss it, though. I feel like I'm tempting fate, and I'm going to regret everything I say right now, one
I
day.
think we are. Who knows what this will lead to?
Maybe we can shut it down for good.
Yes.
Maybe we're going to go find a small black tower somewhere filled with death and despair.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep tonight.
No. Oh.
All right. So as you find your rest for the evening, the morning comes. Right. Warm. But the clouds that came in for the evening, it's still a cloudy sky, and as you wake up, the mist that is kind of usually takes the bottom of the valley and the forest floor is beginning to burn off as the sun begins to peek through the clouds and show little bursts of blue above. You guys head back to the castle, where all of you are, everyone but, well, Keyleth will say, Keyleth and Keyleth's still sleeping and Terry is still sleeping. And
Give that a bit of a day. It's probably...
Yeah. However, Alora is there, waiting. She's there as you heard. She goes, "Oh, well, isn't this a pleasant surprise?" And she rushes up and gives Vex a big hug, and
it's been ages.
Comes and takes your hand as well, Percival, and pulls you in. So, Cassandra told me that there was some sort of a...
Well, Vex had a brilliant idea. Recently, you came to a very interesting power.
Yes, from the exalted weapon that I got from Sondor.
Oh, your vestige, yes.
Yes, and it has the ability to shoot arrows that see.
I recall you telling me this, yes.
Right, so I shot it into the orb. And I saw through it.
Oh. At which point you watch her hold him interchange things, and what did you see?
Everything.
What did you
show her
A sky, and an orb, and a tower, an obsidian tower, like 12 stories
Keyleth
tall.
comes down for breakfast.
Hey, KK.
What I
Good
missed? Hi, sorry, I had weird dreams.
You died?
Really weird dreams.
No, that really happened. That actually happened yesterday.
Still weird dreams.
Destroyed landscape, whole other plane, very dark, very scary.
Another plane.
I assume, because I don't know
We
if
don't know.
anything
This
like
is
that.
everything that as she described it, this is everything I could write down.
And as you describe down the location, and she goes,
Are you talking about my dreams?
well, this is not a...
Okay.
This is certainly not a place that I know of. It's on this plane.
Oh.
My dreams are on this plane?
I mean, you were on a plane.
We had a breakthrough.
This sounds like a location that resides somewhere in the Shadowfell.
Shadowfell.
What is Shadowfell?
The Shadowfell, yes. It's, you went to the Feywild, which was more of an overgrown, Fey-based nature parallel to this world, yes? The Shadowfell is the dark shadow reflection of this same place. It's a plane of negative energy, of darkness, of... And tower, you said? I have to go research this some more. It's good to know, but I get the sense that perhaps this ritual was not as foiled as we'd initially anticipated.
Have you been to this Shadowfell before?
I have not been.
Does Vecna reside there?
Let me go do some research.
Thank God they are finally off of Orcus. And they are with me on Vecna. And you know what? It's a tower of twisted obsidian. A dozen or more stories. The tower in the Shadowfell goes up a dozen or more stories. And the sun tree is pretty fucking tall, right? Is it a dozen or more stories? Not the moon tower. I don't know what yet. Maybe it is the moon tower. Or a sun, an asteroid tree, or a rock tree, or a darkness tree. I don't know. A shadow tree. Terrestrial tower. It makes me think of like desert trees that look like stone. Hopefully I don't just get a bunch of AI images. But it reminds me of like petrified trees in the desert. You know what I'm saying? Like this sort of shit. If you're in, the realm of darkness, it's gonna make everything look a little black, a little obsidian, you might say. And it could be there could be a connection. Because this is like the only thing that was described is this tower, this twisting tower of obsidian. And it could just be a fucking ritual tower. It could be the fucking towers in the end that, you fight the Ender Dragon and there are crystals, the healing crystals on top of the big fucking obsidian towers. It could just be like that. They could just be tower. It could just be a tower. But the fact that Matt is instantly drawing our minds and our attentions to the mirroring, and I obviously had the big moon tree theory. It feels like there might need to be a little bit of a connective anchoring, if you know what I'm saying. Or there might not even need to be. There might just be. As the sun tree comes into existence, the obsidian tower comes in concert. It grows alongside it. Interesting.
You watch her get a little, 1,000-yard stare for a second, thinking, her eyes are darting around a little bit, and her brain's just running, and she's... All right, well, unfortunately, I can't leave till tomorrow. I can only really transport myself once a day, but I will immediately make my way to Vasselheim. That would hopefully be able to clarify some of these questions.
Do you need company?
No, I can travel faster on my own.
All right.
Besides, I can always go ahead and can bring a friend.
How is Kima?
Make a perception check, actually.
She's in the room.
21.
21. Interesting. One thing you do catch, though subtle, is as she has her hands folded on one side, you do see like a small gold band across one of her fingers.
Ooh. She's hitched.
Wait a minute. Did you guys get married?
And didn't invite them.
It was very small, very private. But anyway,
Congratulations.
thank you.
So things are really gonna kick off when Kima sacrifices Allura in a Vecna ritual. She's really been working her way into Allura's confidences.
Sorry, this is conflicting emotions in this moment right now. Thank you.
When did it happen?
Curious if she was going to explode.
Not 4 months ago. It was on a whim. We thought and discussed a lot about all the dangers we'd faced over the years together, and with you, and the reality of not knowing how long either of us have on this planet. And forgive, at the very least, why not?
I think it's brilliant. Brilliant.
Thank you. I would have. We were going to tell you. It's been a lot to do in Iman. It's looking great, by the way. We've nearly completed, thanks to the help of the Lyceum and many of the majors. Reconstruction has been rapid. Anyway.
We should have gone there in the last year. I mean, we need to visit
We've been
Mom.
very busy.
True.
Anyway, and she kind of covers her hand a second. I'm kind of embarrassed.
We can get you back there today if you think time is of the essence.
I was in Amon not that long ago.
Why did you go to Amon?
I had to talk to them about constructing the crisis.
Oh, that's
hall.
true. That's true. We were in a moment.
There was a lot of
if you could-
meetings, so many damn meetings.
If you could actually, send me to the Lyceum instead, and then from there I can go to Vasselheim. I can do my research there.
You want to go to the Lyceum
Yes.
right now?
Well, whenever you wish.
You want me to send you?
I'm
You just
going
offered-
to
you
reset
don't-
Keela's brain.
Oh yeah. It's, you yeah. Through the.
I'm going to jog her memory.
So you go ahead.
Walk down to the
Is there anyone else that needs to go while I'm doing this? Because this is it for the day. Anyone else need to go to Amon?
No,
I think we're good.
Literally nobody needs to go.
No, Kima?
No. Well,
Kima's not with her.
I just didn't know if you wanted to go get her.
Holy shit.
oh my God, Keela.
You got a little bit of sleep stuff still in your eye.
Eye buggies for sure.
Yeah, that's better.
I was just asking. Okay, let's go.
All right, so you open the gate, and Laura steps through. She kind of turns around and smiles. Thank you, Kenneth.
I say, sub-sentry. And then send him through.
She's trying to talk to you. She's like, and you just push her through.
Okay, bye. Congrats.
It closes. Sends her to him.
How are you awake? Nothing, never mind.
All right, so, what do you guys want to do?
Well, shit. I think. Well, what do we do now that we know? I guess we just research.
Yeah, nicely fucking done, by the way.
This changes everything. I'm changing the research focus in the library specifically to things on the subject so that we can more focus. And do I come up with?
Yeah, interesting. I mean, it's something. Thank God for Taliesin Jaffe. Thank goodness someone gave a shit about the clear and present danger that is lurking beneath their feet this entire time. Oh my goodness. But is that what is... Are all 7 of them just supposed to research it? Like, I'm sure they all could find something to do, but it's probably going to be pretty low stakes. Like, whatever not low stakes, but it's going to be low usefulness. And for something like the Chroma Conclave, right? That's a worldwide cataclysmic event that is a bit on a timer. So all of them, it's all hands on deck. Everyone is working on it, even if, their contribution isn't necessarily the most useful. Any amount of use that they can provide is good because of how pressing the issue is. The situation's not really the same here. There's nothing that there's nothing about this that says everybody and their mother needs to be working on this. So I don't know how you deal with that as a player. And Matt is clearly not giving them anything to grasp onto. He just says, what are you doing? And it's like, well, for anyone that is not Percival DeRollo, we're kind of back to downtime stuff. And even Percy just says, I'm going to set the researchers on it. And they sent off Allura. Like, what are they going to do? So as much as I hate to say it, after we just got a huge lore drop, in my opinion, a huge update, I still don't feel like we have anything for the players to grasp onto here. You know? Honestly, my read is that Matt didn't have anything planned. They were asking for a while before they mostly gave up. I think it took Matt this long to come up with a plan he liked for the ziggurat. I mean, I fucking guess, maybe. If not, what the hell is the inciting incident and what the hell is the final arc? Because, like, we're just kind of stand here with our thumbs up our bums. And I don't know what to do if I'm one of his players. Besides go, like, why did we even drop out of downtime if this is all that's going on? So I don't know. I'm not...
Anything right off JB comes down with you and starts helping catalog and pulling out books and information.
Yep, I'll help you go read too. I start reading my book.
Okay. About midday.
Oh shit, Hilda. Did anybody go down to the bakery?
She was going to see us.
Yeah, you haven't. It's like around noon now. I've seen all this has happened, talking with her and
She was going to
researching.
come to the castle.
Yeah, but okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Well, Terry still hasn't woken up, by the way.
I'm currently my Doty's brushing my teeth.
Brushing your teeth?
That's not true, because eventually when you go to check on his room,
Oh shit.
Tyrion isn't there.
What?
What?
What? What?
Sam.
He's not going to Sam Regal us again, is he? Because I can't handle that right now.
Where's Terry? Did he leave a note?
As you enter the room, you can.
Oh my god, did Hilda do something?
You can see the sheets missing. Most of his personal belongings are gone. Doty is still there, and Doty appears to be just shut down, non-functional.
Doty? Shit.
Like the eyes are cold and.
Check the book.
What book?
Doty's book.
Doty. Oh, I go look at Doty's book.
It's in the compartment.
It's within his chest compartment.
I know.
I start pushing on it. Hopefully it's
I
got like a
helped
hidden
build
thing.
this thing. Can I figure out how to get the book to eject?
Make an investigation check.
Reckon.
I'm just searching around the room looking for any sign of
That's
Terry.
so cocked. That's a natural 20.
Okay. You not only do you find the latch, but you look underneath, like one of the arms is. There appears to be a small glass bead affixed with almost like a piece of clay, and the bead has this kind of pulsing blue light on it. And you're like, you notice it there, and it looks like it's the only thing with any sort of life on Doty's exterior.
Does that look like part of Doty, or does it?
It doesn't. It looks like something that was pressed onto him.
Should we take it off?
Eat it.
Is it magical?
Make an Arcana check.
What?
That's a 21.
It does appear to be magical. It is giving some sort of like consistent pulse of energy.
Maybe don't touch it.
It appears to have some sort of it looks fragile, whatever it is, and the essence of the magic that you get from it, the nature of the effect at least, is abjuration.
Abjuration.
I genuinely don't actually know what this word
I have
means.
no idea what that means either.
I've seen it in the Player's Handbook.
Yeah,
I normally have some clue about a word.
Abjuration is one of the schools of arcane magic.
Okay.
What is it? What kind of school is it?
It's the alteration and harnessing of raw arcane energy, usually in some sort of. I mean, like there are a number of spells that fall into the category.
Shit! We just sent Allura away.
Is that what abjuration means? I always think of abjuration specifically in terms of defensive magic. Am I crazy? School of abjuration. Oh, protective spells. Okay. They create a physical or magical barrier, negate magical and physical abilities, harm trespassers, even banish the subject. I mean, I guess it's not that wild of a description compared to what Matt gave. I mean, I think he missed, like, the meat of it a little bit, but Fair enough. All right. I mean, I guess if you're thinking about it like a magic shield, you're manipulating the magic in that way. I can't answer. Just gave a vague effect of magic. Yeah. Huh.
Balls!
Should we call everyone? Let's not call everyone. Who should we call?
I don't know.
Let's call everyone. Has anybody seen Terry?
He's sleeping in, isn't he?
He is not.
Where
Is
are
he at the
you?
bakery?
Go check the bakery. Will someone go check the bakery?
I'll check the bakery.
Let's do a bit of a search.
Where are you?
Do I see any trace of him?
I'm at the house.
Make an investigation check on your castle.
Castle?
No,
No, we're at
Vex's
the
house.
house.
All right.
Keyleth,
15.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Can you have some coffee and come down here quickly?
Oh my god.
You-
Coffee sounds amazing. Do you want one?
Yes. What?
Focus.
3 coffees.
3 coffees. Coming right up, and I'll be right over. I get 3 coffees and I head over.
Okay. It's hard to pick up a lot of details. It looks like there was no struggle whatsoever. It looks like somebody entered and picked the lock to the room from the inside. That's all you're able to make out. From the inside of the castle.
Oh, from the inside of the castle.
Yeah.
Somebody that was in the castle did this?
Yeah, not
In my house?
Sam, why don't you just tell us where you are?
Someone was escaping?
Dodie's brushing my teeth.
Okay.
I'm going to. I'm going to.
Did you end up opening the thing? Can you see Doty's book? Or is it dangerous to touch him right
I popped the book out, right? Or
you found the compartment and you
now?
it opens up and the tome is there.
I have my things upstairs. One second. I'm going to get all of my tools. I have everything on me, including the cloak, because I want to be able to absorb any magic that comes off of what looks like possibly a bomb. Just going to be careful. I'm going to very gently remove the book.
Okay. Pull it out of the compartment.
Flip to the last written page.
The last written page spoke of an evening of curious bakery purveyors signed on to see to the future of goods created in the name of the great Terry Darrington and Associates. And as a sudden slumber comes over me, I will find myself an evening's rest. Good night, Dodie. And that's the final entry.
I'm waiting for Keyleth. I'm putting the book back.
Okay.
The top sheet is gone
Yes.
from the bed.
Yeah, because they took him away in it.
Is it an eyelash? Do I get a wish?
It's chocolate.
Wait, get it so that I can make a wish.
Thankfully, we have a scry spell or 2.
All right, Keyleth, you arrive with 3 coffees?
I tag along.
Okay.
Okay, I have 2 regulars,
Keyleth,
1
thank you.
decaf, no foam.
Scry on
Like you.
Terry. Scry on Mike, did you find anything at the bakery?
Why am I scrying on
As you head in the
Terry?
bakery's still closed. Nobody was there to open it.
How do you know? What is he?
Hilda-
Maybe
Hilda
he's
there?
just
Hilda's
drunk
not there
time.
now.
I don't see anything. Hilda's not here.
The bakery looks normal?
The bakery looks normal.
Looks normal, just still locked and closed, untouched since you guys left the
Wait,
evening
you
before.
think Doty's been booby trapped?
Look at that. Look at that. That doesn't look normal.
I want to take
make
a
my
look
way.
at that and see if it looks like a trap. I mean, I don't understand magic, but if it's similar to any kind of trigger mechanisms I've
Make an
seen.
investigation check.
Keely, come out of the room with me.
31.
Okay. It does not appear to be a trap necessarily. It looks like whatever it's meant to be triggered to do has already been triggered.
Somebody booby trapped Doty. Can you scry on Tyrion? Scry on Tyrion.
Oh, yeah. What? I'm sorry.
He's missing.
What?
He's missing. Somebody broke in and took him. I go around and start asking. No, I'm going to stay right here. Will you scry on him? I need to find out what happened.
Okay, last time I tried to scry on Scanlan, everyone gave me a lot of grief about
Okay,
it.
Scanlan
so...
left on his own. Terry didn't. He left Doty here. There's no way this was not foul play.
Do you think this thing is looking at us? This little bead?
Once everyone clears out of the room, I will try and remove it.
Who's all in the room? Is it the 4 of us?
Currently
No,
it's
me and you
got-
went
they
out
left, so
outside.
it's just Vax and Percy.
I'm going to try and remove it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that it's trapped or anything. You probably can do that.
Let's see what happens. I'm going to use the cloak to pull it off so that I'm shielded from it if anything happens.
Okay, you grab it, and as you pull it off, it's fixed, and as you pull it off, the bead shatters in your hand, and the blue spark fizzles out, and you watch Doty go. Terry.
There's like a little mini EMP to shut him down.
You get the sense that the basis of this magic was a one-use dispel.
Oh my god. We're not in the room. You're scrying. Will you scry? Scry?
I mean, I
You watch as Doty immediately starts going, Terry, and lifts like the bed. Terry.
It'd be better if I had something of Terry's. So
Terry. And leaps, charges through the room, just into the hallway.
Hey, Doty!
Can you scry? Doty belonged to him. Scry with Doty.
Sup, bud?
Doty kind of stops and looks. Terry.
Okay. I'm gonna like kind of, Professor Xavier this shit and like put my hands on his Doty's little head. Come here, bend
It's a reach.
down. Doty down. Doty kneel. Doty, take a knee. Doty down.
Doty, will you kneel down, please?
Fuck.
Never. You know what? Just I'll. It's fine. Oh. Okay. And I'm gonna do the scry.
Okay.
Do you know what's happening right now?
I'm getting my my rogue character ready.
Keyleth. Your vision pulls back up into the sky above the clouds for a second. You feel a rush of wind. You're not sure of the direction. You feel a flash of speed, and then with a blink, all of a sudden your vision is above what appears to be a small village along a road. Then the vision blinks once again, and you're within a hallway, some sort of a wooden, low-lit hallway. And then with another flash, you're inside of a room. Wood paneling wall, you see Tyrion unconscious and wrapped in a sheet, still in his armor, just leaned, propped against the shaded side of the wall, while a figure stands just out of the peripheral. A familiar voice from just out of your range says, "Oh, it's okay, dear. We just had a bit to drink. Appreciate your concern." And you hear the door close. Then a few footsteps, and you watch as just in the peripheral, Hilda steps in next to Tyrion, pulling the sheet from his body, revealing him tied up from head to toe. Hilda's image shimmers slightly and dissipates, revealing a woman of ink blue skin, long white hair tied into almost like a top knot ponytail, pale silver eyes that just inspect her handiwork. Under her dark green cloak that you see the hood fall back, you see a dark burgundy leather armor. She seems to check Tyrion's vitals, like under his neck, feel for breathing, very methodically, and begins to loosen some of his bindings in some places. And you hear her voice say, "Can't have you losing too."
Nope. I'm good. I am. You know what? I'm good on that one. I think, I'm good on that one. And I think I'm going to give an unkind reaction to Matt. And I was already thinking, hey, it might be time for, might be towards my soft out. So I'm just going to take my soft out. And we are going to go. We are going to leave. Yeah. Hilda was a hook. Okay. Well, yep, I think that might be... Yep. It's about a 50% rage quit. I was already thinking maybe I'll end a little bit early, but it'll depend on if there's theorizing, but I feel like I'm good. We'll talk about it on Wednesday because I need a second to process that. Yep, that's it. What timestamp did you stop at? 1:44:15. That's a good point. I'll put it in my notes as well. 1:44:15. Okay. Yep, I'll have to think about this a little bit. Cause I need to marinate it, cause I will be real, my gut reaction is very bad. And I really don't like it. And I extra don't like it because of how much I liked everything leading up to it. But that might be unfair. So I'm gonna give it a sec. And I'm playing this up a little bit. But there's a core emotion there that I am playing, that this is springing from, which is not loving it. Okay. Well, that's all. I should. Oh no! What was? I looked at the camera. I was like, yeah. I will see you all on Wednesday. Peace out, Girl Scouts. Elon Musk moment. I will not defend it. That was an accident. Did not mean to do that. Goodbye.